Chiyu Lake. What did you say? Zhao Haijun exclaimed in astonishment, the Chiyu Lake of the Yi family. That boss with the surname Chu? It is highly likely to be him, Chu Pinghai nodded affirmatively. How could you possibly have connections with such a big boss? Zhao Haijun was taken aback. The Chiyu Lake project alone has fixed assets worth no less than 10 billion, and according to rumors, the Yi family has been hosting a welcoming banquet these days, supposedly to greet that big boss upon his return. Who could warrant a welcoming banquet from the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Chu Pinghai was also taken aback. The Yi family is indeed the local power in Linju City. They have always maintained a stance of neither servility nor arrogance, never easily bowing to the aristocratic families of other cities. I don't know, Zhao Haijun replied helplessly, given my position. All I know is that the boss' surname is Chu. Beyond that, I am entirely in the dark. Surname Chu? Chu Pinghai exchanged glances with his wife. Zhao Tiangshu contemplated a possibility. Pinghai, do you think it could be someone from the capital? Did Dad send them to assist us? That shouldn't be the case. How would he know I am here? Chu Pinghai pondered. Furthermore, the other family members have always looked down upon us. You know how my elder brother's son, Chu Ming, has mocked us and even tried to sabotage us. My second and third brothers have been exceedingly cold towards us. How could they possibly come to our aid? Moreover, 3 billion is an enormous sum. With my father's temperament, asking him to part with that is akin to cutting into the family's flesh. Chu Pinghai too felt perplexed. A boss with the surname Chu inexplicably investing such a significant amount into Pinghai's company was utterly bewildering. Chu Laodi? You wouldn't know that boss, would you? Zhao Haijun's voice came through the phone. Zhao Jie, how could I possibly know someone of such wealth? Chu Pinghai chuckled wryly. However, he has indeed invested quite a bit into our company. Could you possibly check for me? I wish to ascertain the specific name and identity of this boss. Well. Zhao Haijun hesitated. I can help you look into it, but I can't guarantee that I'll find anything. That's fine, just do it at your convenience. Alright, wait for me a couple of days, and I'll let you know if I have any news. Haha, good. Come visit me when you have the time. Absolutely. Chu Pinghai hung up the phone. His brow furrowed. A boss with the surname Chu? Who could it be? The next day. On the playground of Linju High School. Chu Ming sat cross-legged beneath a large tree, deep in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. How strange, after searching for so many days, I still haven't found a suitable place for cultivation. Chu Ming furrowed his brow. I recall that in the original story, Chu Kuang meditated under a tree at school. He stood up and glanced at the large tree behind him. Could it be that this is not the tree? Chu Ming felt quite perplexed. As he had anticipated, Chu Kuang had not come to school. However, he was equally unaware of Chu Kuang's whereabouts. In this situation, with Chu Kuang in the shadows and Chu Ming in the light, Chu Ming could only wait passively for an opportunity. It was only a matter of time before Chu Kuang returned to Linju City, back to Linju High School. Yesterday, I turned down that Sujingcheng and received 600 plot points. Now I have nearly 10,000 points again. Unfortunately, the 4th tier of the Underworld Blade requires a Dao Realm cultivation level, otherwise, I would have forged it during this time. All that's left is to upgrade my disguise technique. It seems that without breaking through my cultivation, I truly cannot continue to grow stronger. Chu Ming sighed. At that moment, Guo Ji came running excitedly from the bleachers of the playground. Master, Master. I've been looking for you everywhere. I can't believe you're sitting here. I've told you countless times, call me teacher. Chu Ming frowned. If you don't correct your address, I shall expel you from the sect. Yes. Upon hearing this, Guo Ji immediately straightened up. Hello, Teacher Chu. Millimeter. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Now, what is it that you need? He he. Guo Ji chuckled, pulling out a small red box from his pocket. The thing is, my parents have been released without charges. They expressed their gratitude to you and asked me to bring this to you. Guo Ji handed the small red box to Chu Ming. What is this? Chu Ming's brow furrowed. He opened the box to find a square seal inside. The seal appeared to be made of white jade, engraved with the character Feng. At the sight of this seal, Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. He sensed a vague familiarity about the seal, but he could not recall where he had seen it before. Master, this was something my father acquired from an auction 10 years ago. The final price was around 100,000. My mother has always blamed my father for this matter. However, later on, my father had it appraised, and it was said to be worth over 1 million. He thought that giving money as a thank you was too mundane, and since you are not short on money, he decided to gift you this trinket instead as a token of gratitude. What do you think? Guo Ji looked at Chu Ming. This is no mere trinket, Chu Ming pondered. The seal bears numerous engravings, likely indicative of intricate microformation arrays. Moreover, this object gives me an odd sensation. Despite his words, Chu Ming could not clearly perceive what was peculiar about it. He simply felt that this item was of great importance. Why is it important? He could not articulate it. Master, thank you sincerely for your help this time, Guo Ji said earnestly. If you are not satisfied, we can exchange gifts again. Chapter 300. Guests from the Capital, Part 1. Exchange gifts? That is unnecessary. Chu Ming shook his head. This jade seal is indeed a valuable item, and your parents have shown great thoughtfulness. If you like it, that is sufficient. Guo Ji immediately smiled. If it weren't for your intervention this time, our family might have. Why mention that? Chu Ming patted Guo Ji's shoulder. Your task is to prepare well for the college entrance examination and then elevate your cultivation. Once you have made progress in your cultivation, I will reward you with some fine items. Really, master? Guo Ji was taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. You can rest assured. I will certainly refine myself diligently. By the way, how have your recent grades been? Chu Ming inquired. Upon hearing this question, Guo Ji's expression turned somewhat grim. Well, Teacher Chu. He appeared somewhat at a loss for words. It seems they are quite poor. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. Not too bad. I just haven't studied properly this month, and I only managed to rank in the top 20 of the class. Guo Ji said, hesitantly. Top 20 of the class. That's not too shabby. Chu Ming nodded. Indeed, this month has been quite challenging for you, and achieving this result is commendable. Previously, Guo Ji had been at the bottom of his class due to his commitment to the martial arts team. However, after Chu Ming's insistence, Guo Ji's grades had seen a remarkable improvement. This indicates one thing. Guo Ji is not lacking in intelligence. He simply had been slacking. When pushed, this young man's performance could indeed become quite exceptional. Teacher, you misunderstand. I am not in the top 20%. I am in the top 20 of the class, Guo Ji murmured. This admission caused Chu Ming's expression to freeze. In a class of only 40 students. This meant Guo Ji was merely average. Guo Ji, Chu Ming said flatly, it seems I must reclaim your cultivation method. No. Guo Ji quickly interjected. Teacher Chu, I realize my mistake. Please grant me another chance, just this once. Guo Ji pleaded. Next time I will absolutely rank in the top 5. You promise? Chu Ming regarded him calmly. I promise. Guo Ji patted his chest. As long as you don't take away my cultivation method, I will comply with anything you say. Guo Ji is so eager to grow stronger, especially now that he knows that beyond the realm of Qi warriors there are masters with internal power and those at the Grandmaster level. His pursuit of martial arts has intensified. If he could become a Grandmaster, Guo Ji would surely wake up smiling from dreams. Enough of this idle chatter. Chu Ming glared at him. I will give you another chance. But if you fail to meet my expectations next time, you know the consequences. Yes. Guo Ji nodded vigorously. Thank you, Teacher Chu. I will seize this opportunity. I won't let you down. Good. Having this goal is already commendable. Chu Ming smiled as he put his arm around Guo Ji's shoulders. A person must have goals and strive to achieve them. Do you understand? I understand, of course. Guoji replied enthusiastically, now go study, don't waste time here. Chu Ming instructed, yes, I'll head off immediately. Guoji waved at Chu Ming and swiftly disappeared from sight. This Guoji is truly... Chu Ming observed the direction in which Guoji had vanished. A hint of a smile gracing his features. In the original story, Guoji was a villain who was beaten into the hospital by the protagonist. Later, he withdrew from the martial arts team due to his injuries, and there was no place for him at Linju High School. Subsequently, Guoji's family had to leave Linju City to evade the protagonist's spotlight. Unexpectedly, with Chu Ming's intervention, this originally tragic character, who had taken a wrong turn and was ultimately defeated by the protagonist, is now experiencing a rebirth. In many instances, offering someone a chance can lead to a completely different outcome. This applies to both Guoji and Chu Ming. That is the reality, Chu Ming sighed wryly. The more this occurs, the more he feels the astounding authenticity of this fictional world. When he initially read the novel, he often criticized certain urban protagonists for their saintly behavior. However, only after becoming a villain in this narrative did he realize that taking a life is a profoundly difficult task. The complexities, desolation, and even fear that flooded him when he killed Chu Kuang were overwhelming. Chu Ming repeatedly reminded himself that this is a fictional world, yet the palpable sense of reality tells him that this world truly exists. Everyone he encounters, every person he sees, they all live and breathe to kill over trivial disputes. Chu Ming could not bring himself to do it. If that were the case, how would he differ from a bloodthirsty protagonist? Alas, when will he be able to resolve matters with Chu Kuang? Chu Ming leaned against the railing, gazing skyward. Chu Kuang as the protagonist is undeniably favored by fate. Despite having plunged the dark blade into his chest, Chu Kuang still lives. Such fortuitousness is exceedingly unnatural. It seems only by advancing the plot beyond 50% can he truly eliminate the protagonist. Chu Ming could not help but sigh. Additionally, what is that black phone and the book from my dreams? Regarding the peculiar events occurring in his life, Chu Ming shook his head, unable to comprehend or decipher. The black phone, the urban cultivation app, the yellowed book in his dreams, and the jade seal Guoji just gifted him. All of these seemingly interconnected elements remained a mystery to him. Perhaps only by retracing all the plot lines might he discover the truth. Chu Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he discovered a call from Principal Jiyu. Hello, this is Chu Ming. Director Chu, please come to my office. I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Jiyu Shengshu's voice came through the phone. A very important matter? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Principal, can't this be discussed over the phone? Chu Ming felt perplexed. What could be so significant that it required an in-person discussion? This. Jiyu Shengshu seemed somewhat hesitant. Director Chu, it would be best for you to come to the principal's office. It will be clearer in person. Chu Ming pondered for a few seconds. Alright, I will head over now. He put away his phone. Judging by Jiyu Shengshu's tone, there seemed to be some issue. But what exactly could be wrong? Could it be that Qin Jianlin is exerting pressure on Linju High School? Chu Ming's brow furrowed deeper. If that were the case, it would indeed be problematic. He had not yet entirely resolved matters with Qin Jianlin and Wang Weiguo. There was a possibility that Qin Jianlin might seek revenge. Chu Ming had to remain vigilant against these two at all times. Forget it, let us go see what is happening first. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming tucked his phone away and left the playground. Chapter 301. Guests from the Capital. Part 2. Linju High School Principal's Office. Chu Ming walked down the corridor and pushed the door open. Inside the office sat only Jiyu Shengshu. Principal Jiyu, you called for me? Chu Ming inquired. Yes. Jiyu Shengshu nodded. What is it? It is this way. Jiyu Shengshu replied with a smile. Since you were away from Linju City for the past 2 months, I entrusted everything to Teacher Zhao. Yes, I am aware of that. Chu Ming nodded. He had left for the capital and his duties at Linju High School had been temporarily assigned to Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao has resigned. Jiyu Shengshu said. Resigned? Chu Ming frowned. Has something happened? Not at all. She simply transferred to another city due to a job relocation. Jiyu Shengshu chuckled. You know she has a long-distance boyfriend. Right. She has been busy with wedding preparations, so she decided to move. This revelation took Chu Ming by surprise and left him somewhat bewildered. He genuinely had no idea. This Teacher Zhao had never appeared in the original narrative. And his only interaction with her was work-related. Principal Jiu, you summoned me for this? Chu Ming asked in confusion. No, there is another matter. Jiu Shengshu smiled. I feared you might be overwhelmed, so I have recruited a new teacher to assist you in the office of the director. Oh, I see, Chu Ming smiled. Principal, such matters could have been discussed over the phone. There was no need for a face-to-face meeting. He had thought it was something of great significance, only to discover it was such a minor issue. Director Chu, you misunderstood. Jiu Shengshu clarified. This new teacher who will fill Teacher Zhao's vacancy has a rather unique background, so you will need to handle it with care. A unique background? Chu Ming was taken aback. Are there still individuals with unique backgrounds coming to Linju as teachers? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming indeed wished to meet this person. Come, follow me. Jiu Shengshu beckoned. We will go to the guest room. Chu Ming followed Jiu Shengshu into the guest room, feeling puzzled. Jiu Shengshu opened the door. Miss Chen, I have brought the person here for you, Miss Chen. Upon hearing those words, a jolt ran through Chu Ming's heart. Could it be? He turned abruptly. Upon seeing the Miss Chen Jiu Shengshu referred to, his expression darkened to the extreme. His guess was correct. It was indeed Chen Xian. At this moment, Chen Xian is adorned in a sleek OL work uniform, her demeanor exuding an air of competence, yet her stunning beauty remains captivating, drawing glances from those around her. Principal Jiu, you have worked hard, Chen Xian said with a smile. Today, I will familiarize myself with the workflow under Director Chu. And I shall officially start work tomorrow. Haha, Miss Chen, you flatter me, Jiu Shengshu replied with a chuckle. You are the one introduced by Mr. Bai. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements for you. Thank you. Principal Jiu. Chen Xian nodded appreciatively. Her gaze then gently settled on Chu Ming. Surprised, she inquired. Chu Ming shot her a glare. The fact that Chen Xian would come to Linju High School as a teacher indeed caught him off guard. I am genuinely surprised, he replied, articulating each word carefully. Their eyes locked, with Chen Xian's gaze brimming with pride and teasing, while Chu Ming's eyes reflected helplessness and complexity. Hearing their exchange, Jiu Shengshu paused in astonishment. Miss Chen, do you two know each other? Sort of, Chen Xian responded. This person kept insisting he would come to find me, yet he ended up here as the director. She turned to Chu Ming, enunciating each word. It seems someone has truly forgotten the vows made at my home. Chu Ming's expression shifted. Jiu Shengshu, upon hearing this, regarded Chu Ming with an inquisitive look. Director Chu, what is the nature of your relationship? Principal Jiu, it is not as you perceive it, Chu Ming replied helplessly. All right, I understand. Jiu Shengshu waved his hand with a smile. Young people always have their stories. Now, why don't you two have a good talk? Director Chu, please pass on the work details to Miss Chen. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, Jiu Shengshu exited the reception room, pausing briefly to pat Chu Ming's shoulder with a knowing look. Chu Ming was left utterly speechless. Once Jiu Shengshu had completely departed, Chu Ming plopped down on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. Speak, he said, fixing his gaze on Chen Xian. What is it that you intend to do this time? Chen Xian shook her head. I do not intend to do anything in particular. I merely wish to see how you are faring in Linju City. You, Chu Ming exclaimed in exasperation. Encountering Chen Xian could only spell trouble for him. I also attended the Chen family wedding. That matter has concluded, so we should no longer have any ties, right? He stated flatly. Very well, Chu Ming. Chen Xian shot him a glare. Have you forgotten the vows you made back then? What vows? Chu Ming was taken aback. You promised that once you resolved everything, you would come find me, Chen Xian said through gritted teeth, and now, you have simply dismissed your promise. I traveled all the way from the capital to Linju City to find you. And this is the attitude you present? Chu Ming, this is unacceptable. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Stop! Chu Ming frowned. I am genuinely frightened of you. I permit you to stay, but what exactly do you want? At his words, Chen Xian immediately broke into laughter. I knew you would say something like that. She giggled, a triumphant expression lighting up her face. However, Chu Ming felt overwhelmed. This Chen family young lady was like a deity that demanded reverence wherever she went. Otherwise, it was Chu Ming who would face the consequences. As one of the antagonists, Chen Xian was indeed exceedingly difficult to handle. Now, you may as well tell me what you are here for. Chu Ming asked, his voice tinged with resignation. Fine, Chen Xian replied. I came to Linju City mainly because I find teaching rather enjoyable. Chu Ming? You, the esteemed daughter of the Chen family, are abandoning hundreds of billions in family assets to come to a small place like Linju City to be a teacher? Chu Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Have you lost your mind, or have I? Clearly it is you who has gone mad, Chen Xian retorted without a moment's hesitation. What, do you think I am insane? Are you afraid I might tell everyone that you are the king of the underworld? Chu Ming. He truly felt intimidated by Chen Xian. When will you return home? He asked. I will leave whenever I choose, so mind your own business, Chen Xian huffed. Now, take me around. I want to familiarize myself with the campus. Chapter 302. By Heochen. Chen Xian's words left Chu Ming utterly speechless. Miss Chen, kindly recognize your position. You are the subordinate, and I am the superior, he stated. This attitude of yours is inappropriate. Could you repeat that? Chen Xian frowned in response. Miss Chen, speaking in such a manner is rather pointless. Chu Ming cleared his throat. Work is work and personal matters are personal. We cannot. Before he could finish, Chen Xian swung open the door to the reception room. Exclaiming, the king of the underworld is... Just those 4 words caused Chu Ming's expression to shift dramatically as he swiftly covered her mouth, forcibly dragging her back into the room. He then peeked into the corridor. Fortunately there was no one around. Chen Xian. Chu Ming glared at her. Are you insane? If the identity of the king of the underworld is exposed, not only will the Chu family suffer, but even I could face immense trouble. The higher-ups of Tianlong Mansion might become interested in me. A 24-year-old at the Dao entry level. Such a talent has not been seen in a century in Huaxia. Yet, only Chu Ming understood that he had not truly reached the level of Dao entry. His strength was merely supported by the techniques of the Wangu Mingdao Ju and the 3rd tier of the underworld blade. As for his cultivation, he was merely half a step into Dao entry. To the outside world, he presented himself as a grandmaster, allowing for some leeway. However, should it be discovered that the king of the underworld is indeed Chu Ming, it would likely stir a tempest throughout Huaxia. Chu Ming, Chen Xian giggled. May I now take a stroll around the campus? Hearing her words, Chu Ming rolled his eyes. Chen Xian, just wait. He gritted his teeth. The day I can reveal my identity you will rue this moment. Is that so? Chen Xian laughed confidently. So you wish to reveal it now? She immediately rose, attempting to stride towards the door. Chu Ming quickly blocked her path. All right, you win. Tell me, where would you like to go? Just show me around the school environment. Chen Xian smiled. I am not picky. With a grim expression, Chu Ming replied, very well. Young lady, I shall take you there at once. The appearance of Chen Xian undoubtedly signaled trouble ahead. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, a victorious smile graced Chen Xian's face. The two soon found themselves on the playground, coinciding perfectly with the students' first afternoon class. Numerous classes were engaged in physical education activities on the field. The arrival of Chu Ming and Chen Xian drew considerable attention, for Chen Xian was simply too beautiful. Her ethereal presence captivated the gaze of many adolescent boys. Among those doing gymnastics, Ji was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Ming and Chen Xian together. He was astonished to find someone even more stunning than the campus beauty Xiao Mingyu beside Chu Ming. Boss, that beautiful girl next to teacher Chu is breathtaking. Ji's underlings immediately surrounded him, gossiping in hushed tones as they stealthily observed Chu Ming and Chen Xian from a corner of the playground. Fools! Ji smacked one of them on the head. Show some respect. When my master arrives, you all better call her master. Do you understand? The young man winced in pain and quickly nodded. Yes, the boss is right. They were members of Ji's martial arts team, although Ji had since withdrawn from the team. He remained their leader. It was said that Ji had once single-handedly taken on over 10 opponents from a neighboring school, a feat that had become legendary throughout the high school martial arts community. Earning him the admiration of all the team members, they deeply revered Chu Ming, who had taught Ji his techniques. Enough chatter. My master is on her way here. You all need to hide, lest my master sees us spying, Ji urged as he quickly turned to leave. Understood. The underlings immediately complied, retreating to a safer distance. Ji took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and stepped out from his hiding spot. As Chu Ming and Chen Xian strolled on the playground, they both paused at the sudden appearance of Gug. Chu Ming's expression turned slightly peculiar. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Master." Gug grinned ingratiatingly. "I just happened to pass by. Are you taking a stroll with your wife?" The words caught Chu Ming off guard, while Chen Xian blushed at the remark. "What are you saying?" Chu Ming exclaimed. "Wife? Nonsense. Chu Ming, do not take your anger out on the child." Chen Xian giggled. "This child is quite innocent. I like him." Chu Ming's expression darkened further. "If this were to spread, the consequences could be dire. Gug, listen carefully. This is your new teacher, Miss Chen. I am not well acquainted with her." Chu Ming stated earnestly. "Do not spread any rumors about me among the students, understood?" Gug nodded blankly. However, at this moment, Chen Xian spoke meaningfully. "Chu Ming, are we not familiar with each other? You certainly did not say that while lying in bed the other day. You even held my hand tightly. Have you forgotten?" As soon as these words were uttered, Guoji's gaze towards Chu Ming shifted dramatically. Bed? Holding hands? Who would have thought? Such a serious person like Chu Ming had. "Guoji, it's not what you think." Chu Ming's expression turned grim as he attempted to explain. "Master, I understand." Guoji took a deep breath. "You need not explain anything. Rest assured, I shall not speak of this. Master and mistress, please enjoy your time together. I shall head off to play basketball with my classmates." After saying this, Guoji hurriedly ran away. Chu Ming was utterly speechless. Previously, he had only sustained serious injuries while confronting Chen Juren, and Chen Xian had merely taken care of him. Yet, how did those words come across as so ambiguous when spoken by Chen Xian? "Chu Ming, this young man is rather impressive. Is he your disciple?" Chen Xian inquired with a smile. "Yes, and what of it?" Chu Ming retorted. "Interesting, you seem to have guessed our relationship." Chen Xian remarked. "Chu Ming, we are already engaged. When shall we hold the wedding banquet?" Chu Ming shot her a glare. "When did I ever get engaged to you? That was with the Underworld King. You." Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback. "Are you trying to play tricks?" "No, I am not the Underworld King right now." Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. "Wasn't it the Underworld King who was engaged to you?" "Well, you Chu Ming," Chen Xian huffed, "I am already engaged to you, and even if I were to marry someone else, no one would want me. Yet you refuse to acknowledge it. As if anyone ever wanted you in the first place." Chu Ming muttered. Chen Xian's temper was notorious, and the wealthy young men of the capital trembled at the mere thought of her. Those who dared to test her had already faced extremely dire consequences. Who in the capital would dare to marry Chen Xian? That would be courting death. "Chu Ming," Chen Xian huffed, "I am angry." "Then be angry," Chu Ming replied, exasperated. "You say you want to come to Linju City, but that was your choice. Why are you taking it out on me now? Why not just return to the capital?" "That won't do." Chen Xian shot him a glare. "I want to stay here and drain you dry." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming felt his head spinning. Just as the two were bickering outside the playground's wall, a purple Maserati was parked. Wang Wei, who is that man with Miss Chen? A young man in white, sporting a stylish haircut, frowned and asked. "He is the eldest son of the Bai family, Bai Heochen. He is the one who introduced Chen Xian to this Linju middle school." However, upon seeing Chen Xian, he was captivated by her beauty. Now, he was crouched outside the school's wall, observing her every move. "Young master, that seems to be the school's director." One of his subordinates, wearing sunglasses, checked the information and replied, "His name is Chu Ming." "Chu Ming? That name sounds somewhat familiar." The young man in white frowned. Yet, he could not recall where he had seen the name before. "Young master, should we send someone to remind this Chu Ming?" the subordinate asked. "After all, he is just a minor director. Once he leaves the school, he is nothing." "Wait," Bai Heochen pondered for a moment. "No need to rush. Let us not provoke anyone." "Understood," the subordinate nodded. "But young master, I see Miss Chen appearing quite intimate with this Chu Ming. They seem to be chatting happily. Could it be they knew each other from the start?" "We cannot rule out that possibility." Bai Heochen nodded. "However, he is merely a school director and should not stir up too much trouble. Young master, we must remain cautious. Miss Chen's status is so esteemed. If she were to pursue this director, wouldn't we?" "Do not panic." Bai Heochen fixed his gaze on Chu Ming and Chen Xian at the playground, coldly stating, "Do not allow our people to intervene. Miss Chen is a distinguished guest from the capital, and if our people act recklessly, it could backfire." "But young master, are we just going to let them be?" Wang Wei, the subordinate in sunglasses, questioned in confusion. Let me think. Bai Haochan contemplated for a few seconds. Here's the plan. I'll go myself, he declared. After all, the target is just a school director. I am the eldest son of the Bai family. My status far surpasses his. The Bai family in Linju is one of the three prominent families alongside the Yi and Zhao families. The Bai family owns numerous shops and commercial assets, Bai Haochan, being the sole heir of the Bai lineage, is also the future successor, a status that indeed instills pride. Yes, young master, I will arrange it right away. Upon hearing Bai Haochan's command, his subordinate in black immediately opened the car door and left. Chapter 303. Riding the Wind. Linju Middle School. It was already evening and the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Students rushed out of their classrooms, some headed to the cafeteria while others made their way to the school gate. At this moment Chu Ming, exhausted, slumped onto the sofa in the director's office. Miss Chen, you really can shop, Chu Ming remarked helplessly. You should now be familiar with the various places in the school, I presume? I'm familiar, Chen Xian giggled, but I'm also hungry. If you're hungry, then let us go to the cafeteria, Chu Ming said, pulling out a staff card from his pocket. Here, take this. It's a staff card with 10,000 inside. Enough for your meals. I don't want it, Chen Xian replied. I'll wait for my card to arrive tomorrow and go eat myself. So you're just going to starve? Not at all. Isn't there someone who can accompany me for dinner? Chen Xian winked at Chu Ming. Chu Ming rolled his eyes. Could you please spare me? He sighed. I refuse. Chen Xian huffed. Chu Ming, we are already engaged. Do you think you can just ditch me? If you dare, I will tell my grandfather right now that you are the underworld king. All right. Chu Ming relented. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout. As he spoke, Chu Ming picked up his phone. Let us eat out, Chen Xian suggested. I know a great Western restaurant. Let us go there. As you wish. Chu Ming promptly put away his phone. Just as they were about to head out, there was a knock on the director's office door. Is someone looking for me at this hour? Chu Ming frowned. Come in. The door was pushed open and a young man in white entered. He was tall, fair-skinned, and handsome. Who are you looking for? Chu Ming asked, frowning, as he had never seen this person before. However, the young man in white ignored Chu Ming and instead focused on Chen Xian. Miss Chen, I am here to invite you to a dinner party, he said with a gentle smile, bowing like a gentleman. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. This scene left both Chen Xian and Chu Ming momentarily stunned. Mr. Bai, I already have an engagement. Chen Xian politely smiled. She maintained her composure and politeness in front of outsiders. The person you are referring to is this coward? The young man in white pointed at Chu Ming, who was sitting on the sofa. Coward? Hearing these words, Chu Ming's brow furrowed deeply. This young man in white was clearly looking for trouble. Mr. Bai, please show some respect. Chen Xian frowned. He is my fiancé. Do not go too far. What did you say? Bai Haochan's expression changed. You are engaged to this middle school teacher. Miss Chen, you really do not need to deceive me like this. I merely invited you to dinner, nothing more. As he spoke, Bai Haochan's cold gaze swept over Chu Ming, who was seated on the sofa. In shock, he also felt a twinge of jealousy towards Chu Ming. Even if Chen Xian was deceiving him, the mere fact that she would say such a thing indicated a close relationship with Chu Ming. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Bai, but I must decline because, just as Chen Xian was about to send Bai Haochan away, Chu Ming suddenly interjected. Xian, since someone is treating us to dinner, let us go. This took Chen Xian by surprise. Chu Ming stepped forward, looking at Bai Haochan. Are you implying that the esteemed young master Bai cannot afford a meal for two? Before Chen Xian could utter the words Mr. Bai, Chu Ming had already deduced the young man's identity. The Bai family in Linju is one of the prominent families alongside the Yi and Zhao families. It was understandable that Bai Haochan could interact with Chen Xian, facing Chu Ming's retort. Bai Haochan's expression darkened, but he could not back down in front of Chen Xian. What's wrong with 2 meals? Bai Haochan sneered. Since you both are willing, let us go. Then I thank you. Young Master Bai, Chu Ming replied with a smile. He casually wrapped his arm around Chen Xian. Let us go, Xian. This action from Chu Ming left Chen Xian momentarily blank. Chu Ming was hugging her. This dense fellow had actually learned such a move. Not only Chen Xian, but also after witnessing this scene with Chu Ming, Bai Haochan felt a surge of jealousy within him. Chen Xian was the woman he intended to possess. yet she was being embraced by another man in such a manner. How could he merely stand by and observe? As the young master of the Bai family, Bai Heochen's pride would not permit such indignities to transpire before his eyes. Once Chu Ming exited the office, Bai Heochen promptly retrieved his phone and sent a message to his subordinate. Go and create some trouble for Chu Ming. The subordinate on the other end quickly acknowledged the command. Bai Heochen smirked as he watched Chu Ming's retreating figure. Anticipating the ensuing spectacle, Chu Ming escorted Chen Xian directly to the school parking lot, where his vehicle was stationed. It was a modest Hyundai sedan, deliberately purchased by Tang Lin to maintain a low profile. After all, only nouveau riche would drive luxury cars to school. As a teacher, one must exhibit humility. Otherwise, how could one serve as a role model for students? Chu Ming, it seems there is an issue with your car, Chen Xian remarked, furrowing her brow as she glanced down. Your tire appears to be flat. Let me take a look, Chu Ming replied, crouching down to examine the rear tire. Indeed, it was completely deflated, rendering it impossible to drive anywhere to dine. At that moment, a purple Maserati passed by, and Bai Heochen leaned out from the back seat, exclaiming, Miss Chen, it seems you've encountered a predicament. Would you like to join me in my car? Upon witnessing this exchange, Chen Xian and Chu Ming exchanged knowing glances. They were not foolish. The flat tire had not occurred by mere chance. Bai Heochen had likely orchestrated this by sending someone to puncture Chu Ming's tire in advance. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chu Ming whispered to Chen Xian, his demeanor surprisingly untroubled, even smiling. You still smiling? Chen Xian responded, exasperated. What do we do now? Leave it to me, Chu Ming replied softly. Their hushed conversation irked Bai Heochen, who felt like an unwelcome third wheel. Miss Chen, my car is quite comfortable. You should come with me. I'll take you there, Bai Heochen insisted, asserting that such an old clunker would surely be uncomfortable for someone of her stature. Young Master Bai, our Xian believes that is inappropriate. Chu Ming replied, his tone calm and unyielding. Just tell me where your banquet is, and we shall make our own way there. Chu Ming's words caused Bai Heochen's brow to furrow deeply. He longed to shout at this freeloader, but in light of Chen Xian's presence, he forcibly suppressed his anger. It's at the Donglan Grand Hotel, on my family's territory, Bai Heochen replied with a forced smile. The prices there are not something certain impoverished individuals can afford. Is that so? Chu Ming chuckled. Well then, how generous of you, young Master Bai, to treat me at such an establishment. These words rendered Bai Heochen's expression exceedingly grim. Was Chu Ming truly this brazen? Was he openly attempting to mooch off Bai Heochen? How could Chen Xian associate with such a person? Chu, you currently have no means of transport. While you may endure hardship, it would be unseemly for Miss Chen to suffer as well, Bai Heochen sneered. It would be better for Miss Chen to accompany me. No need, Chu Ming stated firmly. Since we know the location, we shall go on our own. Perhaps we will even arrive ahead of you. I do not wish to hear your words. Bai Heochen narrowed his eyes. I want to know Miss Chen's opinion. Chu Ming's opinion is my opinion, Chen Xian replied politely with a smile. Mr. Bai, please proceed first. Chu Ming and I will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Bai Heochen's expression became quite exceptional. Very well. He gritted out. I hope Miss Chen arrives promptly. The dishes there will not taste well if they cool down. Wang Wei drive, Bai Heochen commanded, and the car immediately departed from the parking lot of Linju High School. As Bai Heochen left, a glimmer of amusement appeared on Chu Ming's face. Chu Ming, why are you still smiling? How do we get there now? Chen Xian asked, contemplating the idea of hailing a cab. Hail a cab? No need. Chu Ming shook his head. If we're not taking a cab, how will we get there? Chen Xian replied helplessly, are you planning to arrive by helicopter? Or do you intend to walk? It's only a short distance. Walking is not impossible, Chu Ming affirmed. You must be mad. The Donglan Grand Hotel is 6 kilometers away. Chen Xian retorted, exasperated. Even by car, it takes at least 20 minutes under good conditions. If the traffic is bad, we could be stuck for an hour. Have you forgotten who I am? Chu Ming turned to Chen Xian with a smile. Chen Xian paused, her breath catching. Are you suggesting? At that moment Chu Ming produced a black cloak from seemingly nowhere, wrapping both himself and Chen Xian within it. With a gentle push, he leaped into the air. Soaring effortlessly, Chen Xian gasped, her gaze fixed downward. Chu Ming's leap had propelled them several meters high. Chu Ming, you I'm currently at the threshold of the Tao realm, capable of momentarily gliding on the wind. Chu Ming explained with a grin. We'll reach our destination far quicker than Bai Haochan. With the wind howling around them, Chu Ming, clad in black, held Chen Xian close as they darted between buildings. Initially frightened, Chen Xian soon found herself relishing the cool breeze that accompanied their flight. This was an experience she had never encountered before. As they navigated between the skyscrapers, though Chu Ming could not yet completely hover, he managed to traverse the distance between buildings with remarkable speed. No one has ever whisked me away like this, Chen Xian admitted, her cheeks flushing. Chu Ming, you are the first. Is that so? If I were to drop you from here, would I not also be the last? Chu Ming teased. Chen Xian's eyes widened with indignation. You dare? Is that so? Chu Ming loosened his grip slightly. The sudden sensation of falling caused Chen Xian's complexion to pale as she instinctively clutched him. Chu Ming, you're insane, she exclaimed, anger flaring in her voice. Ha ha ha. Chu Ming chuckled, finding amusement in her reaction. He had never seen this side of Chen Xian before. Unexpectedly, it was somewhat endearing. If you wish to avoid falling, then hold on tightly, Chu Ming said playfully. Chen Xian's face turned crimson as she tightened her grip on his clothing, murmuring, all right. The wind whipped through Chu Ming's hair as they leaped from rooftop to rooftop. Quickly approaching the Donglan Grand Hotel. As they descended into the hotel's parking lot, their actions drew the attention of numerous onlookers. However, Chu Ming paid them no mind. 10 minutes, he glanced at his phone. At this hour, Bai Haochan should not have arrived yet. Then let us wait here, Chen Xian suggested. I never imagined you would feel possessive over me. Chu Ming regarded her with a sidelong glance. You overthinking it? Then why did you agree to dine with Bai Haochan? Chen Xian inquired, gazing at him with a sly smile. Could it be you were concerned for my well-being? Not at all. Chu Ming shook his head. It was because he called me a coward, and I could not let that stand. Had he not uttered those words, you could have gone wherever you pleased. His response left Chen Xian momentarily speechless. You lying? If that is the case, why not go alone instead of bringing me along? He invited you. Chu Ming was at a loss for words. What good would it do for me to go alone? Besides, having you there makes the scene more entertaining. Chu Ming. Chen Xian stamped her foot. Can't you say something nice to comfort me? I've come all this way to see you, and this is your attitude? My dear lady, I am already sparing my time for you. Chu Ming sighed. You would have me betray my conscience with sweet lies. Clearly you are the one being unreasonable. You. Chen Xian gasped. Very well, Chu Ming. You have changed. I have not changed. You have changed. Chen Xian retorted angrily. Just wait. I might run off with Bai Haochan and then let us see what you do. I would feel sympathy for Bai Haochan. Chu Ming replied helplessly. Miss Chen, do not think I am unaware. Chen Yuhao has already revealed your heroic feats over the years. It is said that several young masters from the Jiyu and Qin families in the capital merely wish to approach you. Yet you have rendered them impotent. Chu Ming scrutinized Chen Xian, his expression incredulous. That is quite ruthless of you. If you choose to run off with Bai Haochan, the Bai family of Linju will face extinction. If I recall correctly, the Bai family has only one heir. Hearing this, Chen Xian was rendered speechless. Miss Chen, if you insist on confronting Bai Haochan today, I cannot stop you. However, you may find it difficult to remain in Linju afterward. Chu Ming. Chen Xian was filled with a mix of shyness and fury as she delivered a kick to Chu Ming's abdomen. Swiftly Chu Ming evaded her strike. How dare you, Chen Xian? You wish to incapacitate me. His expression darkened. And what of it? Who provoked this young lady's ire? Chen Xian ground her teeth. Chu Ming, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she realized Chu Ming had already fled. Don't run. Come back. Infuriated, she hurried after his retreating figure. The two engaged in playful banter at the entrance of the Donglan Grand Hotel, drawing curious glances from passers-by. At that moment, a purple Maserati pulled up to the hotel entrance. Young Master Chen. Something seems amiss, the driver, Wang Wei, remarked. Look at those two fooling around at the entrance. Is that Miss Chen and that coward? Inside the car, Bai Haochan paused, then leaned out the window for a better view. Indeed, it was Chen Xian and Chu Ming frolicking around the Golden Bull statue outside the hotel. Their flirtatious antics ignited a flame of jealousy within Bai Haochan. Damn that useless fool. Why does he get to be so close to Miss Chen? Bai Haochin clenched his fists, his expression darkening further. Wait a moment, young master. How come they're ahead of us? Wang Wei questioned, bewildered. That's impossible. The traffic was quite manageable today, and we hardly spent any time on the road. Yet to their astonishment Chen Xian and Chu Ming had already arrived. How could they have accomplished that? Wang Wei was left dumbfounded. However, Bai Haochin, consumed by rage, commanded, Wang Wei, drive us over there. Yes, sir. The vehicle promptly moved forward. Stopping beside the Golden Bull statue at the hotel entrance, Chu Ming, you scoundrel, come here. I refuse to. If you can catch me, then maybe. Their banter reached Bai Haochin's ears, further darkening his countenance. Miss Chen. He suddenly called out. Hearing this, both Chen Xian and Chu Ming halted and turned toward him. You're here. Chu Ming greeted Bai Haochin with a wave. This gesture caused veins to bulge on Bai Haochin's forehead. He had not anticipated that Chu Ming would arrive before him. It seemed they had been there for quite some time. Shall we proceed to dine? Bai Haochin nearly ground his teeth as he politely inquired. My apologies, Bai, we were delayed for a moment, Chen Xian replied courteously. She shot a glare at Chu Ming. Why aren't you coming over? You still want to infuriate me while I treat you to a meal? All right, Chu Ming nodded helplessly. Chen Xian's words left Bai Haochin's expression twisted in anger. Treating you to a meal? Chen Xian spoke her mind without restraint. He felt like a fool waiting to be taken advantage of. Just wait, Bai Haochin muttered through clenched teeth, glaring at Chu Ming. You'll have your moment to weep. Bai Haochin whispered a few words to Wang Wei, whose expression shifted at the revelation. Young master, are you truly planning to do that? Just do as I say. Bai Haochin frowned. Don't ask pointless questions. Understood, I'll arrange it immediately. Wang Wei promptly drove the car into the parking lot as Bai Haochin donned a cold smile and entered the Donglin Grand Hotel. 5 minutes later, the three were seated in a private room. Miss Chen, thank you for gracing us with your presence at this gathering. Bai Haochin began with a smile. What would you like to drink? I'll pour for you. Me. Chen Xian glanced at the beverages on the table. I won't drink. Pour for Chu Ming instead, she replied with a smile. This statement caused Bai Haochin, who had just gone to fetch red wine, to freeze in his tracks. This Chu Ming was already taking advantage of the situation, and now Chen Xian wanted him to pour wine for Chu Ming. It was utterly intolerable. Yet, realizing Chen Xian's status and the arrangements he had planned, Bai Haochin gritted his teeth and uncorked the bottle of red wine. Since Miss Chen has requested it, I shall pour this coward a glass. Bai Haochin cast a cold glare at Chu Ming, who remained unperturbed. Chu Ming's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Bai Haochin's ire. Taking a deep breath, Bai Haochin poured a small amount of red wine into a glass. Here you go. He placed the glass with a thud before Chu Ming, the sound causing Chen Xian to furrow her brows. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Ming pressed a hand on her shoulder. Chen Xian glanced at him, and only then did she refrain from voicing her thoughts. Clearly, the wine was quite exquisite. If even Bai Haochin was reluctant to pour a generous amount, naturally it is exquisite. Bai Haochin replied with a cold smile. This wine is one of the hidden treasures from a British vineyard dating back to the 1980s. It took considerable connections to acquire even a single bottle. This one costs 300,000, and that sip in your glass is worth 1,000. Chu Ming, how much is your monthly salary? That sip must be worth 2 months' wages, correct? The hostility in Bai Haochin's words was palpable. Chen Xian's brows knitted tighter as she prepared to defend Chu Ming, but he again pressed her shoulder. A sip of wine worth 1,000 Huaxia coins? How extravagant! Chu Ming chuckled. That truly is dear. Suddenly, he downed the wine in one gulp. The taste is just as such. Chu Ming smiled faintly. Bai Haochin, did you perhaps purchase counterfeit wine? Counterfeit wine? Bai Haochin's eyes narrowed, veins throbbing on his forehead. To assert that he had bought counterfeit wine in front of Chen Xian? What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Haochin scoffed. The red wine from the British vineyard pales in comparison to that from the French vineyards, Chu Ming countered. Moreover, the taste is slightly different. The wine you presented is somewhat astringent. While it is indeed from a British vineyard, it is evidently not of vintage quality. I suspect someone has deceived you. This wine cannot be from the 1980s but rather from around 10 years ago. It was stored in an underground cellar but did not undergo sufficient fermentation. Chu Ming's words caused Bai Haochin's face to darken further. Chu Ming. He slammed the table. What do you mean by that? Young Master Bai, please remain calm. I am merely offering a friendly reminder, Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. If you serve this wine to Miss Chen, her tasting abilities far surpass mine. You ought to consider this carefully. Chapter 305, A Good Show, Part 1. Chen Xian, as the young lady of the Chen family in the capital, naturally possessed superior wine-tasting skills compared to Chu Ming and Bai Haochen. If Chen Xian were to sample the wine, she would likely discern its authenticity with just a sip. Nonsense. Bai Haochen gritted his teeth. Are you trying to slander me? Slander you? Chu Ming laughed. Young Master Bai. If you are so confident, why not pour a glass for Miss Chen and let her taste it? Then we shall see the truth. Upon hearing this, Bai Haochen hesitated. If Chen Xian drank it and confirmed Chu Ming's claim, it would embarrass him. Yet, if he refrained from letting her drink, it would imply an admission of fault regarding his wine. Bai Haochen was caught in a dilemma. What is the matter, young Master Bai? Chu Ming inquired with a teasing smile. Are you afraid? Chu Ming's words struck a nerve with Bai Haochen. Afraid? How could I be afraid? Bai Haochen retorted angrily. I'll pour it, and we'll see if there truly is an issue. He seized the wine glass and gently poured from the bottle. The deep purple liquid flowed forth, releasing a sweet and sour aroma that enveloped the air. Thank you, Mr. Bai, Chen Xian said politely, smiling as she took the glass. Tilting her head back for a small sip, immediately her brows knitted tightly. Mr. Bai, this wine. Her half-finished sentence drained the color from Bai Haochen's face. Could it be that the wine truly had a problem? Miss Chen, that's impossible, Bai Haochen exclaimed hurriedly. I indeed paid a high price for it. There should be no mistake. Chen Xian smiled but chose not to elaborate further. She placed the glass back on the table. An action that left Bai Haochen pale with shock. I truly had no idea this wine was counterfeit. Chen Xian continued to smile, saying nothing. Young Master Bai, Chu Ming said, swirling the wine in his glass with a light chuckle. It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Chu Ming's words rendered Bai Haochen's expression as dark as thunder. He sat down in fury, coldly fixing his gaze on Chu Ming. The dishes have yet to be served. I will go check on them. Bai Haochen forced a smile. Please excuse me. As Bai Haochen exited the private room, Chen Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chu Ming, you are delightfully wicked, she exclaimed. The wine was perfectly fine, yet you insisted on claiming it was flawed. Just look at how furious Bai Haochen is. You were not so innocent either. Did you not cooperate with my performance? Chu Ming remarked, taking a sip of the red wine. Chen Xian, I never imagined you could be so mischievous. Likewise. Chen Xian smiled. In the capital, many young masters seek to pursue me. If they genuinely believe I am a nave and sweet young lady, they are sorely mistaken. You, on the other hand, quite devious. Chu Ming shook his head. Only I can tolerate your temper. How can you, Chu Ming, even say that to me? Chen Xian shot him a glare. Aren't you the one who made a fool of Bai Haochen? Chu Ming chuckled. The two grand antagonists joining forces to deal with a single Bai Haochen. Wasn't that child's play? There are still plenty of fine wines from Chiu Lake in my collection. If you wish to indulge, you are welcome to visit me, he said, swirling his glass. As the esteemed young lady of the Chen family, do I really need to visit you for a drink? Chen Xian scoffed. If you desire it, I could have a whole truck delivered. You could bathe in wine if you wish. No. Chu Ming immediately rejected. I fear that would be rather off-putting. Ha, I was merely jesting. Chen Xian replied, the winery did not produce much, and now there might not even be stock available to purchase. Indeed. The two exchanged smiles and gently clinked their glasses. By the way, Chen Xian set down her glass. Bai Haochen should be planning some little tricks against you, right? How do you intend to respond? What can I do? Chu Ming laughed. Do you truly think that a young master of the Bai family can do anything? Look at how arrogant you are, Chen Xian huffed. I shall be here to watch the spectacle. Just watch quietly. When the time comes, I may require the cooperation of the esteemed Miss Chen, he replied. Agreed. Chen Xian readily consented. Just then, Bai Haochen strode in. Unlike his earlier disheveled exit, he now wore a broad smile. It seemed he felt quite confident in himself once more. Chu Ming lowered his voice and spoke to Chen Xian. She smiled but said nothing. Miss Chen, I apologize for any neglect. Bai Haochen cleared his throat and promptly took a seat. The restaurant is quite busy and the dishes are indeed slow to arrive. I instructed them to prioritize our meal. I appreciate your kindness, Bai Sir. Chen Xian nodded in gratitude. Not at all, Bai Haochen continued. As a young master of the Bai family, it is my duty to welcome you to Lingju City. Miss Chen, however, it is rather unfortunate to have an outsider shamelessly intruding. Bai Haochen's gaze shifted coldly towards Chu Ming. Chu Ming remained composed and said nothing. Bai Haochen's eyes grew even more menacing. What was initially meant to be a dinner for just him and Chen Xian had been disrupted by Chu Ming. Adding to his ire was the fact that Chu Ming had embarrassed him in front of Chen Xian just moments ago. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. "Where is Chu Ming?" A group of brutish men approached menacingly from the entrance. Bai Haochen sprang to his feet. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Get out! What are we doing?" The leader, clad in coarse clothing and with a dark complexion, barked. "We are here to find Chu Ming." "Chu Ming? What has he done?" Bai Haochen asked. Puzzled. "He owes us money." The coarse-clothed man fumed. "He has been in debt for half a year and hasn't paid. How can he afford to drink here, owing money and refusing to pay?" Bai Haochen's expression shifted as he turned to look at Chu Ming. All eyes were now on him. What a spectacle! "It seems the show is about to begin," Chen Xian whispered to Chu Ming. Indeed, Chu Ming nodded. These men were undoubtedly actors hired by Bai Haochen, intending to intimidate him and make Chen Xian perceive him as a worthless individual. It must be said, the script for this debt collection was quite well crafted. He suddenly stood up. "I am Chu Ming. I do not owe you any money. What nonsense are you spouting? Not owing?" The coarse-clothed man stepped forward and seized Chu Ming by the collar. "You say you don't owe anything." He produced a written note. "Look at this, black and white," he sneered. "Doesn't it have your name and fingerprint on it, Chu Ming?" Chu Ming looked at the note in confusion. It indeed contained several details. "I, Chu Ming, borrowed 3 million from Miao Chengjiang today, and I will repay the principal and interest in 3 months." Miao Chengjiang? Who is that? Chu Ming felt somewhat bemused. He had no recollection of this person. Chapter 306. A Good Show, Part 2. It seemed Bai Haochen had prepared a full script, even going so far as to fabricate an IOU. The handwriting and fingerprint were certainly not Chu Ming's. Even if he proved this later, it would be of no consequence. After today's incident, Bai Haochen was certain that Chen Xian would view Chu Ming in a negative light. That was Bai Haochen's primary objective. Realizing this, Chu Ming could not help but smile faintly. He grasped the coarse-clothed man's wrist. The man was taken aback and attempted to shake off Chu Ming's grip. But a sudden surge of pain shot through him, causing him to involuntarily release Chu Ming's collar. He discovered that Chu Ming had exerted immense force, firmly holding his wrist. The pressure caused the coarse-clothed man considerable discomfort. "So I owe you 3 million, do I?" Chu Ming inquired. "Yes, you owe us 3 million. The coarse-clothed man ground his teeth. "Hurry and repay us. Otherwise, we will smash this place." "Ha ha!" Chu Ming suddenly released the man's wrist. The coarse-clothed man staggered back a few steps, his face paling as he rubbed his sore hand. "You still want to play games?" he shouted. "Brothers, smash this place." At his command, dozens of hulking men behind him brandished their weapons. Bai Haochen immediately stepped forward to mediate. "Everyone, please give me some face. I am treating esteemed guests today. Let us not cause a scene. You want money, right? Chu Ming owes you 3 million. Yes, I'll pay." Bai Haochen said as he took out a check and a pen from his pocket, writing the amount of 3 million on it and handing it to the coarse-clothed man. "Here is 3 million. You can cash it at the bank." Bai Haochen smiled. "Is this satisfactory?" The coarse-clothed man merely glanced at the check before stowing it away in his pocket. "Fine, since you are covering for him today, we shall consider this matter resolved," he huffed, turning on his heel. "Brothers, let's go." The coarse-clothed man and his entourage promptly exited the private room. This entire scene unfolded in under 5 minutes. In fact, as the coarse-clothed man left, he even closed the door of the private room respectfully. This left both Chen Xian and Chu Ming at a loss for words. Inside the room, only Chu Ming, Bai Haochen and Chen Xian remained. For a moment, none of them spoke. It was Bai Haochen who broke the silence. "Ha ha, Miss Chen. Today's events truly caught me off guard. I never imagined that the esteemed director of Lingzhou High School would owe such a significant sum. I surmise it must have been spent on women, leading to an inability to repay, or perhaps gambling in secret, and now he is being pursued for debts." Bai Haochen looked at Chu Ming with a mocking expression. Chu Ming said nothing. "Chu Ming." Suddenly Chen Xian stood up, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed at him. "I never expected you to be this kind of person. I truly misjudged you." This declaration left Chu Ming astonished. Raising his head in disbelief, was Chen Xian, acting a bit too forcefully. Her exaggerated performance left Chu Ming's expression rather peculiar. I trusted you so much, Chen Xian exclaimed, her anger palpable. How could you be in debt outside? Miss Chen, please do not be upset, Bai Haochen interjected with a smile. It is quite normal for a coward like him to engage in such behavior. 3 million. He might well have lost at gambling. Once a person gets hooked on gambling, it is nearly impossible to quit. As soon as he spoke, Bai Haochen's gaze gleamed with triumph as he looked at Chu Ming. However, upon seeing Chu Ming's expression, he was momentarily taken aback. Chu Ming remained unfazed, sitting at the table pouring himself a drink. The very wine that Bai Haochen had purchased at a high price. Chu Ming. Bai Haochen's anger flared. What more do you have to say? Miss Chen is already so disappointed in you. What is there to say? Chu Ming smiled, swirling his glass of red wine, and replied nonchalantly, young Master Bai, if this is a performance, it should be executed thoroughly. You all are simply unprofessional. Chu Ming, what nonsense are you spouting here? Bai Haochen retorted angrily, have you grasped the situation? You owe 3 million to others, and I have repaid it for you. Do you still wish to bite the hand that feeds you? You, a mere director and nothing outside of school. What do you even want? Bai Haochen glared coldly at Chu Ming. What do I want? Chu Ming shook his head. No, I actually wish to inquire what you want. If you are willing to apologize now, there may still be room for negotiation. If you refuse to apologize, do not blame me for not sparing you. Chu Ming's words landed squarely in Bai Haochen's ears, causing him to be rather astonished. This Chu Ming dared to threaten him. Miss Chen, look at how he is acting. Bai Haochen sneered. I kindly offered to repay his debt, and he dares to speak like this. Chen Xian regarded Chu Ming with curiosity. She was eager to see how he would resolve this predicament. Chu Ming, Bai Sir has already repaid you 3 million. Is this how you treat him? Chen Xian feigned anger. I thought you were a gentleman. I never imagined. Miss Chen, do not be angry with such a person. Bai Haochen interjected. It is unnecessary to be upset with a scoundrel like him. When Bai Haochen turned to look at Chu Ming, his eyes sparkled with a triumphant glimmer. His ploy had indeed succeeded in sowing discord between Chen Xian and Chu Ming. Now, he could gradually pursue Chen Xian, seeking her approval. At that point, the union of the Bai and Chen families would solidify his family's dominance in Linju City. The thought brought a smile to Bai Haochen's face. However, just then, a sudden knock resounded at the door of the private room. It was time. Chu Ming smiled faintly and said, come in. Upon hearing this, Bai Haochen was momentarily taken aback, while Chen Xian's face also reflected a newfound curiosity. The door swung open, and a figure was unceremoniously thrown inside. Upon seeing the individual, Bai Haochen was left speechless. It was none other than the rough-clad man from earlier. The rough-clad man opened his mouth to speak, but Bai Haochen quickly kicked him, exclaiming, what more do you want? I've already paid you. No, The rough-clad man, realizing he had nearly exposed Bai Haochen's identity, quickly corrected himself. This gentleman, they wouldn't let me leave. Who? Bai Haochen asked, bewildered. The rough-clad man pointed toward the door, revealing a group of individuals lying in wait. They were the subordinates who had previously accompanied him to demand money. In the next moment, a man in black with sunglasses, wielding a metal bat, strode in. He exuded an unmistakable air of bravado. Flanked by several similarly attired subordinates, upon entering, the man surveyed the entire room and spoke nonchalantly, which one of you is Bai Haochen? The inquiry from the sunglasses-clad man left Bai Haochen momentarily stunned. I am. What is it? Bai Haochen furrowed his brow in response. Is this your man? The sunglasses-clad man kicked the rough-clad man sprawled on the ground. Bai Haochen's expression shifted drastically. With Chen Xian present, he could not afford to acknowledge the matter. No. Bai Haochen hurriedly replied. No. The man scoffed, but he just claimed you were. Moreover, he crashed my car. Since you are his boss, you tell me, how will you compensate? At this, Bai Haochen's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated encountering such a predicament at this juncture. Meanwhile, Chen Xian settled into her seat, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. She leaned in, lowering her voice to ask Chu Ming. Chu Ming, is this person you brought? What do you think? Chu Ming replied with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. This man in sunglasses was Yu Longitude for resolving such matters, someone like Yu Long, who straddled both the underworld and legitimate circles, was most suitable. To him, Bai Haochin was merely a child. You little brat, Yu Long seized Bai Haochin by the collar. I don't care who you are or what your status is. You either pay up or replace the car, otherwise I will wreck this place today. His words deepened the pallor of Bai Haochin's face. Do you know who I am? Bai Haochin retorted angrily. I am the eldest son of the Bai family. Do you dare threaten me like this? So what if you're the eldest son of the Bai family? Yu Long snorted, removing his sunglasses. Do you think I would be afraid? Once the sunglasses were off, Bai Haochin's eyes widened in shock. He recognized Yu Long. After all, Yu Long was also the eldest son of the Yi family, wielding far greater influence than him. Long Ji, what brings you here? Bai Haochin's expression became strange. This must be a misunderstanding. I don't care about misunderstandings. This brat crashed my car. Yu Long coldly stated. He says you are his boss. Are you or aren't you? Absolutely not. Bai Haochin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he were to recklessly admit to this, not only would Chen Xian look askance at him, but Yu Long would surely not let him off either. All right, since you claim you're not, then I will take this person with me. Yu Long sneered. You know very well what fate awaits him. Bai Haochin's expression froze. Yu Long, notorious in both the underworld and legitimate circles, commanded respect from anyone of stature in Linju City. If the rough-clad man were taken away, his fate would likely be dire. So what's it going to be? Think carefully, Yu Long said with a faint smile, extending his right foot to stomp on the rough-clad man's joint. The rough-clad man immediately cried out in pain. Young Master Bai, he pleaded, just admit it. We only wanted to make some money and didn't intend to risk our lives. These words instantly darkened Bai Haochin's countenance. Long Ji, wait, he exclaimed, I truly do not know this person. But since you've come, I will give you face and cover the costs. Oh. Yu Long laughed. I didn't expect our young Master Bai to be so generous. Very well. He held up a finger. If you can pay me this amount today, I will let him go. 1 million. Bai Haochin's expression softened considerably. Though he hadn't yet taken charge of the Bai family's business, he could still manage that amount. No. Yu Long shook his head. 10 million. 10 million? The figure sent Bai Haochin's already softened expression plummeting once more. As merely a young master of the Bai family, how could he possibly come up with such a sum, let alone 10 million? He didn't even have 5 million. The previous 3 million was merely for show. His account held none of that wealth. The Bai family, in nurturing him, had not entrusted him with substantial assets. If he needed money, he could only request it from the family. Long Ji, you must be joking. What kind of car could be worth 10 million for just a minor dent? Even a regular Maserati is only worth around that much. Unless it's a limited edition, a mere bump wouldn't warrant such a price. Yu Long is clearly attempting to extort me. I don't care, Yu Long replied indifferently. My car has its own value. Since you said you would cover the costs, where's the money? Bai Haochin's face turned an ashen shade. Chen Xian, seated behind him, was watching intently. If she witnessed him being humiliated like this, how could Bai Haochin maintain any semblance of dignity in the future? For a moment the entire private room fell into silence. Cold sweat dripped down Bai Haochin's forehead. At that moment, Chu Ming spoke up. Yu Long, grant me a favor, he said. Let this matter go. We are here to enjoy a meal, and we shouldn't let someone's issues ruin the mood. Chu Ming's words made Bai Haochin whirl around in surprise. You pathetic coward, what are you saying? Bai Haochin scolded. Are you trying to make things worse? Don't forget, you owe me 3 million. In Bai Haochin's eyes, Chu Ming's choice to speak at that moment was an attempt to provoke Yu Long, hoping to make him lose face. However, Bai Haochin never anticipated that. In the very next second, Yu Long would step forward and slap him across the face. The sound echoed sharply, causing Bai Haochin to stumble back several steps. How dare you speak to Mr. Chu like that? Yu Long fumed. Mr. Chu. Upon hearing this address, Bai Haochin's eyes widened in shock. He quickly turned to glance at Chu Ming, who was wearing a smile of delight. Then, astonishingly, Yu Long stepped forward once more, bowing respectfully to Chu Ming. Mr. Chu, I apologize for my earlier oversight. I didn't see you here. This scene left Bai Haochin breathless. Why Yu Long was actually bowing to Chu Ming? Why? Bai Haochin was bewildered. Just him? This mere instructor from Linju Middle School, a lowly teacher, was worthy of Yu Long addressing him as Mr. Chu. Long Ji, surely you have mistaken him for someone else, Bai Haochen said, his expression darkening. He cannot possibly be. Before Bai Haochen could finish his sentence, he noticed a glint of severity in Yulong's gaze directed at him. Bai Haochen, today Mr. Chu was prepared to speak on your behalf, and this 10 million could have been waived. However, you dared to slander Mr. Chu, and even devised schemes against him. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Yulong dropped his metal bat with a thud, pressing both hands down on it as he glared coldly at Bai Haochen. Today, you must provide an explanation to me and to Mr. Chu. Otherwise you can forget about leaving here safely. Yulong's threat rendered Bai Haochen's face as pale as a sheet. Long Ji, this is surely a misunderstanding. He stammered, forcing a smile. I don't even know this person. Making such accusations is truly absurd. With a crash, Yulong slammed his metal bat onto the ground. Bai Haochen, haven't come here to reason with you. He declared, I will say this once more. You have offended Mr. Chu, and I demand an explanation from you. Is this person truly one of your subordinates? If he is not, then you can apologize to Mr. Chu, and we shall consider the matter settled. If he is, Bai Haochen, you had better prepare your explanation, or you won't be leaving here. Yulong's cold gaze bore down on Bai Haochen. At this moment, Bai Haochen was utterly bewildered, not claiming him. Yulong laughed. He then clapped his hands, signaling his subordinates to drag in the rough-clad man's lackeys. However, these lackeys were all bound tightly, resembling dumplings. I shall now inquire one by one. Yulong stepped forward and lightly struck the face of a subordinate with a metal baseball bat. Speak. Was it this person who sent you here? The subordinate struggled to lift his head. Glancing first at Yulong and then at Bai Haochen, he immediately exclaimed, It's him. He gave our boss a sum of money to cause trouble here. Brother Long, I'm just a lackey. This matter has nothing to do with me. Please, have mercy and spare me. The subordinate continued to plead for mercy. The atmosphere in the private room grew delicate. Chu Ming swirled his wine glass, smiling as he observed the scene unfold. Yulong's acting is rather commendable. This performance is quite entertaining, Chen Xian remarked with a low chuckle. A true performance requires full commitment. I am eager to see how Bai Haochen will extricate himself from this predicament. Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. The two appeared to be relishing a splendid show. Young Master Bai, you might as well concede. The burly man on the floor pleaded, My brothers and I merely seek fortune. We cannot afford to offend significant figures. At most I will return the money to you if you let us go. Bai Haochen's expression darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that the very individuals he had summoned to slander Chu Ming would now turn the tables on him. Where could he possibly hide his embarrassment? Chen Xian was still watching him from behind. Was this not a source of ridicule before Chen Xian and Chu Ming? Bai Haochen, speak. Yulong suddenly barked. Must I summon your Bai family elders before you will acknowledge the truth? Bai Haochen gritted his teeth. Yulong's standing in the Yi family far exceeded his in the Bai family. Even his father would have to show Yulong some respect. Under Yulong's intense questioning, cold sweat poured down Bai Haochen's forehead. Suddenly, he turned to Chen Xian and declared, Miss Chen, I understand now. It is this man surnamed Chu who has conspired with them to slander me. You must not trust them. These people were hired by them to lead me astray. I did nothing. Bai Haochen was desperate. As long as he could earn Chen Xian's trust, offending Yulong was of no consequence. No matter how formidable Yulong was, he could not compare to Chen Xian. Faced with Bai Haochen's sudden explanation, Chen Xian merely smiled. Miss Chen, do you believe me now? Bai Haochen exclaimed with joy upon seeing Chen Xian's smile. No, I was just amused by your foolishness. It's somewhat endearing, Chen Xian replied, rising slowly to sit in Chu Ming's embrace. Wrapping her arms around his neck. At the same time, she looked at Bai Haochen and spoke deliberately. Have told you before, he is my fiancé. Do you truly think I would trust my fiancé over you? Chen Xian's sudden display of affection startled not only Bai Haochen but also Chu Ming. You are taking this a bit too far, Chu Ming murmured softly. Chen Xian, however, said nothing, pinching Chu Ming's arm. His expression changed, and he instantly fell silent. Mr. Bai, have never believed you, Chen Xian laughed. Our relationship is merely one of introduction and being introduced. I introduced my Chen family's businesses to your Bai family as a matter of courtesy. To think you would attempt to undermine my fiancé is sheer folly. Had you genuinely only invited us for a meal, we would not have disrespected you. Unfortunately, you chose to create a scene. Bai Haochin, your character is rather unimpressive. Her words left Bai Haochin in a state of shock, each word struck with precision, nearly shattering his resolve. You are even more extreme than I, Chu Ming remarked quietly. He suddenly understood why the young masters in the capital referred to Chen Xian as the little demoness of the capital. Were he to hear such words, he too would find them unbearable. The woman in his arms was fiercely formidable. That is precisely why I expressed my reluctance to come. Chen Xian glared at Chu Ming. You insisted on attending, so if I do not put an end to this, Bai Haochin will continue to trouble me. Do you believe that? Chen Xian had encountered many such scenarios. As the daughter of the foremost family in the capital, she had been relentlessly pursued and confessed to countless times. Ending such conversations had become an essential skill for her, saving her a great deal of trouble. I believe it, I believe it. Chu Ming sighed in resignation. I believe every word from the esteemed Miss Chen. No, you do not. Chen Xian looked into Chu Ming's eyes and coldly smiled. Your eyes betray you, Chu Ming? As the two engaged in their hushed quarrel, Bai Haochin glared at them, gritting his teeth. He could not comprehend where he had gone wrong. Chen Xian. Bai Haochin seethed. What makes this man's surname Chu superior to me? I, Bai Haochin, am the heir of the Bai family. The Bai family will eventually be mine. Why should this man's surname Chu compete with me? Having already crossed the line, Bai Haochin sought clarity. However, before Chen Xian could respond, Yi Long stepped forward. Slap! A resounding slap landed heavily on Bai Haochin's face, causing him to stagger back several paces. Show some respect, Yi Long declared. What do you mean, surname Chu? That is Mr. Chu. Do you know who Mr. Chu is? Who could he possibly be? Bai Haochin trembled with rage. He is merely a teacher at Linju High School. How could I not provoke him? Fool! Yi Long bellowed. You are blind to greatness. Yes, you, Bai Haochin, are the sole heir of the Bai family, and it will be yours in time. But what does the Bai family amount to? Mr. Chu is the heir of the Chu family in the capital. This revelation left Bai Haochin momentarily speechless. The heir of the Chu family in the capital. Would that not mean the entire Chu family would eventually belong to him? In that instant, Bai Haochin suddenly recalled where he had heard the name Chu Ming before. It was during his grandfather's reception of visitors from the capital. Those guests had mentioned Chu Ming and the Chu family. You are from the Chu family in the capital? Bai Haochin exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Chu Ming, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. How could someone from the Chu family work as a teacher at Linju High School? Did not Miss Chen also become a teacher? Chu Ming countered. If she can, why can't I? Bai Haochin was rendered speechless. Indeed, even a paragon like Chen Xian had chosen to teach at Linju High School. Why could Chu Ming not do the same? Bai Haochin's face turned ashen. He realized he had been mistaken from the very beginning. But what was so special about Linju High School that would attract these two influential figures? Observing Bai Haochin's perplexed expression, Chu Ming sighed deeply. In truth, he did not wish for this situation. However, the protagonists Chu Kuang and the heroine, Xiao Mingyu, were both at Linju High School. Though Chu Kuang was currently missing, Chu Ming was certain he would return. Thus, maintaining his position at Linju High School was imperative. Bai Haochin, will you not apologize to Mr. Chu? Yi Long demanded sternly. Bai Haochin trembled, faced with such a situation. He immediately backed down. He had initially thought Chu Ming was merely an inconsequential teacher without any connections. But he had gravely misjudged the situation. Young Master Chu. Bai Haochin promptly bowed respectfully to Chu Ming. I apologize. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Today, I have truly made a fool of myself. Yet he also understood that someone of Chu Ming's stature was not someone he could afford to offend. You find this amusing? Chu Ming smiled. Bai Haochin capitulated rather swiftly. As for the 3 million. Do I still need to return it to you? Chu Ming inquired nonchalantly as he rose. No need. Bai Haochin stammered, his face pale. It was my mistake. I should not have schemed against young Master Chu. Had he known Chu Ming's true identity, he would not have dared to take such actions even with 1,000 times the courage. After all, it was the Chu family in the capital. Their financial resources and connections far surpassed those of the Bai family. Since you recognize your error, then, Chu Ming began, but at that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. Young Master Chen, someone is here looking for this Chu Ming. Bai Haochin's subordinate, Wang Wei, entered, accompanied by a mother and child. Everyone turned to look at Wang Wei, upon seeing so many people in the room. He was momentarily taken aback. Then, the mother and child rushed to stand before Chu Ming. The woman reached out, attempting to slap Chu Ming, but he caught her wrist. "Who are you?" Chu Ming inquired. "You heartless scoundrel." The woman accused, "You abandoned us to come here to cavort with a wild woman." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the room became exceedingly interesting. The small boy ran to Chu Ming's leg, pleading, "Daddy, please don't leave me and Mommy. I will be good." He began to cry. The peculiar expressions of the onlookers deepened. Chu Ming turned with a fierce glare towards Bai Haochen. At that moment, Bai Haochen's face turned a shade of iron, a mix of fear and anger. "Young Master Chen." Wang Wei seized the opportunity to approach, grinning. "I have followed your instructions and brought in these temporary actors to pose as this Chu Ming's wife and child. Now Miss Chen will surely no longer believe him." Wang Wei had scarcely finished speaking when Bai Haochen suddenly turned around. Smack! A resounding slap landed heavily on Wang Wei's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Chen Xiao, why did you hit me?" he exclaimed in bewilderment. "You fool, that is young Master Chu. Do not be so presumptuous." Bai Haochen retorted, his anger palpable. "Hurry up and get your people out of here." "Chu? Young Master Chu?" Wang Wei was taken aback. How could it be that during the brief moment he stepped outside to find a temporary actor, Chu Ming had transformed from a coward into young Master Chu? This shift was far too rapid to comprehend. "Get out of here now!" Bai Haochen yelled, delivering a kick to Wang Wei's backside, propelling him forward. "Take your people and leave." His voice was filled with barely contained rage. Having already offended Chu Ming, did Wang Wei truly wish for his demise to come sooner? Wang Wei felt unjustly wronged, yet seeing Bai Haochen in such a state, he refrained from uttering a single word. With a sullen demeanor, he hastily led the mother and son out the door. Within the private room, every gaze was fixed on Bai Haochen, whose face was marred by embarrassment, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "This is a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding," he stammered. "I have changed my mind," Chu Ming stated coldly. "You shall provide an explanation for today's incident before you leave, otherwise, word will spread that I Chu Ming am too accommodating and lacking in dignity." "Please, young Master Chu." Bai Haochen's legs weakened at the words. "This is all that bastard's doing. It has nothing to do with me." "Then let me ask you," Chu Ming replied, his voice icy, "is he one of your people?" "Yes." Bai Haochen nodded instinctively but then quickly shook his head. "No, he is not." A cold smile spread across Chu Ming's face. "Yi Long. At your command," came the immediate response. "Go. Break one of his fingers." "Yes." Yi Long stepped forward without hesitation, sending a wave of terror coursing through Bai Haochen, who stumbled back several steps. "Young Master Chu, I realize my error," he pleaded desperately. "I won't dare to do it again." In that moment, thoughts of winning over Chen Xian or framing Chu Ming faded away. All he desired was to escape this predicament unscathed. Yet Yi Long advanced, seizing Bai Haochen by the collar. Bai Haochen struggled frantically. "Young Master Chu, I am willing to pay to buy back my finger. Please show mercy." "Wait," Chu Ming interjected. Yi Long halted his actions immediately. Chu Ming approached Bai Haochen, inquiring, "So how much are you willing to pay?" Bai Haochen inhaled deeply, quickly responding, "I will offer 100,000. As long as..." Before he could finish, Chu Ming's voice cut through coldly. "Yi Long, proceed." "And no, I will pay 500,000. Bai Haochen blurted out. 500,000 for one finger. Proceed." Wait. "I will pay 1 million. Bai Haochen exclaimed, his forehead glistening with sweat. Chu Ming regarded the utterly disheveled Bai Haochen. "1 million was indeed a paltry sum, but it was likely all that Bai Haochen could muster." "Very well, 1 million it is," Chu Ming declared. "I expect to see this amount by tomorrow." With a subtle gesture, Chu Ming signaled Yi Long, who promptly released Bai Haochen's collar. Relieved, Bai Haochen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 310. The crisis at Pinghai Company. Bai Haochen could never have imagined that his carefully laid plans would devolve into such chaos. He had intended for Chu Ming to be the fool in Chen Xian's eyes, yet he never anticipated that the fool would be himself. "Remember what I have said," Yi Long remarked, patting Bai Haochen's pale face. "You must understand the consequences of failing to uphold your promises." I understand, Long Ji." Bai Haochen forced a smile. "That is good to hear." Yi Long nodded. He turned to Chu Ming and bowed. "Ming Xiao, please instruct us moving forward. Today's meal has soured my mood. Let us change venues." Chu Ming announced. Have your subordinates accompany me. I will treat. Upon hearing this, Yi Long and the others erupted with joy. Yes, thank you, Ming Xiao. The group swiftly exited the private room while Chu Ming, accompanied by Chen Xian, strolled past by Heochen. Remember, do not look down on your teachers, Chu Ming advised coolly. And do not forget, some students are beyond your reach. This I offer as your counsel. Bai Heochen stood frozen in place, taken aback by the words. As night fell, in a warehouse on the eastern edge of Linju City, Chu Pinghai and Zhao Changshu were busy counting inventory. There were a total of 135,000 parts already inspected, with a mere 0.2 damage rate. Zhao Changshu handed Chu Pinghai a bill. The damage rate is within acceptable limits. That is good. Chu Pinghai remarked with a faint smile. He surveyed the warehouse brimming with goods, inquiring, Changshu, have you arranged for additional personnel? Personnel? Zhao Changshu replied, I have sent someone to recruit. I believe we should be able to resume operations in a couple of days. As for our previous collaborators, I have dispatched salespeople to reconnect. If all goes well, we should be able to reclaim approximately 60% of our former share. 60%. Chu Pinghai nodded. That is somewhat lacking. But it is commendable to have this share as we restart. Previously, Pinghai Company had collaborated with numerous enterprises, but since the incident, many had sought alternative partners. Only those who had stockpiled goods had not found new collaborators quickly. Granting Pinghai Company a chance to begin anew, with 300 million in funds as a foundation, our ambitions must extend beyond Linju City. We must aim for the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Even nationwide, Chu Pinghai proclaimed, the market value of Pinghai Company will inevitably multiply tenfold. Indeed, everything is looking up, Zhao Changshu agreed, but suddenly her expression turned somber. However, what about Xiao Quan? Rest assured, Xiao Quan is certainly safe. Chu Pinghai reassured her. I have dispatched people to search. I believe we will soon have news. Zhao Changshu nodded abruptly. At that moment, an employee rushed in from outside. Boss, it's bad. The salespeople we sent out reported that not a single company is willing to collaborate with us. What did you say? Both Chu Pinghai and Zhao Changshu were taken aback. Impossible. I personally called those companies and they clearly stated their willingness to continue collaborating, Zhao Changshu exclaimed, bewildered. How could they all change their minds at once? But boss lady, that is exactly what happened. The returning salespeople said they were all turned away. The employee said, bitterness evident in his voice. One person might be dismissed, but everyone said the same. All turned away? Zhao Changshu's face began to pale. It seems someone is targeting Pinghai Company. Chu Pinghai's expression darkened. Our product quality is excellent, and our prices are competitive. It is inconceivable that all companies would reject our orders. Who would be doing this? Zhao Changshu questioned, perplexed. I suspect it must be Su Jingcheng. Chu Pinghai clenched his fists. The previous incident was orchestrated by him, and now all companies refusing our orders must also be his doing. Only he possesses the stature and capability for such actions. Chu Pinghai gritted his teeth, feeling as though he had fallen victim to a petty individual repeatedly targeted by Su Jingcheng. After several days of investigation, he learned that Su Jingcheng had relatives in the machinery manufacturing industry. The slight against Su Jingcheng at the dinner was trivial, but eliminating Pinghai Company to pave the way for his relative's business was the true intention. If it is indeed him, we are utterly powerless. Zhao Changshu lamented, our connections in Linju City cannot possibly match his. That is indeed the case. Though Chu Pinghai was furious, he felt utterly helpless. The two fell silent. The atmosphere growing oppressively tense. For now, the only solution is to seek new partners, Chu Pinghai stated, and it would be best to find collaborators from other cities as that is our only path to breaking through. The businesses in Linju City largely follow Su Jingcheng's lead. We may not secure any share here, but in other cities there is still hope. As long as we can find an opening, we can continue to develop. Upon hearing Chu Pinghai's words, Zhao Changshu nodded fervently. All right, I will go handle it immediately, striving to contact partners in other cities today, even if it means lowering prices and earning less profit. We must do this, she asserted. Chu Pinghai sighed deeply. Su Jingcheng is leaving us no room to maneuver. The only means of breaking through is to seek out friendly competitors. Chu Pinghai was acutely aware of this reality. That's Su Jingcheng, Zhao Changshu exclaimed, exasperated. We have hardly wronged him, yet he is so ruthless. Enough, it is not worth our anger over such a person, Chu Pinghai said earnestly. Once we have established our footing, we will counterattack Linju City. I refuse to believe that Su Jingcheng can dominate everything. The words of Chu Pinghai elicited a nod from Zhao Changshu. The couple brimmed with confidence, for with a substantial foundation of 300 million in capital, their acumen in business assured them of achieving remarkable success. However, as they deliberated, a shadow clad in black suddenly stood upon the skylight of the warehouse. Is it Su Jingcheng? The figure murmured softly. I have a grand endeavor to undertake upon my return to Linju City. The life of this Su Jingcheng will suffice perfectly. A sinister smile crept upon the figure's lips. Who goes there? At that moment Chu Pinghai sensed a disturbance above and hastily shouted upwards. In an instant, the shadow transformed into a tempest, vanishing from above the warehouse. Pinghai, did you mishear? Zhao Changshu inquired. Perhaps, Chu Pinghai replied, furrowing his brow. Chapter 311. The Actions of Chu Quan, Part 1. That very night Chu Ming sat by the shores of Chiyu Lake, fishing. The tranquil surface of the lake shimmered with ripples stirred by a gentle breeze. Ming Xiao, Tang Lin emerged from behind Chu Ming, respectfully reporting, Jiyu Shengwu, Commander Jiyu, has arrived. What brings him here? Chu Ming frowned. It was well known that Jiyu Shengwu seldom visited without cause, indicating that something significant was at hand. Could it be that he was troubled by the dinner gathering from last time? Let him come. Chu Ming cast his fishing rod aside and spoke with calm indifference. Yes. Tang Lin promptly withdrew. When she returned, she had brought Jiyu Shengwu with her. Young Master Chu, why are you still here fishing? Jiyu Shengwu's face was etched with urgency. A grave matter has arisen. What has happened to incite such alarm from Commander Jiyu? Chu Ming inquired with a faint smile. Su Jingcheng is dead, Jiyu Shengwu replied gravely. Those 5 words caused Chu Ming's grip on the fishing rod to tremble violently. He turned in shock to Jiyu Shengwu. What did you say? Just moments ago, Su Jingcheng had been discovered lifeless in his home. Jiyu Shengwu inhaled deeply, revealing that his entire family had been slaughtered. The scene was drenched in blood, and the method of the assailant was brutally savage. The city lord's mansion had already intervened in the matter. Hearing Jiyu Shengwu's words, Chu Ming's breath grew heavy. He understood that if Su Jingcheng had disregarded his counsel and acted obstinately, annihilation was only a matter of time. Yet, he had not anticipated this turn of events would occur so swiftly. The death of Su Jingcheng indicated one thing. Chu Quan had returned to Linju City. Not only Chu Ming, but even Tang Lin was taken aback by this revelation. Ming Xiao, you had previously warned Su Jingcheng, yet he stubbornly refused to heed your advice. Now that calamity has struck, could it be? Indeed, Chu Ming nodded. He has returned. He? Who is he? Jiyu Shengwu asked, bewildered. The son of Chu Pinghai. Chu Quan. Chu Ming articulated each word with clarity. Only he would dare to commit such an act. Chu Quan. Jiyu Shengwu was momentarily stunned. He recalled that this so-called Chu Quan had been captured and taken to the capital. How could he possibly reappear in Linju City? Young Master Chu, were your prior statements truly not jest? Jiyu Shengwu's mind raced back to the warnings Chu Ming had given Su Jingcheng, only to realize that both he and Su Jingcheng had dismissed Chu Ming's words as mere folly. Su Jingcheng had even mocked Chu Ming, calling him an alarmist. Now, however, Su Jingcheng was indeed dead. Jiyu Shengwu inhaled sharply, and a hint of reverence crept into his gaze as he looked at Chu Ming. When have I ever jested with you? Chu Ming replied coldly. What I spoke was counsel. Su Jingcheng's refusal to listen has led to his own demise. These words weighed heavily on Jiyu Shengwu's chest. Surely, Su Jingcheng must have recalled Chu Ming's warning in his final moments. Would he regret it in the afterlife? Regardless of Su Jingcheng's potential regrets, Jiyu Shengwu was already lamenting his own choices. It had taken mere days for Chu Ming's words to manifest into reality. A slap across his face. Young master, what should we do now? Jiyu Shengwu's expression darkened. With Su Jingcheng's assistance lost, my influence in Linju City may be halved. Su Jingcheng had been his most crucial ally. Now that he was dead, Jiyu Shengwu felt as though he had lost an arm. Confronting Qin Jianlin was never a realistic option, Chu Ming stated. Now with Su Jingcheng's death, I believe you must lie low. Lying low? Jiyu Shengwu was taken aback. But what if Qin Jianlin turns against us? What then? He wouldn't dare, Chu Ming replied, after the battle at Chiyu Lake. Qin Jianlin will likely refrain from making any immediate moves. He still bears the injuries inflicted by me. Until he fully recovers, I doubt he will act against me again. But Jiyu Shengwu was caught in a dilemma. While Qin Jianlin may refrain from targeting Chu Ming, there was no guarantee he would spare Jiyu Shengwu. You need not worry. As long as Qin Jianlin possesses sense, he will not come after you. Chu Ming remarked, rebaiting his hook and casting his line anew. My sole concern lies with the one who murdered Su Jingcheng. Are you referring to Chu Quan? Indeed, it is Chu Quan, Chu Ming affirmed. This individual is ruthless and harbors a deep-seated vendetta against me. By killing Su Jingcheng, he is sending me a signal. Chu Quan has returned. Chu Ming inhaled deeply, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He could not be oblivious to the implications of Chu Quan's actions. The murder of Su Jingcheng was but a minor affair. The real message was his return. Such a proclamation would render Chu Ming hesitant to act against him. Chu Quan's schemes were painfully clear to Chu Ming. Young master, shall I send someone to apprehend him? Jiyu Shengwu proposed. Such a dangerous figure must not be allowed to roam free. That would be futile. Chu Ming shook his head. If he dares to act, he undoubtedly possesses the means to evade capture and leave no evidence behind. Moreover, it is likely that his strength has reached the level of a grandmaster. With your current capabilities, attempting to apprehend him would only lead to your own demise. At this juncture, Chu Ming sighed deeply. Chu Quan was indeed the protagonist, blessed with fortune, and his cultivation and prowess were rapidly catching up to Chu Ming's own. Chu Ming's only advantage now lay in possessing the third tier of the underworld blade. Should Chu Quan forge a third-tier underworld blade of his own, the outcome of their confrontation would be uncertain. What shall we do then? Jiyu Shengwu's urgency intensified. We shall wait and observe, Chu Ming replied. Currently Chu Quan is concealed while we remain exposed. The situation is decidedly unfavorable for us. Hearing this, Jiyu Shengwu fell silent. Indeed, as Chu Ming had pointed out, they had no viable course of action. The death of Su Jingcheng was proof of that. However, you can send people to search for his whereabouts, Chu Ming instructed. If we can ascertain his movements, we may yet have a chance to capture him. Additionally, keep a close watch on those companies that are in opposition to Pinghai Company. It is highly probable that Chu Quan will target them as well. In the original narrative, those companies banded together against Pinghai Company. Upon learning of this, the protagonist Chu Quan directly descended upon these firms, eliminating numerous key figures. This ultimately facilitated a smooth trajectory for Pinghai Company's growth. Without competitors, how could they not thrive? Very well, I shall immediately dispatch someone to monitor them. Jiyu Shengwu promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket, yet before he could act, he felt his phone vibrate violently. Message after message flooded in. Upon seeing these notifications, Jiyu Shengwu's complexion turned ashen. Chapter 312. The Actions of Chu Quan, Part 2. Chu, Young Master Chu, this is dire. Jiyu Shengwu trembled. What is it? Chu Ming frowned, questioning him. The companies you spoke of 5 minutes ago, they too have experienced a murder. Jiyu Shengwu's voice quivered. What did you say? Chu Ming's expression shifted. Was it possible that Chu Quan intended to unleash chaos this very night? Did he not fear retribution from the Dragon Court, or had he acquired the means to confront the Dragon Court? If that were the case, Chu Ming's plans would need to be entirely reshaped. Young master, what should we do? Jiyu Shengwu's anxiety peaked. This individual is far too reckless. Killing Su Jingcheng was not enough, and now he has turned against innocent lives. Chu Ming did not respond. He abruptly stood up. It seems I must make an early visit to Longyan Temple. Chu Ming inhaled deeply. Originally, he had intended to postpone matters concerning Longyan Temple, relying instead on his own insights to seek a breakthrough. Yet he had not anticipated that Chu Quan would make such a formidable return at this juncture. The pressing issue now was to seize the opportunity to break through to the Dao realm. Should the protagonist surpass him in cultivation, he would stand no chance. Chu Ming clenched his fists, genuinely sensing the weight of impending crisis. In the forbidden grounds of Longyan Temple's rear mountain lay what he required. In the original tale, the protagonist had also achieved a breakthrough there. However, alongside this breakthrough, the protagonist had inadvertently released the beasts of the underworld. Linju City was in grave peril. If it were possible, Chu Ming would prefer to avoid that place altogether. Yet given the current circumstances, he might not survive the encounter with Chu Quan before the city even faced danger. the urban cultivation app has reached a bottleneck. Only by breaking through to the Dao realm can new functionalities potentially be unlocked. Chu Ming heaved a heavy sigh, realizing that everything hinged on his ascent to the Dao realm. The Dao realm may appear to be merely a single threshold to cross. Yet throughout history, countless martial artists have found themselves ensnared at this juncture. To enter the Dao realm is to comprehend the traces of a path, which demands an exceptionally high level of insight and understanding of techniques. Even among the prestigious families in the capital, there are but a handful of ancestors who have attained the Dao realm, underscoring its rarity. Young Master Chu, have you devised a plan? Jiu Shengwu inquired. His spirits lifted upon seeing Chu Ming's countenance. It seemed a plan had indeed begun to take shape. Chu Ming nodded. Send someone to monitor Pinghai Corporation. Monitor Pinghai Corporation? Why? Jiu Shengwu queried, puzzled. Even if that Chu Kuang remains in the shadows, he must be receiving information through Pinghai Corporation. Chu Ming elaborated. Moreover, Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu are Chu Kuang's parents. With them involved, we need not fear that Chu Kuang will not make an appearance. Additionally, Chu Kuang has a younger sister named Chu Yuan, who is currently in her first year of high school. You must also arrange for her protection. This way, we might uncover Chu Kuang's whereabouts. I see. Jiu Shengwu nodded. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately. The demise of Su Jingqing had left Jiu Shengwu with no other allies but Chu Ming. After this incident, Jiu Shengwu realized that Chu Ming's words could not be mere fabrications. He had warned that Su Jingqing's obstinacy would lead to his demise, and indeed, Su Jingqing had perished. Go swiftly and take action, Chu Ming instructed. I have a destination to reach. If I succeed, Chu Kuang should pose no problem. And where might that be? Jiu Shengwu asked, taken aback. In Longyan Temple, Chu Ming replied gravely. Meanwhile, atop a high-rise in Linju City, a figure clad in black stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. With the blade in his hand still dripping with fresh blood, the sight was chilling to behold. He was the target that Chu Ming and Jiu Shengwu sought, Chu Kuang, having slain 15 individuals. Chu Kuang remarked nonchalantly, with Su Jingqing gone, my parents' company should no longer face threats. And with the deaths of the company's executives, my parents' business will have no rivals. He lifted the blade to his lips, delicately tasting the blood, a flavor that intensified the madness in his eyes. Who would have thought that the young master of the Chen family possessed such prowess? Chu Kuang scoffed. This Ming sword, he managed to procure materials once more to aid in its forging. The blade in Chu Kuang's hand had been crafted by Chen Qianli's orders. Its material surpassed that of the previous one. This time should I encounter that false king of the underworld or the detestable Chu Ming again, I shall not show mercy. Chu Kuang ground his teeth. Having just been reborn, he had lacked power, allowing Chu Ming to lead him by the nose. Now, having returned with the strength of a grandmaster and an array of magical artifacts, he was determined not to be outmatched by the false king of the underworld. With so many deaths, the false king of the underworld should be aware of my return. Chu Kuang sneered coldly. He will undoubtedly seek me out. Perfect. I shall test my own strength. It is time for vengeance. A boundless aura of murderous intent spread across Chu Kuang's eyes. Had it not been for this false king of the underworld, he would not have fallen to such depths. He had nearly perished at the hands of the Chen family. Should he die, it would truly be the end. This rebirth had already defied the cosmic order. If he could not resolve his regrets and reclaim his peak, Chu Kuang might sink into the void of time, forever unable to return to the underworld. Now, Chu Ming and that false king of the underworld were but stumbling blocks in his path. Once that false king takes the bait, I can set my plan in motion. Chu Kuang gazed out at the shimmering city, a shadow of a smile creeping across his lips. If memory serves, there should be some opportunities hidden within the forbidden grounds behind Longyan Temple. Originally, that bald monk from Longyan Temple had obstructed his entry, preventing him from breaking through in time and leading him to fall prey to the false king of the underworld. Now that his cultivation had reached fruition, it was time to exact revenge on that bald monk. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Kuang's eyes. Had it not been for Abbot Zhuangji's interference, he would have long since attained the Dao realm. He would not have repeatedly fallen short against the false king of the underworld, since he had already embarked on a killing spree. He might as well eliminate that bald monk and avenge himself. With a faint smile, Chu Kuang's murderous intent intensified. The city below, illuminated by radiant lights, contrasted sharply with the darkening sky, shrouded in ominous clouds. An unrelenting wind swept across the rooftop and Chu Kuang's figure vanished into the tempest as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 313. The Peril of Longyan Temple. In Linju City, lightning cleaved the night sky as torrential rain poured down. Chu Ming sat in the car, gazing out the window. He recalled a similar rain-soaked night, the night he had traversed into the capital's Chu family. Now, months had passed since that fateful day. Young Master Ming. What are you pondering? Tang Lin asked curiously, glancing at the pensive Chu Ming through the rearview mirror. I wonder if, had I not dealt with Chu Kuang as I did, he would still be a Grand Master today. Chu Ming murmured, according to the original narrative, Chu Kuang should not have reached the Grand Master level so swiftly. However, with Chu Ming's pressure, many plotlines had been accelerated, including Chu Ming's own strength. You will inevitably have to confront Chu Kuang. Tang Lin remarked. This Chu Kuang is a lunatic. If allowed to continue unchecked, he will undoubtedly wreak havoc. The deeds committed by Chu Kuang were appalling. From his initial assault on Longyan Temple to the recent annihilation of Su Jingcheng's entire family. As Chu Kuang's power grew, his actions became increasingly outrageous and extreme. In Tang Lin's view, dealing with Chu Kuang was akin to eradicating a menace. He was indeed a madman, complete and utter lunatic. Chu Ming sighed and nodded. The protagonist, Chu Kuang, was the king of the underworld who had lived for 9,000 years. The actions of the king of the underworld were naturally insane, with murder being a commonplace occurrence. The throne of the underworld was built upon countless corpses, yet, with Chu Ming's intervention, he had saved many who were destined to perish, such as Guo Ji and Chen Ziren. In the original work, Guo Ji met a tragic end after offending Chu Kuang, while Chen Zian was abandoned by her family and disfigured, ultimately dying in the streets. Chu Ming's arrival had reversed these fates. That Chu Kuang did not die at the hands of my master was his destiny. Chu Ming sighed softly, a glint of determination in his eyes. However, he must die. Since he did not perish in the capital, let him meet his end here in Linju. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. Lightning split the night sky, cleaving it in two. Young Master Ming, your journey to Longyan Temple is for the Forbidden Grounds, correct? Tang Lin inquired suddenly. Forgive my curiosity, but what lies within that makes you so concerned? This matter is one I promised Abbot Zhuangji I would not disclose. Chu Ming replied, but do not fret. In a few days you will understand. Upon hearing this, Tang Lin tightened her grip on the steering wheel in resignation. Since Chu Ming refused to divulge, she would not press further. We are approaching Longyan Temple's vicinity, Tang Lin alerted. Young Master, the rain is heavy outside. Allow me to accompany you. Very well, Chu Ming nodded. Yet at that moment, a commotion erupted on the mountain path of Longyan Temple. As a group of people scrambled down in a frenzy, their attire suggested they were followers of the temple, but their faces were pale and their demeanor was frantic, as if they had encountered a horrific incident and were fleeing for their lives. Something has happened, Chu Ming observed gravely. He disregarded Tang Lin's slow driving and promptly opened the car door, rushing out. Young Master, Tang Lin exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Chu Ming seized a middle-aged man clad in black from the crowd. What has transpired? Why do you seem so frantic? The black-clad man appeared exceedingly agitated. There's been a murder. A madman is slaughtering monks in the temple. Murdering monks? The moment he heard those words, Chu Ming froze in shock. Then, a name sprang to his mind. Chu Kuang. Could it be that Chu Kuang had set his sights on the forbidden grounds of Longyan Temple? Taking a deep breath, a surge of murderous intent filled Chu Ming's eyes. He had not anticipated encountering Chu Kuang upon his arrival at Longyan Temple. If he could eliminate Chu Kuang here, he would have no lingering concerns. Even the matter of breaking through to the Dao realm could be postponed. You must not go up there. Beware of the madman. The black-clad man cautioned. I understand, Chu Ming nodded, releasing his grip on the man's clothing. He then turned to Tang Lin. There may be danger ahead. Wait for me in the car. Remember, do not wander off. After leaving this instruction, Chu Ming's figure swiftly vanished into the curtain of rain. Charging towards the temple of Longyan, within mere minutes he had ascended to the temple hall situated halfway up the mountain. At this moment, the temple was filled with the fragrance of incense, and flickering flames danced in the air. However, what astonished Chu Ming was the sight of numerous monks sprawled across the ground. He quickly crouched down to check for their breath. They were lifeless. He gasped in horror. These monks had all perished. Moreover, upon closer observation, he noted that each had suffered a fatal throat wound, resulting in a catastrophic fracture. The sight of those gaping wounds sent a jolt of shock through Chu Ming's heart. This was the soul blade. His expression grew even more grave. He had not anticipated that Chu Kuang would manage to forge another soul blade. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Ming's eyes. The previous soul blade that Chu Kuang wielded had fortuitously come into Chu Ming's possession. For a prolonged period thereafter, the protagonist, Chu Kuang, lacked any formidable magical artifact. During the battle against the Chen family in the capital, Chu Ming was able to stab the blade into Chu Kuang's chest largely because Chu Kuang had no soul blade on him. If he had possessed one, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. Chu Kuang had ruthlessly slain so many. Observing the multitude of monks lying in the temple, Chu Ming clenched his fists tightly. These monks were utterly innocent, yet that lunatic Chu Kuang had acted without hesitation. A madman who regarded human life as mere straw was truly terrifying. Drawing a deep breath, Chu Ming's eyes were filled with fierce determination. He extended his right hand and gently closed the eyes of the deceased monk. Then, he sprang to his feet. Chu Kuang, I shall undoubtedly take your life today. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ming's figure transformed into a streak of light. Darting into the Longyan Temple. As Chu Ming had surmised, the Longyan Temple had also fallen victim to chaos. In the main hall, numerous bald-headed young monks lay in disarray. Chu Kuang had spared not even the 14 or 15-year-olds. What about Master Zhuangji? Could he have also fallen into peril? Chu Ming's breath grew heavy. Given Chu Kuang's current strength, Master Zhuangji might not be his match. If Master Zhuangji were to falter against this man, he would likely meet a grim fate. With this thought, Chu Ming pressed on, making his way into the temple's backyard. Master Zhuangji typically rested here. As he entered the backyard, he discovered a figure clad in robes sprawled in the center of the courtyard. Rainwater soaking through his garments. Master Zhuangji. Chu Ming's heart jolted, and he rushed forward. He lifted the fallen monk and confirmed it was indeed Master Zhuangji. Chu benefactor. Master Zhuangji murmured weakly. He was still alive. Hearing his voice, Chu Ming's heart soared with joy. As long as he was alive, there was a way to save Master Zhuangji. Do not speak, take this pill. Chu Ming retrieved a small vial from his robe. Supporting Master Zhuangji, he crushed the vial and administered the elixir to him. As the pill took effect, Master Zhuangji's complexion improved slightly. Chu Ming hurriedly assisted him into a small room in the courtyard. Master Zhuangji, how are you? Chu Ming inquired. The elixir was the 9-turn spirit heart pill, which should sustain Master Zhuangji's life. Chu benefactor, do not worry about me. Hurry, go to the Forbidden Ground. Master Zhuangji gasped urgently. The Forbidden Ground? What has happened there? Chu Ming's expression shifted upon hearing this. Chu Kuang has already gone there. Master Zhuangji declared. His power is formidable. All the past abbots of Longyan Temple are there, and their strength is sealed. If Chu Kuang were to launch a surprise attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Master Zhuangji strained to utter these words. Chu Ming's countenance darkened gradually. He understood well what lay hidden within the forbidden ground of Longyan Temple. It was a gateway to the netherworld. This gateway was guarded by the abbots of Longyan Temple throughout the ages. Those abbots had used their lives and cultivation to maintain the seal on the door. However, if disturbed by outsiders, the seal would inevitably weaken. Once the seal faltered and the gateway opened, chaos would engulf the entire Linju city. Quick, go stop him. Master Zhuangji gritted his teeth. Do not concern yourself with me. In that moment, although Master Zhuangji's complexion was pale, his entire being was focused on the forbidden ground of Longyan Temple. The secret that Longyan Temple had guarded for 1,000 years could not be destroyed on his watch. I understand. Chu Ming took a deep breath. In the original timeline, it would be at least another month before the protagonist, Chu Kuang, could access the forbidden ground of Longyan Temple. However, due to Chu Ming's alteration of the plot, this event had been hastened. Furthermore, because of Chu Ming's actions, Longyan Temple had become adversarial with Chu Kuang, leading to the slaughter of its monks. All of this Chu Ming would personally bring to an end. After ensuring Master Zhuangji's safety, he promptly exited the small room. The rain poured down relentlessly, the cold droplets striking his face. Chu Ming's expression was grave, his gaze filled with a newfound intensity. Chu Kuang. He clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing. Then, a black robe soared from his storage bag. Chu Ming leapt forward. Amidst the torrential downpour, He donned the black robe. A terrifying Nether King mask suddenly appeared on his face. In an instant, Chu Ming transformed into the incarnation of the Nether King, swiftly racing toward the forbidden ground of Longyan Temple. Chu Kuang, wait for me. Chapter 3:14. The emergence of Chu Kuang on the mountain path leading to Longyan Temple. Chu Ming's figure ascended with great speed. The rain cascaded down, yet it failed to dampen his black robe. The deaths of numerous monks and the grave injury of Master Zhuangji had left Chu Ming's emotions taut with tension. The protagonist Chu Kuang lurked like a beast poised to strike, exceedingly dangerous. He had been too careless. He should have anticipated that Chu Kuang would set his sights on this place. The forbidden ground of Longyan Temple was Chu Kuang's only hope for a comeback. It was also the optimal location for Chu Ming to break through to the Dao realm. He hoped he could arrive in time. Chu Ming took a deep breath. In just a few minutes, he had ascended from the mountainside to the summit. Upon reaching the peak, he beheld the monks scattered across the square. They were dead. Chu Ming crouched down, examining each one. The wounds on their bodies bore a striking resemblance to those of the monks who had died in the main hall. Another soul blade. Chu Ming gritted his teeth in fury. Chu Kuang had utilized the soul blade to massacre so many innocent monks. These were the sweeping monks of the mountaintop. They must have perished trying to prevent Chu Kuang from entering the forbidden ground. Slowly rising, Chu Ming's gaze shifted toward the direction of the forbidden ground. A deep-seated murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chu Kuang. He clenched his jaw tightly, his figure shooting forward like a bolt of lightning toward the forbidden ground of Longyan Temple. As long as Chu Kuang lived, how could these innocent monks rest in peace? Chu Ming's body surged through the rain, entering the rear mountain of Longyan Temple. The forbidden ground lay within this rear mountain. Due to the heavy rain, the foliage of the entire area swayed as if it too were in fear. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, following the path Master Zhuangji had previously led him along. Delving deeper and deeper, until he reached a rock wall and a cave appeared before him. On either side of the cave, a couplet was inscribed. That year, that month, that day, chaos engulfed Linju. This mountain, this cave, this door, never to be opened for eternity. Here lay the most profound secret of the forbidden ground of Longyan Temple. Within this cave resided a gateway to the netherworld. This door was exceedingly perilous. If opened, the consequences would be dire. Chu Kuang was inside. Chu Ming's breath caught in his throat. In the original narrative, Chu Kuang had come here seeking to break through to the Dao realm. However, by a stroke of fate, he had inadvertently opened the gateway to the netherworld. Once the ghostly gate opened, countless souls would surge forth, plunging Linen City into chaos. For 3 days, Linen City and its surrounding areas would be shrouded in an endless night, devoid of light. In that darkness, countless spirits roamed Linen City, and all beings fell into despair. It was not until the sun finally pierced through the gloom 3 days later that the gate was sealed once more by the abbots of Longyan Temple. As long as those abbots remained alive, there was still hope for redemption. Chu Ming took a deep breath, his gaze drawn to the ominous darkness of the cave's entrance. Suddenly, a horrific scream echoed from within. Chu Ming's expression changed, and he dashed inside without hesitation. The seal of the cave had inexplicably vanished. The array patterns of the seal bore several blooded handprints. Chu Ming disregarded his shock and immediately rushed into the deepest part of the cave. However, what he beheld there filled him with dread. The 6th abbot of Longyan Temple, along with the powerful figures of the past 3 centuries, lay dead in a pool of blood. A young man clad in a black robe, wielding a sharp blade, was grinning wickedly as he lunged at an elderly figure in green robes. The old man was gravely injured, his breath faint. That earlier scream seemed to have been his last gasp of life. "Stop it!" Chu Ming bellowed, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the young man in black. The young man in black seemed to have anticipated Chu Ming's move, swiftly turning around and raising his hand. The clash of blades rang out. Clang! The soul blade in Chu Ming's hand trembled slightly, the force of the impact causing him to stagger back several steps. "Fake Nether King, I knew you would come here." The young man in black slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes locking onto Chu Ming. The flickering flames in the cave illuminated his face. It was Chu Kuang. Yet now, Chu Kuang appeared to be in a frenzied state. The sinister smile sent chills down Chu Ming's spine. "Chu Kuang, you truly have not perished." Upon beholding that figure, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged within Chu Ming's gaze. This marked the first encounter between Chu Ming and Chu Kuang since the battle at the Chen family's wedding banquet. Ha ha ha. Chu Kuang's laughter echoed within the cavern. I am very much alive. Are you pleased? Not only am I alive, but I have also vanquished these bald donkeys. You wish to save them? Alas, it is too late. Every last one of these bald donkeys is dead. You have arrived too late. Chu Kuang's voice resonated like a demonic incantation, piercing through Chu Ming's very soul. Slowly Chu Ming clenched his fists. The 6 abbots of Longyin Temple were the sole hope for sealing the gates to the underworld. They were also the only force capable of safeguarding the forbidden grounds of Longyin Temple. Now they lay dead, slain beneath Chu Kuang's blade. Chu Ming could scarcely fathom what would become of Linen City. Chu Kuang. His deep voice echoed forth. Do you realize the magnitude of your actions? Of course I am aware, Chu Kuang cackled. These bald donkeys have offended me. They must die. With their demise I can successfully unlock the gates to the underworld. When the spirits flood in, I shall be bestowed with boundless power. Ha 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 ha. The deranged laughter of Chu Kuang reverberated ceaselessly. This sound only tightened Chu Ming's fists further. The gates to the underworld swung open. Spirits would invade the mortal realm. The plot of the spirit energy chapter would unfold far too prematurely. This was a scenario Chu Ming dreaded, for with the opening of the gates, a myriad of souls at the Tao realm would emerge. He currently lacked the energy to contend with these spectral beings. The seal remained intact. Chu Ming surveyed his surroundings. He must first subdue Chu Kuang, then return to Longyin Temple to devise a means to reinforce the seal. Only then could Linen City hope to survive. In that fleeting moment Chu Ming formulated his strategy. With a swift motion of his right hand, the 3rd-tier Ming Dao materialized abruptly. Kill. Chu Ming's figure transformed into a streak of light. Swiftly advancing towards Chu Kuang's silhouette, the clang of metal echoed sharply. Chu Ming's expression turned grave. In the instant of their clash, he discerned a troubling truth. Chu Kuang's cultivation had nearly matched his own. What was happening? A false underworld king? In the midst of combat Chu Kuang laughed heartily. Are you surprised? You believed you had slain me, but alas, I yet live. My current strength is sufficient to engage you. Are you astonished? Chu Kuang's laughter rang on. Chu Ming's demeanor remained icy, unmoved by Chu Kuang's mockery. He wielded the 3rd-tier Ming Dao, which sliced through the air with ferocity. A fierce brilliance cleaved through the air, relentlessly striking against the blade in Chu Kuang's grasp. The flurry of blows forced Chu Kuang to retreat step by step. Die for me. Chu Ming roared. He channeled all his strength into the Ming Dao. With one stroke, a mark of the blade suddenly appeared upon the rock wall, and Chu Kuang staggered back several paces, nearly pressed against the wall. Behind him lay the seal of the underworld. Interesting, Chu Kuang chuckled sinisterly. I did not anticipate that, having broken through to this realm, I would still fall short of you by a margin. I end those few seconds of combat. Chu Kuang had arrived at a conjecture. Chu Ming's cultivation indeed surpassed his own. Yet regrettably, you will not be leaving here today. Chu Kuang licked the edge of the Ming Dao, his smile grotesque. The blade tasted of blood, rendering his visage even more macabre. He then plunged the knife into the seal behind him. The seal trembled violently. Chu Kuang, are you mad? Chu Ming's face paled at the sight. Do you realize what it means to breach the seal? The seal was already fragile, and with Chu Kuang's reckless thrust, the weakened array within could hardly withstand the force. Collapse was merely a matter of time. Yet now, with all the abbots of Longyin Temple deceased, Chu Ming had no means to close this gateway. Once the gates to the underworld opened permanently, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. What does it signify? Chu Kuang sneered. Do you believe there is anything left for me to lose? The false underworld king, from the moment you thrust your blade into my chest, have already lost my sanity. I, Chu Kuang, have roamed the underworld for 9,000 years, achieving the title of the greatest underworld king in history. And you, what are you? After uttering these words, Chu Kuang cast a cold, steely gaze upon Chu Ming. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming could discern that Chu Kuang's mentality had irrevocably shifted. If the previous incarnation of Chu Kuang had retained a shred of conscience, that vestige had been obliterated during the battle at the Chen family's wedding banquet. The present Chu Kuang was nothing more than a complete madman. Chu Kuang, your sister Chu Yuan, your father Chu Pinghai, and your mother Zhao Changshu are still in Linju City. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and exclaimed, if you destroy the seal and open the gates to the underworld, once those spirits emerge, their lives will be forfeit. You must consider this carefully. Upon hearing these words, Chu Kuang's eyes flickered with genuine hesitation for a fleeting moment, yet in the next instant he thrust his blade into the seal. Ha ha ha, false underworld king, did you think I would not anticipate this? I have already laid protective barriers around the place where my family resides. Even if I open this seal, they shall remain unharmed. To use their safety to threaten me? Impossible. As Chu Kuang spoke, the seal quivered violently, rocks tumbled from the walls. Chu Ming could acutely feel the entire cave trembling slightly. The seal behind Chu Kuang was inherently weak, reliant upon the combined strength of the abbots of Longyan Temple to maintain its integrity. Thus, these abbots, who should have possessed significant spiritual power, were severely depleted. Many had even exhausted their own vitality in a desperate attempt to uphold the seal. This had granted Chu Kuang the opportunity he sought. Chapter 3:15. Chu Kuang's plan. Madman. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently upon Chu Kuang. He had not anticipated that Chu Kuang would act so decisively. Ha ha ha, false underworld king, are you afraid? Chu Kuang laughed heartily. Look at your anxious demeanor. It truly evokes pity. You think that by donning black robes and a ridiculous mask you can truly emulate me? What a joke! A complete farce. Chu Kuang's gaze sharpened, coldly declaring, let me tell you, you are far from capable of imitating me. As he spoke, the Mingdao in Chu Kuang's hand suddenly plunged into the seal. With this strike, the seal radiated a blinding light. A crack formed, radiating from the point where the blade struck. Chu Ming's expression darkened to the utmost as he beheld this scene. Stop! He was consumed by urgency. Rushing forward, should the seal truly be breached, the consequences would be beyond Chu Ming's capacity to bear, at least not in his current state. You are anxious, Chu Kuang cackled, reveling in the delight of the moment. He had never felt such exhilaration before. Over the past 6 months, he had been relentlessly targeted by this false underworld king. Whether at Linju High School or elsewhere, he had always found himself at a disadvantage. There were numerous occasions when this false underworld king had sought his life. Had he not been fortunate, he would have perished at the hands of this impostor long ago. Now the tides had turned. If he could breach the seal and open the gates to the underworld, the influx of spiritual energy would soon inundate the realm of Lanbai Star. Not only would breaking through to the Dao realm become feasible, but exponential growth in strength within a short time would also be achievable. Chu Kuang, even if the seal shatters today, I will claim your life. Chu Ming gripped the Mingdao tightly. Spiritual energy flowed gradually into the blade. The Mingdao shimmered with brilliance. Like a flash of lightning, Chu Ming surged towards Chu Kuang. In that moment, Chu Kuang let out a cold snort, raising his hand to deliver a swift strike. The clash resounded as their blades collided. The sharpness of the encounter caused fragments to rain down from the rocky walls. Yet, in the next second, Chu Kuang's form was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. Third tier Mingdao. Chu Kuang was momentarily stunned. In their previous exchange, he had failed to notice, but now, as Chu Ming's power coalesced within the blade, Chu Kuang finally sensed it. That was a third tier Mingdao. Unlike the rudimentary Mingdao in his grasp, it had undergone 2 rounds of forging. In terms of both strength and sharpness, it had experienced a significant enhancement compared to its initial form. How could this false underworld king possess such a weapon? Now you understand fear, Chu Ming sneered. Too late. In the instant that Chu Kuang was taken aback, Chu Ming surged forward. A gust of wind swept past, prompting Chu Kuang to instinctively roll away. The light of the third tier Mingdao struck the rock wall. This strike left an exceedingly deep mark upon the surface. The might of the Mingdao was astonishingly terrifying. Impossible, Chu Kuang exclaimed in shock. Only I possess the methods to forge the Mingdao. Who are you really? Before Chu Kuang could finish his query, Chu Ming had already approached with the blade raised. In an instant they clashed again. The force erupted in midair, yet it was Chu Kuang who was sent flying once more. Regardless of cultivation, strength or magical artifacts, Chu Kuang fell short of Chu Ming by half. When all factors were combined, Chu Kuang's chances of victory were scant. Do not come any closer. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth and spoke. If you dare to come any closer, I shall utterly shatter the seal. In that case, we shall both perish amidst that terrifying horde of undead. False king of the underworld, if you are aware of this, then do not move. His voice was a low growl. The reason he refrained from swiftly breaking the seal was due to his apprehension regarding the potential emergence of a tide of undead upon the opening of the portal to the underworld. Should these undead seize control of their bodies, the consequences would be dire. A single body can only harbor one autonomous soul, but if multiple undead were to invade a single vessel, it would result in chaotic disarray of the souls. Practitioners with a weaker mental state would suffer soul fragmentation and die on the spot, while those with stronger resolve would find their cultivation regressing and their power diminished. Only a minuscule fraction of practitioners would manage to navigate such a calamity. Emerging as revered paragons of spiritual fortitude, Chu Kuang dared not gamble. After his rebirth, his mental state had shifted, and should he be assailed by that tide of undead, it could very well lead to a fracture of his sanity. The cost would far outweigh any potential gain. Moreover, he was certain that Chu Ming would not dare to wager either. The seal behind him was akin to a super-explosive device primed to detonate at any moment. It was imperative to find suitable cover before the explosion, otherwise even Chu Kuang would be reduced to ashes, his remains obliterated. Are you threatening me? In response to Chu Kuang's words, Chu Ming's gaze was chillingly indifferent. He was fully aware of the undead tide that would ensue upon the opening of the portal to the underworld. He also knew well the fate that awaited them should they be struck by this tide. However, he was acutely aware that if he took even half a step back today, the city of Linju behind him would surely fall. In that event, countless lives would be lost and the populace would suffer. As long as I eliminate you, I can devise a way to restore the seal and there will be room for redemption. Chu Ming's eyes gleamed with icy resolve as he gazed at Chu Kuang. In that instant, his figure surged forward with great swiftness. Chu Kuang felt a jolt of trepidation. He had not anticipated that this false king of the underworld would be willing to go all in against him. He was mad. This false king of the underworld was equally mad. Am I to be afraid of you? Chu Kuang gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual energy into the underworld blade. The two blades radiated a brilliant light simultaneously. Their sharp aura permeating the entire cavern. Clang! The two blades met, sending shockwaves throughout the air. But it was Chu Kuang who was sent reeling. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The clash of blades had caused a portion of his spiritual energy to dissipate. The disparity between the initial stage and the third stage of the underworld blade was simply too vast. Crack! As if affected by the residual force of their clash, the seal behind Chu Kuang shattered once more. The outline of a great door began to take shape. The portal to the underworld was on the verge of opening. A flicker of complexity and joy ignited in Chu Kuang's eyes. As long as the portal to the underworld opened and he evaded the initial tide of undead, he could absorb the power beyond this door, enabling his cultivation to reach the path of enlightenment. As for how many lives would be lost in Linju City, he cared not. As long as his family and he survived, that was sufficient. Chu Kuang was indeed a selfish individual, a fact that Chu Ming was all too aware of. Yet he could not bring himself to possess such a ruthless heart. In Linju City, he had friends and those he cherished. Chu Ming could hardly fathom the grim fate that would befall these individuals should they be possessed by the undead. The portal must not be allowed to open today. Chu Ming roared towards the heavens, thrusting his blade fiercely at Chu Kuang's figure. The third stage of the underworld blade transformed into a stream of light midair, hurtling towards Chu Kuang with great force. Upon witnessing this, Chu Kuang raised his hand and struck back with his own blade. The two forces collided once more, causing Chu Kuang to cough up blood. Throughout their repeated engagements, Chu Kuang had come to the realization that no matter his efforts, he could never best this false king of the underworld. Although it was frustrating, it brought him a sense of exhilaration. For in the course of their battle, the power of the sealing formation had been significantly diminished. Even without taking action against it, the seal would not endure for much longer. Almost there, Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. He had no intention of waiting for the portal to the underworld to fully open before he made his exit. If he did so, he would undoubtedly be ensnared by the horde of undead. A situation that would be utterly counterproductive. It was time to depart from this place. Taking a deep breath, Chu Kuang plunged his blade into the rock wall. Upon observing this action, Chu Ming was taken aback. Suddenly, fissures began to spread throughout the rock wall. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks encircled the illusory door. Chu Ming's breathing became incredibly labored. Ha ha ha. Chu Kuang laughed maniacally. False king of the underworld, let's see what you can do now. In that fleeting moment, Chu Quan transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Chu Ming. The two figures collided, but Chu Quan did not linger to fight. Instead, he swiftly made his way toward the cave's exit. You wish to save the world? You wish for this seal to endure? You do not want the portal to the underworld to open? False king of the underworld, you shall not have your way. Chu Quan's voice echoed throughout the cavern. In an instant, his figure vanished at the cave's mouth. Chu Ming's breath was heavy. The prior clash had drained more than half of his spiritual energy. However, he understood that his foremost task now was not to pursue Chu Quan. Rather, he must stabilize the seal here. Should the seal be breached, the portal to the underworld would open a month ahead of schedule. At that time, the souls, monsters, and beings of the underworld would flood into Linju City. All inhabitants of Linju City would face catastrophic disaster. Chu Ming was acutely aware of this truth. There was no time to hesitate. Breathing heavily, Chu Ming retracted his gaze. Before him, the illusory door was gradually solidifying. If the seal were to shatter completely and the door materialized, there would be no turning back. What should be done? Chu Ming felt an urgency akin to an ant on a hot pan. He truly could not conceive a solution. In the original narrative, there was no means to close the portal to the underworld once it had been opened. Its emergence led to a seismic shift in spiritual energy throughout Linju City, even affecting all of China and indeed the entire Blue and White Star. Yet Linju City paid an appalling price, with countless casualties. There was no alternative. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming withdrew the third stage of the underworld blade into his storage pouch. He then summoned all the spiritual energy within him and pressed a palm against the door. Chu Ming sought to utilize his spiritual energy to suppress the emergence of the illusory door. Under Chu Ming's force, the illusory door indeed slowed its solidification. Chapter 3:16. Foundations of the Underworld Array effective. Observing the slowing solidification of the underworld portal, a glimmer of hope sparked in Chu Ming's eyes. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, flooding into the underworld portal. The solidification of the portal slowed once more. Yet, Chu Ming understood that his reservoir of spiritual energy was inherently limited. He knew he could not sustain this for long. This approach was unsustainable. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ming realized it was finally time to employ that item. His expression grave, Chu Ming retrieved a black smartphone from his pocket. Previously, he had exchanged for a volume titled Foundations of the Underworld Array at the marketplace, but due to subsequent events, he had never found the time to study it. If he could grasp even a rudimentary understanding of array knowledge, perhaps he could prevent the array from shattering. Even if he could not halt it, delaying its fracturing would still be worthwhile. With one hand channeling spiritual energy into the array, he used the other to open the Urban Cultivation app. He quickly located Foundations of the Underworld Array in his backpack, learning. Chu Ming pressed the button. Foundations of the Underworld Array rapidly ascended in level. A wealth of array knowledge surged into Chu Ming's mind. His breathing grew heavy as he absorbed the information contained within Foundations of the Underworld Array. In the depths of his mind, it was as if seals were being unlocked, with all the knowledge of Foundations of the Underworld Array vividly reflecting before his eyes. So that's how it is. Chu Ming abruptly raised his head. He beheld the illusory portal to the underworld before him, and suddenly understanding dawned upon him. This array was constructed utilizing the power of the Longyan Temple mountain range to suppress malevolent forces. Due to the decline of spiritual energy, the array had begun to show signs of fracturing. A certain abbot from a past generation of Longyan Temple had inadvertently discovered this issue, leading to the current predicament. The array consisted of 6 foundational arrays, and now, no one was available to channel spiritual energy into any of them. Chu Ming gazed mournfully at the elderly monks lying on the ground. All slain by Chu Quan, now only he remained to rely upon. With his right hand pressed against the illusory door, Chu Ming's left hand began to sketch array diagrams upon its surface. One intricate array after another emerged from his hand. Witnessing this scene, even Chu Ming himself found it exceedingly strange. It was his first time drawing array diagrams, yet he executed them with a level of proficiency as though he had practiced for thousands of years. It seemed that while learning Foundations of the Underworld Array, the app had automatically maxed out his proficiency. As he sketched, Chu Ming pondered the situation. Soon, a multitude of array patterns were reconstructed. The illusory form of the underworld portal slowed its solidification by several folds. But just as Chu Ming was about to breathe a sigh of relief, one array diagram suddenly shattered. It triggered a chain reaction, causing another array diagram and several surrounding diagrams to shatter as well. This is bad. Chu Ming was suddenly startled. The gate to the underworld had indeed manifested, proving that it could not be completely sealed. To entirely seal the gate to the underworld, one would need to reconstruct all the formation diagrams. A patchwork approach like Chu Ming's would not suffice. There was no other choice. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. He pointed forward sharply, and with that single gesture, 3 formation diagrams shattered. Immediately after, Chu Ming bit through his own fingertip, smearing his blood onto the surface. A new formation slowly emerged. This formation was not a sealing formation but a delaying formation. Chu Ming had significantly slowed the manifestation speed of the gate to the underworld. He had bought himself more time. In an instant, all the formation diagrams were completed. Chu Ming took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his right hand. At that moment, the spiritual energy within him ceased to flow. The gate to the underworld stabilized. It was a success. A joyful expression appeared on Chu Ming's face. Although it was not a complete sealing, he had gained a day's time. As long as he could seal the gate within this day, it would not reopen. The city of Linju would thus be spared from its calamity. After accomplishing all this, Chu Ming felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. He had exhausted his strength dealing with Chu Quan and preventing the gate from the underworld from opening. If Chu Quan were to launch a surprise attack now, he might lack the strength to resist. Chu Ming removed his sweat-soaked black robe and took off the mask of the Underworld King. He gazed at the formation before him, shimmering with a dark purple glow, his expression grave. The battle was far from over. It had only just begun. He needed to find a way to seal the gate to the underworld within this day. Otherwise, if the gate opened, the city of Linju would descend into chaos. What could he possibly do? Chu Ming lifted his gaze in bewilderment. In the original story, the protagonist had intentionally opened the gate to the underworld to obtain the underworld's spiritual energy flowing from it. Additionally, there were the souls of the deceased. These souls, known as Minghan, were fragments of the spirits of powerful beings who had perished. Such souls held little value for the strong, but for cultivators like them, who had yet to reach the Tao realm, they were immensely beneficial. Chu Quan's primary objective should also be these Minghan. In the original storyline, although many people were slain by the undead once the gate to the underworld was opened, numerous cultivators also gained strength from the Minghan. Chu Ming raised his head, staring at the swirling purple light of the gate to the underworld. Legend had it that there were 7 gates to the underworld in Huaxia, and the one at Longyan Temple was the first. As long as this gate remained closed, the other 6 would not open. In the original tale, after the protagonist opened this gate, he gained the power to enter the Tao realm. Subsequently, the other 6 gates in Huaxia were opened one by one. Each opening would incite considerable conflict. In this turmoil, the protagonist gradually grew stronger, ultimately returning to his peak. This is the main storyline of Rebirth as the Urban Underworld King. In other words, as long as the gate to the underworld remained shut, Chu Quan could never become powerful, and Chu Ming could refine pills using the underworld spiritual herbs that thrived here in pursuit of a breakthrough opportunity. Killing the protagonist was merely a matter of time. However, Chu Ming never expected that the gate to the underworld had been opened prematurely by Chu Quan. Next, he needed to prevent this gate from fully opening. Chu Ming muttered to himself. Just then, a hoarse voice echoed from behind him. "Benefactor, have a way." This statement startled Chu Ming, causing him to leap up suddenly. He turned to see one of the 6 deceased monks. An old monk with white eyebrows, lifting his head. Chu Ming's scalp tingled. This old man had clearly fallen in a pool of blood. How could he still speak? Was it possible that the opening of the gate to the underworld had returned his soul? That was impossible. "Are you human or ghost?" Chu Ming suddenly inquired. "Old monk, of course I am human," the old monk replied with an unusual expression. "Rest assured, benefactor, I merely fainted due to a depletion of spiritual energy. Though I have awoken, I remained silent upon witnessing that scoundrel committing his atrocities." Hearing this, Chu Ming relaxed somewhat. He had genuinely thought that this old monk had been resurrected. That would have been too bizarre. "So what do you wish to do?" Chu Ming questioned. "Old monk has a way to seal this gate." The old monk struggled to prop himself against the cave's rock, half sitting up. Only then did Chu Ming notice that the old monk's legs had withered, rendering him unable to stand. "You have a way to seal this gate?" Chu Ming asked with a furrowed brow. Indeed, the old monk nodded. As long as benefactor follows my instructions, you will be able to seal this gate completely. What method? Chu Ming inquired eagerly. This method cannot be disclosed at present, he replied slowly. Only by finding my disciple can I reveal it to you. Your disciple? Who is he? It must have been about 18 years. The old monk said. My disciple comes to see me once a year. His Dharma name is Zhuangji. Zhuangji the abbot? Upon hearing this name, Chu Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this old monk was the master of Abbot Zhuangji. This meant he was the missing former abbot of Longyin Temple. Indeed, as Chu Ming had surmised, the abbots of Longyin Temple had gathered here to seal the gate to the underworld. When the old monk left Longyin Temple, he imparted the final method to his disciple. The old monk said. If you are willing, carry me down the mountain to find him. He will tell you everything. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's gaze deepened as he scrutinized the old monk. He was assessing whether the old monk was lying. This old monk did not seem to have appeared in the original text, when the protagonist Chu Kuang opened the gate to the underworld. These old monks had already mostly perished. However, they had not been killed by the protagonist. They had succumbed to depleted spiritual energy. Now, with time still remaining, these individuals had fallen at the hands of Chu Kuang. Why should I trust you? Chu Ming frowned. Now that this cave is unguarded, if he leaves and someone enters to disrupt the formation he set, then the gate to the underworld could open in an instant. Chu Ming could not afford that risk. Young man, you managed to set up a formation to delay the opening of that gate, which truly surprises me, the white-browed old monk remarked, smiling. But isn't that merely a temporary measure? So what if it is? Chu Ming glared at the old monk. To prevent this gate from opening, he needed to find the old monk's disciple. Our abbots throughout history have sacrificed their lives for this gate. I too am no exception. The old monk's legs had withered due to the overexertion of his life force. Weakly, the white-browed old monk extended his hand, revealing his legs completely from beneath his robe. Chu Ming could see that they were as frail as twigs, devoid of vitality. The old monk had devoted his entire life to Longyin Temple and to this gate. Sighing, the white-browed old monk said, My time is running out. If I wish to deceive you, I wouldn't go to such lengths. Chapter 3:17. Calculating the heavenly mechanism. The sight of the old monk's legs left Chu Ming horrified. They appeared utterly lifeless. In other words, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to stand. For now, I will trust you, Chu Ming said. What must I do? Carry me down and find my disciple, the white-browed old monk softly instructed. If he adheres to what I told him back then, he should possess a solution. All right, Chu Ming nodded. Though this old man had not appeared in the original text, it was indeed due to the premature opening of the gate to the underworld. The white-browed old monk's time had not yet come. Perhaps he truly had a way to address this formation. Let us go. Chu Ming took a deep breath, stood up, and hoisted the white-browed old monk onto his back. He was surprised to find that the old monk's body was remarkably light. It seemed that he had indeed infused all his life force into that formation, leading to his current state. Maintaining the operation of that formation required an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Mo Chen gazed at the deceased cultivators on the ground, suddenly struck by a realization. Their conditions were quite similar to that of the white-browed old monk. Their limbs withered, their faces waxen. Even if they had been slain by Chu Kuang, they had bled very little. This was what truly sent chills down Chu Ming's spine. In the original text, in just a month, these 6 old monks would perish here due to the depletion of spiritual energy and life force. Thus, they had inadvertently given the protagonist an opportunity to open the gate to the underworld. Now, with the plot altered, one white-browed old monk remained alive. This change was something even Chu Ming could not fully comprehend. This reckoning would surely come when he confronted Chu Kuang. A fierce glint flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. Not only had the 5 old monks here perished, but so had the monks of Longyin Temple, all at Chu Ming's hands. Had it not been for Abbot Zhuangji's profound cultivation, he too would have likely fallen victim to Chu Kuang's treachery. Chu Kuang had become a complete madman. Chu Ming understood that from this moment forward, he no longer needed to hold back. Slaying Chu Kuang and avenging the monks of Longyin Temple was now his imminent task. Chu Kuang was destined to die. Young man, you carry a heavy aura of killing intent, the white-browed old monk suddenly remarked from his position on Chu Ming's back. After saying this, he coughed heavily several times. It was evident that his body was on the brink of collapse. Even if Chu Quan does not arrive in a month's time, he is likely to perish in that cave due to the depletion of his vitality. The disciples of Longyan Temple will suffer grievously, Chu Ming remarked. Old monk, if it were you, would you not wish to eliminate that Chu Quan? Upon hearing this, the elder with white beard was momentarily taken aback. Alas, he sighed, it is all fate. In the past, I calculated the heavenly mechanism and discerned two possible outcomes. Point 1, I would die in the Forbidden Land as my time approaches. Point 2, a variable would arise, leading to a great calamity for Longyan Temple. Though I might survive, my days would be numbered. I had previously conveyed these two outcomes to Xuanji. Now, as Longyan Temple faces this calamity, it indeed appears to be fate. The words of the white-bearded elder sent a tremor through Chu Ming's heart. This elder, could he truly calculate the heavenly mechanisms? Moreover, his predictions seemed remarkably accurate. The first outcome mirrored the original plot, while the second outcome, could it be the present? Was the variable Chu Ming himself? Yet, how could that be possible? Chu Ming was skeptical that anyone could truly see through the heavenly mechanisms and fate. Old monk, if you foresaw this calamity for Longyan Temple, why did you not intervene? Chu Ming furrowed his brow and countered, human power is limited, while the heavenly way is boundless. The elder replied with a deep sigh. It is impossible to succeed in confronting the infinite heavenly way with limited human effort. Although I foresaw the calamity and warned Xuanji, there are fixed destinies in the cosmos. If I remain alive, it signifies that my calculations have undergone a slight change. If I die, it indicates that I could not fully comprehend the heavenly mechanisms. The elder's words left Chu Ming increasingly astonished. He now doubted whether this old man was also a reader of the original work, as he seemed to possess such intricate knowledge. This was simply astonishing. Old senior, Chu Ming's demeanor began to shift. Is this truly what you calculated? I have no need to deceive you, the elder with the white beard replied softly. I am on the brink of death. Were it not for my desire to stabilize the formation before I pass, I would not be speaking with you now. The elder's limbs had withered completely. Only his hands retained the ability to move slightly. His feet, having been drained of vitality by the formation for an extended duration, could no longer be repaired. Young man, hurry and find Xuanji, the elder urged. Only he can save us now. Understood, Chu Ming nodded. This was indeed a matter beyond the original plot. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Puzzled, he took it out and glanced at the screen. Indeed, it was a notification of plot points being credited. Because he had dealt with Chu Quan and altered the original storyline, the APP had issued a reward notification. Chu Ming did not unlock his phone but merely observed the standby screen. Cautious that the elder behind him might glimpse the words on the device, you have multiple messages from the Urban Cultivation APP, please check. Congratulations, you have successfully altered the original plot, plot points 1500. Reward. Plot points 1500 related items have been credited to your account, please swipe to collect. Additional reward. Plot points 1000, congratulations, through your relentless efforts you have advanced the plot. Current plot progress. 32. Additional reward. Plot points 200. Note. The luck index of the original protagonist is 68. Advancing the plot significantly weakens the protagonist's luck, enhancing the user. Numerous messages popped up from the standby screen. Chu Ming pocketed his phone. Now was not the time to read this. The formation he had set could only last for 1 day. He needed to find a way to stabilize it within that time frame. Otherwise, the entire Linju city would descend into chaos. Carrying the elder with the white beard, Chu Ming made his way from the mountain peak down to a small courtyard halfway up the slope. After being injured by Chu Quan, Abbot Xuanji had taken refuge here. Arriving at the courtyard, Chu Ming rushed in. Your disciple should be here. Soaked by the light rain, he pushed open the door of the house within the courtyard. Abbot Xuanji. Upon entering, Chu Ming called out loudly. The pale-faced Xuanji was seated cross-legged inside, seemingly healing from his injuries. The earlier confrontation with Chu Quan had left him considerably wounded. Hearing Chu Ming's voice, Xuanji slowly opened his eyes. Even so, the weariness in his gaze was unmistakable. You've returned. Xuanji coughed heavily. Were you able to stop Chu Quan? I'm afraid not. Chu Ming sighed. However, I managed to delay the opening of the gate of the underworld, granting us 1 more day to devise a strategy. Moreover, look who I have brought. Chu Ming gently lowered the elder with the white beard. Upon seeing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed Xuanji's eyes. Master. Zhuangji's breath became heavy. It has been over a decade, hasn't it? The elder with the white beard smiled faintly. I did not expect you to age as well, master. Zhuangji stepped down from the mat, his eyes glistening with tears. For the past 10 years I have thought of you day and night. Zhuangji choked. Now that Longyin Temple is facing this great calamity, it is my failing to have not protected it. Alas, hearing Zhuangji's words, the elder with the white beard sighed. To have survived is already a stroke of luck. Originally, in my calculations, you too would have perished in this calamity. Thanks to Master S warning all those years ago. Zhuangji retrieved a bronze mirror from his bosom. Chu-Ming noticed that the mirror bore a clear handprint. He narrowed his eyes. Could this handprint belong to Chu Quan? I have always heeded Master S teachings. Zhuangji explained, and thus placed a bronze mirror against my chest. I should have perished in this battle, but the power of this mirror allowed me to survive. Indeed. Chu-Ming was taken aback upon hearing this. His gaze towards the elder with the white beard grew increasingly astonished. This elder could truly calculate the heavenly mechanisms. If it were not for his warning years ago, Zhuangji might well have perished at Chu Quan's hands today. How could such a remarkable figure exist? Chu-Ming pondered, bewildered, as this character did not appear in the original work. Could it be that this was a bug resulting from his alteration of the plot? Chu-Ming mused within. Master Zhuangji, with reddened eyes, suddenly spoke. Now that you are here, perhaps you can help Longyin Temple avert this calamity. I can only do my utmost, the elder with the white beard replied solemnly. Whether we can avoid this calamity depends on the fortune of Longyin Temple. Master, please do not hesitate, Zhuangji urged. Since you have descended the mountain, you must have a way to save Longyin Temple from this disaster. Presently, with half of Longyin Temple's disciples dead or wounded, a far graver threat loomed ahead. If the gate of the underworld were to open, Longyin Temple would undoubtedly become the first sacrifice. This was a fate Zhuangji did not wish to witness. There is still time, the elder with the white beard spoke gravely. This young man has helped us delay the opening, so we still have a chance to prevent it. Chapter 318. The Zhuanyin Sealing Formation in the Cave of the Forbidden Land. Only this old monk survived. Could it be that this is indeed a bug overlooked in the original work? Master, the method you told me years ago, I have indeed acted upon it. Zhuangji hesitated. However, what? The elder with the white beard suddenly furrowed his brow. Is there still a complication? There is no complication, but if we truly proceed this way. Zhuangji hesitated, unable to continue. Zhuangji, have you forgotten what I told you back then? The elder with the white beard spoke solemnly. To close the gate of the underworld, we must be willing to pay any price. Once the gate of the underworld is opened, not just Linju City but the entirety of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, even all of China, will face catastrophe. Your master Jiping and your grandmaster Jilin have already sacrificed themselves for the gate of the underworld. They all perished in the Forbidden Land. Only I, Kong Liu, have survived by a thread. Your hesitation could render all our efforts futile. The elder's fierce admonition left Zhuangji's face filled with guilt. But Master Zhuangji, I ask you, why have you guarded Longyin Temple to this day? Zhuangji took a deep breath and answered solemnly, for the sake of the people of Linju City. Then why do you hesitate? Zhuangji remained silent. The atmosphere in the small room grew oppressively tense. Chu-Ming observed the exchange between the two. He finally comprehended that the venerable old man with the white beard was named Kong Liu. Given that he belonged to the Kong lineage, it was only natural for him to become the master of Zhuangji. However, there was no mention of Kong Liu in the original text. Chu-Ming narrowed his eyes, gazing at the man before him. This Kong Liu must at least be at the Dao entrance realm. How could he possibly calculate the heavenly secrets? No matter how Chu-Ming pondered, it seemed utterly absurd. Yet, the words spoken by Kong Liu were undeniably accurate. Had it not been for the variable that was Chu-Ming, Kong Liu would have perished alongside the other old monks when the gates of the underworld opened. However, due to Chu-Ming's involvement, everything had been hastened, including the shattering of the sealing formation. As a result, Kong Liu had survived. Since you possess a solution, why not utilize it? Chu-Ming inquired. Perplexed, closing the gates of the underworld would be a tremendous act of benevolence. He could not fathom why Zhuangji hesitated. From the perspective of Buddhist philosophy, shutting the gates of the underworld was undoubtedly a commendable deed. Thus, Longyin Temple had been willing to sacrifice so many powerful generations to safeguard the seal of the underworld. Sighing heavily, Zhuangji replied, Chu benefactor, you do not understand. To reconstruct the formation diagram, a specific item is required. What item? Chu Ming asked. Blood, Zhuangji answered. The blood of a girl born on a day of Yang, under a year of Yang, and during a Yang hour. What did you say? Chu Ming was momentarily stunned by this revelation. The gates of the underworld were of extreme Yin, requiring the suppression of extreme Yang. However, the blood of a boy could not integrate into the formation of profound Yin. Only the blood of a girl could forge it, Zhuangji elucidated. Moreover, this girl must cultivate the Dharma and willingly offer her blood. Only then can we ensure that the profound Yin sealing formation remains untainted by grievances. And the power of the souls within the gates of the underworld will not seep through. Zhuangji's words caused Chu Ming's eyes to widen in sudden realization. He indeed knew such a girl, Xiao Mingyu. Master Zhuangji, could it be? Yes, Zhuangji affirmed, it is as you surmised. If we are to reconstruct the profound Yin sealing formation, Mingyu's blood is imperative. Zhuangji's voice grew hoarse. As for the quantity, I do not know. Such a situation was truly unfathomable. Chu Ming's expression turned grave. Xiao Mingyu was the female protagonist of the original text, yet this matter had never been mentioned before. Was this an additional plotline arising from Chu Ming's variable existence? As he looked again at Zhuangji, many things suddenly clicked into place. Why had Zhuangji taken Xiao Mingyu in? Why did she possess such a deep love for the Dharma, just as the old monk Kongliu had said? Perhaps all of this was indeed predestined. Zhuangji, Kongliu interjected, everything requires sacrifice, sacrificing her for the safety of all the people in Linju City. Is that not worthwhile? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, including Chu Ming, who was rendered speechless. If these words had come from anyone other than Kongliu, he would have vehemently protested. Why should a girl have to sacrifice herself for the sake of everyone else? Yet, the speaker was none other than the venerable old monk Kongliu, who had sacrificed everything to suppress the gates of the underworld. Chu Ming understood that Kongliu had the standing to make such a statement. Amitabha, Zhuangji sighed. Master, I can only be forthright with Mingyu, Zhuangji declared. If she is unwilling, we cannot compel her. For many years, I have regarded her as my own daughter, and I hope she can find the path she needs. The word sacrifice feels too distant. At this juncture, further discussion is futile, Kongliu asserted. Chu benefactor, the time you have secured is merely 1 day. We must accomplish everything within this time frame. Otherwise it will be too late. Kongliu's words prompted Zhuangji to nod silently outside. The rain fell in torrents. Mingyu should be down the mountain. After the calamity that befell Longyan Temple, I had her return. Master, I will speak with her. Zhuangji said as he rose. His complexion remained pale. The previous battle with Chu Kuang had indeed inflicted significant injuries upon him. Zhuangji, you must consider carefully. Kongliu cautioned. As practitioners of Buddhism, we must understand what constitutes great and small benevolence. Sacrifice is sometimes unavoidable for the greater good. Do not be confused. Zhuangji did not respond. He merely opened the door, and the sound of rain suddenly intensified. Chu Ming could see the small courtyard drenched in heavy rain. The moist wind lifting Zhuangji's robe. Master, he gently spoke, you once said that the Buddha saves all beings, surely he will save her as well, correct? This statement caused Kongliu to pause momentarily. Indeed, he replied, in this world, all things are bound by cause and effect. Only the virtuous are saved by the Buddha. If she comprehends great benevolence, the Buddha will guide her. Good, Zhuangji nodded. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Zhuangji stepped forward. The rain fell from the heavens, instantly soaking his kasaya. For some reason, Chu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness emanating from Zhuangji's back. It was understandable. Conveying such matters to Xiao Mingyu was no easy task for Chu Ming. To put it euphemistically, they sought her blood. In reality, they intended to use her as a sacrifice to forge the so-called profound Yin sealing formation. Was this truly the Buddhist path of Longyan Temple? Was this the Buddhist path of Kongliu? Chu Ming gazed at Zhuangji's retreating figure with a complex expression, deeply sighing. Xiao Mingyu, as the female protagonist of the original text, was destined to perish in such a manner. Chu Ming could not shake the feeling that it should not have come to this. Old monk, is there truly no other way? Chu Ming questioned. Kongliu remained silent. It was only after Zhuangji's figure vanished into the rain that he finally closed his eyes and said softly, young brother, you know the answer better than I do you not? Chu Ming fell silent. Indeed, after comprehending the basic formation of the underworld, he had exhausted all efforts to barely maintain the power of the profound yin-sealing formation. There were almost no other options. It seemed that sacrificing Xiao Mingyu was the only way to ensure the peace of Linju City, yet Chu Ming felt a profound unease in his heart. The rain continued to pour and thunder flashed across the sky. Merely 20 minutes later, Xuanji returned to the small room, accompanied by a graceful figure. Upon seeing the person behind him, Chu Ming realized it was Xiao Mingyu. At this moment, Xiao Mingyu's expression was grave, her eyes devoid of the previous vibrancy, now draped in a shroud of desolation. Is this your disciple? Kong Liu inquired. Yes, Xuanji nodded. Mingyu, meet your master's ancestor. Xiao Mingyu stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Kong Liu. Junior Xiao Mingyu pays her respects to Master Kong Liu. Your master should have explained everything to you, Kong Liu remarked. He has. Xiao Mingyu replied. I understand what I must do. Good, you possess this awareness. And that reassures your master, Kong Liu stated with solemnity. We shall ascend the mountain now to complete this matter, lest we prolong the night with dreams. Yes, Xiao Mingyu gently clasped her hands in salute. Her beautiful eyes were filled with melancholy. Watching her in such a state, Chu Ming could not help but sigh. The girl he knew was lively, charming, and graceful, not this pale and wooden figure. Surely, this news had terrified Xiao Mingyu. Yet, her commitment to the Dharma would not allow her to retreat. This was ultimately for the sake of the people of Linju City, for the greater good of the Buddhist path. Xiao Mingyu stepped forward. Chu, little brother, I must trouble you once more to carry the old monk up the mountain, Kong Liu instructed. As long as we can reconstruct the profound yin-sealing formation, it will not be easy for anyone to open the gates of the underworld. Wait. Chu Ming suddenly furrowed his brows. There are still approximately 22 hours before the formation I laid out shatters. It is too early to conclude that Mingyu must die. Chu Ming's unexpected proclamation left both Xuanji and Kong Liu momentarily stunned. Xiao Mingyu looked up in surprise, her eyes gleaming with a flicker of hope. She had not anticipated that, in such a situation, Chu Ming would speak on her behalf. Little brother, if we do not seize this opportunity, should the gates of the underworld open, can you bear the responsibility? Kong Liu frowned. You may not realize that once this gate opens, the other gates of the underworld scattered throughout the world will respond, opening one after another. At that point it will not just be Linju City. The entirety of Huaxia, indeed the whole world, will be at risk. Do you truly wish to witness such a scene? Answer me. Kong Liu's voice cut sharply through the air. Chapter 319. Killing the female protagonist. Faced with the old monk Kong Liu's stern admonition, Chu Ming took a deep breath. I do not wish to. He replied in a low voice, but precisely because I do not want that, I utter these words. Why should she be sacrificed for the sake of all living beings? Is this the Buddhist path of your Longyan temple? Chu Ming suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Xuanji and Kong Liu. Sacrificing a female protagonist from the original story, Chu Ming felt indifferent. Yet this female protagonist was none other than Xiao Mingyu. She was a gentle, timid, and cultured girl, like all girls in the world, yearning for familial love, friendship, and romance. Now, for the sake of all living beings, she was to die. Chu Ming found this to be excessively cruel. Little brother, you must understand that sometimes to enact great benevolence, sacrifice is unavoidable. Kong Liu spoke gravely. With merely 22 hours remaining, should we fail to devise a solution at the last moment, it would not be too late to sacrifice Mingyu. Chu Ming declared, asserting that any sacrifice must be made only under dire circumstances. We have yet to attempt any alternatives. How can you be so certain that sacrifice is our only option? His words prompted Kong Liu to emit a soft sigh. Have the abbots sacrificed at Longyan Temple over the millennia been few? Kong Liu stated, if we lose this gamble, I, Kong Liu, shall be the sinner of Longyan Temple. All the predecessors who sacrificed themselves would have died in vain. Little brother, we simply cannot afford to gamble. It is paramount that we make a decision swiftly while the situation remains manageable, to prevent prolonged uncertainty. Only in this manner can we truly safeguard the peace of Linju City. Kong Liu's words resonated with gravity. Chu Ming fell silent. Just as he prepared to speak, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated from outside the window. A figure cloaked in black appeared at the door, utterly unannounced. A tempest followed in its wake. To our astonishment, you have indeed found a way to delay the opening of the portal to the underworld. The voice echoed, causing all four faces to change in unison. They recognized the speaker as Chu Quan. What are you doing here? Ji exclaimed in horror, impossible. I have already notified all factions in Linju City to come to our aid. Do you not fear being surrounded? Even if Chu Kuang is formidable, he stands alone. Under the onslaught of the city lord's mansion, the military, and the three great clans, he cannot possibly escape. Thus, if he intends to flee, he must do so promptly from Longyan Temple. Yet, he had never anticipated that this Chu Kuang would not only remain but also confront them directly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Ji's words, Chu Kuang erupted into laughter. Leave Longyan Temple. Do not be so nave. I shall only depart when the portal to the underworld opens. Until then, I cannot leave. Chu Kuang's gaze swept over the four present, lingering particularly on Chu Ming. He already knew that Chu Ming was the apprentice of the false underworld king. Given the appearance of the false underworld king here, it was only logical for Chu Ming to be present as well. What do you intend to do? Ji replied coldly. I advise you to leave swiftly. Otherwise, when the armies descend, you will find it impossible to escape. As long as I can attain the opportunities within the portal to the underworld. What chance do those imbeciles have of capturing me? Chu Kuang's smile was exceedingly menacing. Chu Kuang, turning back is your only salvation, Xiao Mingyu urged. Once the portal to the underworld opens, not just you and I, but even the citizens of Linju City will be ensnared. The citizens of Linju City? What concern is that of mine? Chu Kuang scoffed in response. This remark caused Xiao Mingyu to momentarily lose her breath. She finally recalled that Chu Kuang was indeed such a rebellious and self-serving individual, dismissing the plight of the Linju citizens entirely. Chu Kuang. Chu Ming's gaze turned icy. Why have you come here? What do you seek? What do I seek? He chuckled. I have heard all your conversation. If I kill this woman, you will have no way to prevent the portal from opening, correct? Chu Kuang gestured with his right hand, pointing directly at Xiao Mingyu. You intend to kill her? Chu Ming's expression shifted slightly. The protagonist Chu Kuang seeks to kill the female lead. He never expected that his involvement would escalate matters to this extent. At that moment, his black phone vibrated violently in his pocket. You have received multiple messages from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check. Congratulations. You have successfully reversed the original plot. Plot points 2000. Reward. Plot points 2000. Related items have been credited to your user account. Please swipe to extract. Additional reward. Plot points 1000. Congratulations. Through your tireless efforts, you have advanced the plot progress. Current plot progress. 35. Additional reward. Plot points 200. Note. The original protagonist's luck index. 65. Advancing the plot progress can significantly weaken the original protagonist's luck and enhance the user. A barrage of notifications flooded the standby screen. Chu Ming merely glanced at them before comprehending the implications. Having the protagonist personally turn against the female lead signified a substantial reversal of the plot. Triggering the plot progress rewards was only to be expected. Regrettably, Chu Ming's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. No amount of points could augment his strength. The third level of the Underworld Blade and the first stage of the Eternal Underworld Sutra had already reached their zenith, unless Chu Ming could break through into the Tao realm. He could not improve further. Chu Kuang. Chu Ming inhaled deeply. If you wish to lay a hand upon her, you must first contend with me. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang laughed heartily. Chu Ming, do you truly believe you can walk out of this door today? He scoffed. Had it not been for the Chen family, out of consideration for that group, I would have already dealt with you, but do not think for a moment that I will spare your life. Today, not only will this woman perish, but you, Chu Ming, shall meet the same fate. And you, Ji the bald monk, and that useless bald fool shall all die here. In his palm, a sharp blade materialized. It was the Underworld Blade. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ming realized that fighting was no longer avoidable. However, he could not don the mask of the Underworld King before Chu Kuang. His identity as the Underworld King must remain undisclosed. You may certainly try. Chu Ming withdrew a blade from his storage bag as well. It was the initial stage of the Underworld Blade. This blade was one he had previously stolen from Chu Kuang. Due to a lack of points for exchange, he had refrained from converting it into plot points. Little did he know, it would prove useful now, the moment Chu Kuang saw the Underworld Blade in Chu Ming's hand. He froze in shock. The Underworld Blade. How could you possess the Underworld Blade as well? he gasped, confusion etched across his face. This is impossible. There is nothing impossible. Chu Ming smirked. Do you think you are the only one who possesses the underworld blade? I understand now. Chu Kuang took a deep breath, his eyes icy as he regarded Chu Ming. It was you who stole my underworld blade. Correct, Chu Ming replied with a smile, now that you know. What of it? Hearing this, Chu Kuang gripped his blade tightly. Had it not been for the earlier loss of the underworld blade, he would not have been defeated by the Chen family. If he had not been defeated by the Chen family, he would not have been captured, nor would he have nearly perished at the Chen family banquet. Everything stemmed from Chu Ming's theft of his underworld blade. Chu Ming, I will make you pay with your life. Chu Kuang's eyes blazed red as he shot towards Chu Ming like a bolt of lightning. The light of the underworld blade spiraled in the air. Chu Ming swiftly pushed Xiao Mingyu and Zhuan Ji aside. Facing Chu Kuang's ferocious blade, he too swung his weapon skyward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Chu Kuang staggered back 2 steps. Chu Ming also reeled back 2 steps. Grandmaster, Chu Kuang exclaimed in disbelief. Chu Ming, how did you accomplish this? He, Chu Kuang, had once been the underworld king, and it was only through his experiences that he had fortuitously reached the level of Grandmaster. Yet this Chu Ming, with nothing to his name, how could he have attained such a realm? It should be noted that in the past, this Chu Ming had merely been a master of inner strength. How could things have changed so drastically? If you can achieve this, why can't I? Chu Ming scoffed. Chu Kuang, do not overestimate yourself. The words incensed Chu Kuang, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. Even if you have become a grandmaster. What of it? He declared. Today you all shall die here. You are no exception. Outside, another bolt of lightning struck down. Under the sudden illumination, Chu Kuang's figure surged forward, a blade aimed viciously at Chu Ming's head. This strike came so abruptly that even Zhuan Ji, the abbot, failed to comprehend it. Yet Chu Ming too swung his blade, clashing with Chu Kuang's short blade. In an instant, both retreated before advancing again. In just a minute, the two had exchanged blows 30 or 40 times. The furnishings in the small room were nearly severed by their combat. Abbot Zhuan Ji, take the others and leave. Chu Ming commanded sternly. I will hold him off. His words caused a slight change in Zhuan Ji's expression, yet he hesitated not. He understood that this was the time Chu Kuang had deliberately afforded them. If they could bring Xiao Mingyu to the forbidden area of Longyin Temple, they would have the opportunity to complete the Zhuanyin sealing formation. At that point, even if Chu Kuang wished to fully open the portal to the underworld, it would be impossible. Good. Abbot Zhuan Ji promptly agreed. He hoisted Kong Liu's body and charged out of the small room with Xiao Mingyu, trying to escape. Upon witnessing this, Chu Kuang gritted his teeth, preparing to pursue, but in the next moment a figure appeared before him. Chu Kuang, your opponent is me. Chu Ming spoke coldly. The underworld blade in his hand emanated a terrifying aura under the light. Get lost! Chu Kuang bellowed in fury. His current focus was not on killing Chu Ming, but on pursuing Xiao Mingyu. As long as Xiao Mingyu perished, no one could thwart the opening of the portal to the underworld. At that point, with the abundant spiritual energy from the portal, Chu Kuang could finally break through to the true Dao realm. Chapter 320. The famed blade, Purgatory. Faced with Chu Kuang, Chu Ming's expression grew exceedingly grave. The eternal dark path technique. The third tier of the dark blade. These trump cards must not be revealed. Should Chu Kuang discover that I am the Dark King, Chu Ming's future would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Until I possess formidable strength, it is imperative that I conceal my true identity. Chu Kuang, it is time for us to settle our scores, Chu Ming declared coldly. My master failed to eliminate you, but I shall take up that mantle. Gripping the dark blade tightly in his hand, he felt its sharpness. Though not at the third tier, it was still immensely keen, comparable to artifacts of the early Dao stage. Chu Ming, if you seek death, then I shall oblige. Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. In an instant, his figure flickered like lightning, descending with a single strike. A tempest arose. Every piece of furniture within the small abode was reduced to splinters. Chu Ming swung the dark blade wildly, attempting to ward off the onslaught of lethal force. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Kuang reappeared. Clang! The dark blades of both men clashed, emitting a shower of brilliant sparks. The shockwave rippled outward. The door of the small house exploded into fragments as both warriors staggered back several paces. How can you possess such power? Chu Kuang gasped. Impossible. In your past life, you lacked such abilities. Chu Kuang was a being reborn through the bending of time and space. In his previous life, Chu Ming, the wastrel, had never diligently practiced martial arts. He was not even a master of internal energy. Yet why now could Chu Ming unleash the prowess of a grandmaster? This revelation not only shocked Chu Kuang but left him bewildered and in disbelief. Could it be that in his past life, Chu Ming was merely pretending? Was he actually a prodigious talent all along? How could this be possible? This thought eluded him. In his previous life, there had been no powerful figure claiming to be the Dark King. What had changed to alter everything so drastically? Surprised, Chu Ming sneered, positioning the dark blade before him. Chu Kuang, do not think you are the only one who can reach this realm. I, Chu Ming, the eldest son of the Chu family, can do so as well. He possessed a city-dwelling cultivation app sufficient to contend with Chu Kuang, the protagonist. At this moment, the arch-villain and the hero clashed with full force for the first time. Chu Ming. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth. The man before him had bestowed upon him countless humiliations in their past life. Later, the silent opening of the gate to the underworld allowed him to enter that realm. He had spent 9,000 years to become the first Dark King throughout history. The underworld bowed before him. Even the demon lord of the lifeless realm held him in wary regard. Yet why could he not overcome a mere Chu Ming? This man was simply Chu Ming, facing the reincarnated and recultivated version of him. He ought to be unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Yet now this man stood before him, gripping the dark blade. Chu Kuang felt a surge of resentment. Suddenly a bolt of lightning split the heavens, thunder rolled in its wake. The profiles of Chu Kuang and Chu Ming were illuminated by the flash. They could distinctly see the fierce glint and murderous intent in each other's eyes. The arch-villain and the hero were fated to clash. It was a matter of life or death. If you wish to seek out Xiao Mingyu and the others, you must first kill me. Chu Ming stated coldly. I shall do just that, Chu Kuang replied in a low voice. Chu Ming, you are destined to die. Their gazes locked and in an instant they both struck. The air within the small abode churned violently. The roof was shattered by the ferocity of their blades. Rain poured down in torrents. They tumbled and fought, rolling into the courtyard. The downpour soaked their garments and hair. Yet they charged forth like frenzied demons, their blades clashing against one another. Blood spilled forth simultaneously. Was it truly a stalemate? Chu Ming thought to himself, having not utilized the eternal dark path technique. He had likely only tapped into 70 or 80% of his power. If I were to risk exposing my identity to unleash my full strength to kill him? This notion flickered fleetingly in Chu Ming's mind. He dared not gamble. The fortune surrounding Chu Kuang far exceeded his own. Perhaps he could truly gain the favor of the heavens and escape this place. Thus all would be in vain. The dance of blades continued. Their strengths were nearly indistinguishable. Among the curtain of rain, the blood from their bodies was washed away. Chu Kuang, breathing heavily, fixed his gaze on Chu Ming, who stood dozens of meters away. Today, I shall ensure you remain here forever. He spoke coldly. Suddenly Chu Kuang bit into his own fingertip, blood gushing forth. The next moment, he pressed his fingertip's essence onto his forehead. His pupils turned crimson in that instant. The malevolent glimmer in his eyes sent a jolt through Chu Ming's heart. This was the hallmark of the full activation of the eternal dark path technique. Chu Kuang was fighting for his life. Chu Ming's breath quickened, with the eternal dark path technique fully activated. Chu Kuang's power would surge by approximately 30%. If this continued, he would likely have to reveal his identity. Just as the thought crossed Chu Ming's mind, the blood-eyed Chu Kuang surged forward. The gust of wind split the curtain of rain, descending upon Chu Ming with ferocious force. Chu Ming retreated several steps, but the might of Chu Kuang's assault was relentless, offering him no respite. Was he truly left with no choice but to reveal the eternal dark path technique? Chu Ming found it increasingly difficult to fend off the attacks. At this rate, he would lose. It could only be this way. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming retrieved a long blade from his storage bag. Clang! In an instant, the long blade clashed violently with the dark blade. Chu Kuang's strength was immense, and Chu Ming barely managed to hold his ground using all his physical power. Yet at that moment, the long blade erupted with a brilliant gleam, forcefully pushing Chu Kuang back. What? Chu Kuang was momentarily stunned. This Chu Ming, who had seemingly been unable to cope, how could he unleash such power? The famed blade, Purgatory. With a flick of his right hand, Chu Ming drew the blade's tip across the ground, leaving a sharp mark in its wake. This was one of the 5 artifacts gifted to him by Bai Yutang. Purgatory had once been an artifact of the Transcendence realm, however, due to its owner's disappearance it had gradually fallen into the mortal realm. Having undergone the trials of the mundane, the blade's edge had become even more formidable. Chu Ming had polished it once. In his hands, Purgatory should possess a level inferior to the 3rd tier of the Dark Blade yet superior to the 2nd tier. Now, facing the blood-eyed Chu Kuang. It was the perfect moment. Chu Kuang, if you wish to kill me today, it seems unlikely you will succeed. Chu Ming spoke icily. With Purgatory in hand, he should be able to compensate for the diminished power of the Eternal Dark Path technique. A Transcendence artifact? Chu Kuang's gaze was piercing. He instantly discerned the grade of the artifact in Chu Ming's hand. How could you possess a Transcendence artifact? Chu Kuang was astounded. The surprises Chu Ming had dealt him were far too numerous. First his cultivation, now an artifact. The value of a Transcendence artifact could rival that of an entire clan. How could the Chu family possibly provide Chu Ming with such a treasure? Words are futile. Chu Ming sneered. Since you wish to kill me, I shall not spare you. Chu Ming pointed the blade's tip at him. Chu Kuang, do you dare to engage in a fight to the death with me? Hearing this, the murderous intent in Chu Kuang's eyes surged. What is there to fear? He shouted coldly. The dark blade was gripped tightly in his hand. The blade's edge cut through the rain, its cold gleam flashing. The two locked eyes. The battle was about to erupt. Both were determined to kill the other. Chu Kuang sought vengeance for past humiliations. Chu Ming fought for his own survival. The torrential rain fell heavily. Just as they prepared to strike, the ground trembled violently. It was as if the earth were collapsing, and even the trees in the courtyard swayed. Chu Ming and Chu Kuang staggered back a few steps. Their gazes turned toward the summit of Longyan Temple. There lay the forbidden ground of Longyan Temple. It was also the location of the gate to the underworld. Ha ha ha. Chu Kuang suddenly realized, laughing uproariously. The gate to the underworld is about to open. What? Chu Ming's expression changed dramatically. He had clearly sealed the formation. How could the gate to the underworld be opening? Chu Ming, despite your meticulous planning, you ultimately failed to prevent this. Chu Kuang laughed maniacally. Once the gate to the underworld opens, none of you will be my match. The Eternal Dark Path technique is inherently a technique of the underworld. When Chu Kuang created it, he tapped into the primal power of the underworld. As long as he could absorb the spirit energy from the underworld, it would greatly benefit his cultivation of the Eternal Dark Path technique. Not only could he break through to the Tao stage, but even reaching the Transcendence realm would likely be within his grasp. Once Chu Kuang achieved such heights, he would regard all the powerful figures of Waxia with disdain. Why would the gate to the underworld open? Not only Chu Kuang, but Chu Ming, who also practiced the Eternal Dark Path technique, felt a surge of the underworld's aura. He discovered that the spirit energy within him began to rejoice and stir. This power undoubtedly originated from the underworld. With the formation shattered, the gate to the underworld would open within a day. Chu Kuang cast a cold glance at Chu Ming, relaying the message to the false Dark King that his plans could no longer be thwarted. Ha ha ha. Chu Ming, your life is temporarily spared. Once I absorb the energy of the underworld and break through to the Tao stage, I shall surely come to capture you alive. Rest assured, I will not let you die so swiftly. Chu Kuang cackled, his smile infused with a terrifying coldness. In the next moment, without lingering for battle, he swiftly flew out of the small courtyard. In his view, once the gate to the underworld opened, all within Longyan Temple would perish. Then, he could reap the rewards. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Chu Ming, it was not worth it. After tonight, he would have plenty of ways to ensure Chu Ming's demise. Witnessing Chu Kuang's retreating figure, Chu Ming's face paled instantly. Should the opening of the gate to the underworld become inevitable, then everything he had done prior would be rendered utterly futile. It is inconceivable. Chu Ming clenched his fists. I have clearly employed a formation to delay the solidification of the gate of the underworld. How could this possibly be, as long as the ethereal shadow of the gate of the underworld remains unsolidified? Then this door shall never be opened. Yet now, the mountain trembles and the aura of the underworld approaches. Everything indicates that the formation laid by Chu Ming has shattered, and the Zhuan Yin sealing formation is utterly broken. The ethereal shadow of the gate of the underworld has fully manifested. All of this has transformed on this rainy night. Linju City will inevitably undergo a cataclysmic upheaval. Chapter 321. The Gate of the Underworld opens. It is impossible. Chu Ming's expression was frantic. The gate of the underworld had evidently been delayed by his formation, incapable of descending in such a short span of time. But the current tremors are indeed caused by the gate of the underworld. How could this be? Gritting his teeth, Chu Ming immediately soared upwards towards the forbidden area of Longyan Temple. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he discovered the ground of the plaza already fissured. Rainwater seeped into the earth. Without hesitation, he pressed forward. At this moment, the ground quaked anew. The aura of the underworld grew ever more intense. Just as in the original text, Chu Ming's countenance darkened further. Should the gate of the underworld open and the tide of souls surge forth, the entirety of Linju City would surely suffer. At that juncture, the suffering of living beings would be inevitable. Chu Ming wished to avert this disastrous scene. In the original narrative, the protagonist Chu Quan had indeed opened the gate of the underworld. But he had also taken measures to resist the majority of the tide of souls. However, through a twist of fate, this time, the Chu Quan who opened the gate of the underworld had no such intentions. The arrival of Chu Ming had accelerated this plot. Since it has been hastened, then everything shall reset, including the motivations, purposes and outcomes of the protagonist Chu Quan. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ming disregarded the exposure of his identity and directly employed a minor teleportation technique amidst the rain. His figure nearly flickered to the entrance of the forbidden cave. Inside this cave, an array of peculiar flowers had begun to bloom. The flowers of the other shore. Chu Ming's expression shifted. This flower grows by the banks of the River of Souls. It is used to guide wandering souls. Its presence here signifies that the gate of the underworld has entirely descended. I hope it is not too late. Chu Ming stepped inside, within the cave. Flames flickered. A dark purple door had already solidified. Beside it lay the deceased old monks. Zhuanji, Xiao Mingyu and Kong Liu knelt pale before the door. Xiao Mingyu's wrist was stained with blood. What is happening? How could the formation have shattered? Chu Ming immediately inquired. The old monk, I do not know either. Zhuanji gasped heavily, evidently shaken by the scene before him. The gate of the underworld has descended, which means they cannot prevent its opening. The Zhuanyin sealing formation is rendered ineffective. It is the blood. Kong Liu's gaze was bleak. The blood of this girl is unusual. She is not the sacrifice required for the Zhuanyin sealing formation. Chu Ming glanced at Kong Liu. He promptly stepped forward and grasped Xiao Mingyu's wrist. Simultaneously, a vast aura of Buddhist energy surged through Chu Ming's right hand, attempting to merge into his being. Chu Ming recoiled as if struck by lightning, releasing Xiao Mingyu's wrist. How could this be? Had it not been for the automatic protective mechanism of the Eternal Nether Path technique, Chu Ming's body would have been engulfed by this Buddhist energy. The Eternal Nether Path technique is inherently sinister. Encountering the righteous energy of Buddhism would naturally result in conflict. Could it be? Chu Ming pondered a possibility. He had previously gifted Xiao Mingyu a set of Buddhist scriptures. Those scriptures were high-level texts produced by a city cultivation app. Could it be that Xiao Mingyu has made progress? It is fate. Truly it is fate. Kong Liu, the old monk, lamented, everything is destiny. Buddha, will you forsake us? Your faithful followers. Silence. Chu Ming barked sharply. What time is it? And this old monk is still calling out to the Buddha. The Buddha is far away in the Buddhist realm. How could he possibly intervene in matters concerning the gate of the underworld? Chu Ming swiftly withdrew a bandage from his storage pouch and wrapped it around Xiao Mingyu's wrist. The bloodline is intact. The issue lies with that Buddhist energy. Chu Ming sighed. The Zhuanyin sealing formation requires a balance of yin and yang blood. Although Xiao Mingyu's bloodline meets the criteria, the invasion of this Buddhist energy has transformed her bloodline entirely into pure yang energy. Thus, the original formation shattered upon encountering this yang energy. The formation I laid was fundamentally based on the Zhuanyin sealing formation. Once the base array shattered, the subsidiary arrays ceased to exist. The gate of the underworld has descended even faster than anticipated. Chu Ming observed the bewildered Xiao Mingyu and could not help but sigh. He had thought he could delay for several more months. Alas, he has still been unable to avert this calamity. Chu benefactor, what should we do now? Zhuanji spoke urgently. the ever-composed Master Xuanji was utterly at a loss before the gate of the underworld. Master Xuanji, take them down the mountain. Chu Ming spoke in a low voice, take them down the mountain, and what about you? Xuanji suddenly paused, raising his head to look at Chu Ming. Chu Ming gradually rose, facing the gate of the underworld. I will hold back the apparitions that emerge from the gate of the underworld. You take the others and leave at once the gate of the underworld descends. It shall open within 10 minutes. Having read the original text, he was fully aware. Chu benefactor, how can this be? You. Xuanji stammered in confusion. Do not waste time, hurry and leave. Chu Ming shouted sternly, it will be too late otherwise. Xuanji, do you wish for your disciples and master to perish here? This. Xuanji hesitated, hurry and leave. Chu Ming bellowed, very well. Xuanji gritted his teeth. He understood that in his severely injured state, staying here would be of no use. Given the current situation, leaving was indeed the best course of action. Chu benefactor, you must be cautious. Xuanji hoisted Kong Liu onto his back and forcefully helped Xiao Mingyu up. Xiao Mingyu looked up in confusion. Brother Chu, you must come with us. It is all right. Mingyu, you and your master should go first. Chu Ming reassured, I will find a way to survive. How can you survive? That is the gate of the underworld. Xiao Mingyu exclaimed in fear. Do not do anything foolish. Even my master and grandmaster cannot cope. How can you alone? Before Xiao Mingyu could finish, Chu Ming pointed a finger at her forehead. Xiao Mingyu was taken aback. From this single gesture she felt a vast power. She gazed at Chu Ming in astonishment. Mingyu, go. Xuanji urged her hand, and the three of them headed towards the cave's exit. Xiao Mingyu turned back, gazing at the figure standing before the gate of the underworld. Chu Ming's black robe billowed in the wind from the door behind him. In that moment, Xiao Mingyu seemed to see Chu Ming retrieve a mask from his embrace. He gently donned the mask. He is. The astonishment in Xiao Mingyu's eyes was beyond measure. After the three departed, Chu Ming's gaze fell upon the imposing door before him. Less than 3 minutes remained until the gate of the underworld opens. If he could hold back the majority of the tide of souls, Linju City could be preserved. Chu Ming took a deep breath. In these 3 minutes, he did not remain idle. He retrieved numerous spirit stones from his storage pouch. Arranging them around the area. 3 soul-locking formations were set up. I hope this proves effective. Chu Ming's breath was heavy. Looking at the cave's rocky walls, he found them already adorned with blooming other shore flowers. This signifies that the gate of the underworld is about to open. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the door before Chu Ming. It is about to open. Chu Ming clenched his fists. At this moment, anxiety overwhelmed him. His palms were sweaty and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He lacked confidence in halting the tide of souls. In the original text, the protagonist Chu Kuang had exhausted all means yet failed to stop them entirely. Moreover, he had suffered severe injuries, barely surviving. He was about to confront a similar fate. I hope I will not die. Chu Ming focused intently on the door before him. Time silently passed. From the gate of the underworld, wisps of white energy began to emerge. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire cave. Chu Ming's clothes were already drenched in sweat. Crack, crack. The sound came again, simultaneously, the air filled with piercing screams and wails. It was as if malevolent spirits from the depths of hell were roaring forth, sending chills down one's spine. The door creaked open. 5.4.3.2.1. In that instant the door swung wide open. Countless malevolent spirits, demons and vengeful souls surged forth from this portal. It was as if the gates of hell had been flung wide. The aura of the underworld engulfed the surroundings. Here they come. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. The path of the nether, the ancient nightmare, the calamity of the living, the flow of extermination, the path of slain gods, the cycle ends, eternity manifests. Chu Ming shouted fiercely, activating the 3 soul-locking formations simultaneously. All the emerging malevolent spirits, demons and vengeful souls were trapped within these formations. They wailed and screeched, swelling incessantly within the cave. With a swift motion, Chu Ming brandished the soul-reaping blade, which materialized in an instant. At the moment the blade emerged, the attention of all malevolent spirits, demons and vengeful souls converged upon him. Their crimson gazes seemed as if they yearned to devour him whole. In that fleeting instant, A multitude of demons and malevolent spirits opened their gaping maws, rushing toward him. The eternal nether path technique was fully unleashed. At this moment Chu Ming's pupils transformed into an eerie blood-red hue. With a sudden swing of the soul-reaping blade, the power of the nether path roared forth, cleaving through the air. Several demons were annihilated by the radiant blade light, yet behind them surged even more demons and vengeful souls. Intent on tearing Chu Ming apart, he valiantly resisted their relentless onslaught, the blade in his hand radiating a fierce glow. However, outnumbered, it wasn't long before a gash was inflicted upon his body, crimson blood streaming from the wound on his back. The scent of blood seemed to invigorate the spirits and demons, inciting them into a frenzy as they charged at Chu Ming. The cacophony of screams, roars, and grotesque sounds echoed throughout the cavern. Should this scene be witnessed by others, it would surely terrify the hearts of the vast majority. In Chapter 322, The Celestial Tribulation of the Path, Chu Ming continued to wield the soul-reaping blade with fervor. Even retrieving a second, lesser blade, were it not for the formidable power of the soul-reaping blade against these specters, he might have been unable to fend off their assaults. Soon enough, he had slain numerous demons and vengeful spirits. Many vanished, transforming into skulls, while others dissipated into blooded corpses. Yet, the majority simply disintegrated, never to be seen again. The cavern was strewn with skeletal remains. Resembling a hellish nightmare, Chu Ming gasped for breath, but the relentless tide of demons and vengeful spirits compelled him to tighten his grip on the hilt. If they could not be vanquished, the entire city of Linju would fall. He was determined to leave these malevolent entities behind. This was the promise he had made to Xiao Mingyu. One strike after another fell from his blade, filling the cavern with the wails of the damned. As old demons and spirits perished, new ones surged forth. Chu Ming bore several new wounds across his back, neck and chest. The pain pierced through to his bones. Yet he roared in fury, facing the onslaught of descending demons. One strike, another strike. He seemed tireless, the blade light cascading down ceaselessly. The spiritual energy within him was rapidly depleting, unbeknownst to Chu Ming at that moment. The black phone's screen flickered with light. Congratulations on slaying the Netherworld's souls, gaining 100 plot points. Congratulations on slaying the Netherworld's demons, gaining 500 plot points. Congratulations on slaying the Netherworld's malevolent spirits, gaining 800 plot points. The plot points within the app surged relentlessly. Chu Ming was oblivious to this development, his entire focus locked onto the battle. Blood splattered upon his dark robes, even staining his Nether King mask crimson. In this moment, the scent of blood permeated the cavern, yet Chu Ming dared not pause. He must kill. His eyes blazed with an endless crimson hue. Chu Ming transformed into a relentless engine of slaughter. Fully immersed in the fight, every demon that charged at him, every wailing soul that screamed, perished beneath the glare of his blade. Congratulations on slaying the Netherworld's souls, gaining 100 plot points. Congratulations on slaying the Netherworld's souls, gaining 100 plot points. Congratulations on slaying the Netherworld's souls, gaining 100 plot points. The plot points continued to accumulate, yet the flow of spirits seemed endless. The gate to the Netherworld appeared as though it were the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. Unrelenting in its release of demons, Chu Ming had lost track of how many demons and malevolent spirits he had slain. His hands trembled slightly. In the original tale, the protagonist Chu Kuang had also failed to eradicate all the apparitions, resulting in calamity for Linju. However, Chu Ming was never Chu Kuang. He had defied the will of heaven to arrive at this point. He did not believe in fate, nor did he accept the whims of destiny. If heaven sought his demise as a great villain, he would not yield. Even knowing that the will of heaven always favored the protagonist, he would not relent. Begone. Faced with the multitude of approaching malevolent entities, Chu Ming howled at the heavens. In that moment, the eternal nether path technique activated in its entirety. His meridians quivered with energy. One strike after another, the soul-reaping blade cleaved downwards. Chu Ming sensed a force gathering deep within his being. Congratulations. The plot points you have accumulated have reached 200,000 points. Eternal Nether Path technique has entered its second phase. Point deduction successful. Remaining plot points, 5 points. The black phone continued to illuminate. In that instant, a profound voice resonated through Chu Ming's mind. nether path, flowing moon obscures the sky, stars in constant flux, forge the sword of time, merge the blood of Buddha and demon, life and death cease. The firmament reveals. Chu Ming's eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce bloodlight. The radiance expanded, and wherever it spread, demons shattered and vengeful souls retreated. Chu Ming knelt upon the ground, cold sweat soaking his back. He felt an intense heat coursing through his body. A power of extraordinary magnitude flowed incessantly through his meridians. Could this be a prelude to breaking into the Tao realm? Chu Ming's heart raced with astonishment. This was his first experience of breaking into the Tao realm. Feeling this searing energy, white smoke began to emanate from his body, his dark robe billowed. The demons and vengeful souls momentarily halted. Gazing at Chu Ming in terror, the power radiated forth, yet the pain spread throughout his entire being. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed. To break into the Tao realm felt like this. Chu Ming groaned in agony. The excruciating pain coursed through his meridians, expanding relentlessly. This sensation was akin to having his meridians forcibly stretched. The previously condensed spiritual energy began to gather within his dantian. A Tao platform slowly coalesced. Meanwhile, at the foot of Longyin Temple, a great army assembled. Experts from the city lord's mansion, formidable warriors from Qianlong Mansion, guards from noble families, and high-ranking military officials all converged here. Yi Wendong, Qin Jinlin, and others were notably present. Messenger Qin, we should hasten our ascent. Abbot Zhuangji urged anxiously. At present only Chu Ming is resisting, and I fear he may not endure much longer. Is that so? Qin Jinlin scoffed. What a pity, it seems not all have arrived. If we proceed hastily, what if something goes awry? In my view, we should wait a while longer. Hearing Qin Jinlin's words, Abbot Zhuangji gritted his teeth in frustration. This Qin Jinlin held a grudge against Chu Ming. Upon learning that it was Chu Ming resisting in the forbidden ground, he had grown indifferent. His intent was to see Chu Ming perish. Messenger Qin. Abbot Zhuangji barked angrily. The gate to the netherworld was opened once 1,000 years ago. Countless lives were lost in Linju City that time. History must not repeat itself. Young Master Chu Ming has wagered his life to buy us time. You, a messenger from Qianlong Mansion, dare to delay our response. If even one citizen of Linju perishes, I shall see how you fare. Abbot Zhuangji was now frantic. He had witnessed Chu Ming standing before that ominous purple gate. That strange netherworld gate had claimed the lives of countless ancestors of Longyin Temple. Had he not been severely injured, Abbot Zhuangji would have already engaged him in battle. Abbot Zhuangji, let us consider your words. Qin Jinlin replied with a faint smile. If Chu Ming is willing to go, that is his affair. My people have yet to arrive, and I must take responsibility for my own. Qin Jinlin's remarks left Abbot Zhuangji seething with rage. How could Qianlong Mansion appoint such a person as the messenger to Linju? Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The torrential rain ceased abruptly. A fierce wind arose. An enigmatic aura swept through the entire Longyin Temple mountain range. Not only Abbot Zhuangji but also Qin Jinlin, Yi Wendong, Zhao Dongcheng, and others, all changed countenance. Qin Jinlin suddenly stepped forward, gazing toward the mountain's summit. His eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. The celestial tribulation for entering the Tao realm. How could this be possible? To ascend from a Grand Master to the Tao realm, one must break through the celestial tribulation. Yet at this moment, the celestial tribulation had descended. This indicated that someone atop the mountain was undergoing tribulation. How could this occur at such a critical juncture? Yi Wendong was equally astonished. This is impossible. At the mountain's peak there was currently only one person. Could it be? Abbot Zhuangji considered a possibility. Chu Ming? No, that cannot be. Qin Jinlin's face turned pale as he staggered back several steps. A mere 24-year-old youth could break into the Tao realm. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yet the might of the celestial tribulation had indeed descended. At this very moment, someone was undergoing tribulation. His master, the Nether King, had already attained the Tao realm and would not undergo tribulation again. Abbot Zhuangji took a deep breath. As for my Longyin Temple, should anyone undergo tribulation, it can only be this old monk. Thus, calculating the circumstances, it might indeed be young Master Chu. The astonishment in Abbot Zhuangji's eyes rivaled that of Qin Jinlin. Chu Ming had previously exhibited Grand Master level power. Now, facing tribulation, though extraordinary, was not beyond the realm of possibility. A 24-year-old in the Tao realm. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. If indeed Chu Ming were to overcome this tribulation, then the heavens of Huaxia would surely undergo a transformation. At merely 20-something years of age, achieving the status of a Grand Master is already a feat of unparalleled genius. As for entering the Tao realm, that is utterly impossible. Yet, the scene before them now has left everyone astounded. It cannot be like this. Qin Jianlin's breath quickened. Offending a king of the underworld has already put him in a precarious situation. If Chu Ming were to break through once more, and the master and disciple were to visit, it might very well shatter the entire Tianshan mansion of Linju City. Qin Jianlin's heart was consumed by fear. Qin Envoy, do not worry. One of his black-clad subordinates quickly reassured him. The tribulation of entering the Tao realm is not so easily surmountable. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianlin's expression softened somewhat. Indeed, just as the subordinate in black had stated, entering the Tao realm is no simple matter. The 49 heavenly tribulation consists of 36 bolts of thunder. One must overcome them all to ascend into the Tao realm. Thus, the numbers of those who achieve the Tao are so few. Yes, it is impossible for him to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the Tao realm. Qin Jianlin gritted his teeth. How old is he? Becoming a Grand Master is already a miracle, and to think he could endure the heavenly tribulation of the Tao. It is but a pipe dream. Indeed, the black-clad subordinate chuckled. Qin Envoy, you should be pleased. If this child were to perish in the Tao tribulation, then Chiyu Lake would certainly not be easy to deal with. You speak true. Qin Jianlin regained his composure and coldly remarked, if this child dies, then the only adversary I must confront is merely a king of the underworld. This Chu Ming dares to break through to the Tao realm at this time. He is truly courting death. Once this Tao tribulation concludes, I shall personally ascend the mountain to collect his corpse. With this thought, Qin Jianlin could not help but burst into laughter. A mere 24-year-old youth, able to withstand the heavenly tribulation? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 323. The Flow of Souls. Thunder rumbled incessantly within the sea of clouds. A powerful aura whipped up a tempest, sweeping towards the crowd. Martial artists below the master realm felt an oppressive weight upon their chests, as if a tremendous pressure enveloped their very spirits. The heavenly tribulation is upon us. Zhuan Ji abruptly raised his head. He had witnessed his forebears break through, but the might of the heavenly tribulation he experienced was no match for the strength of Chu Ming's. In fact, it didn't even compare to 1/10 of its power. The tribulation clouds continued to gather, shrouding a significant portion of Linju City. The sky turned dark and the hearts of the onlookers quaked. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt, deafening enough to shatter the heavens, came crashing down. The ground trembled as if cleaved in two. A fierce wave of energy cascaded from the mountaintop, spreading beneath the feet of all present. The lightning struck first, while the thunder followed. That earth-shattering sound of thunder could be heard even from a great distance, resounding throughout Linju City. What manner of heavenly tribulation is this? Zhuan Ji's spirit was shaken. This heavenly tribulation seemed to not merely punish the one undergoing it, but to annihilate them. This tribulation is excessively powerful. Not only Zhuan Ji, but even Qin Jianlin was utterly astonished. When he broke through, the 49 heavenly tribulation was but a mere formality, yet now, the power of the first bolt rivals that of the final one he had endured. Why is this so? Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, the thunder struck the mountaintop, rocks shattered. Countless grey figures emerged from the peak. What is that? A voice rose from the crowd, but in the next instant Zhuan Ji's pupils constricted. It is the flow of souls. As the abbot of Longyan Temple, he could hardly fail to recognize the visage of these specters, demons, vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts. All surged forth from the mountaintop simultaneously, diving towards the crowd. Everyone, prepare for battle. Zhuan Ji disregarded Qin Jianlin and shouted loudly to the people behind him. The crowd had yet to regain their wits. Those demons, malevolent ghosts, and vengeful spirits had already charged before them. Some had already opened their gaping maws. Attack! Zhuan Ji bellowed once more. This shout finally roused the dazed crowd. They all swiftly drew their weapons, ready to confront the specters. However, they soon discovered that whether using firearms or cold weapons, attacks lacking spiritual essence had no effect on these apparitions. In an instant, Lamentations filled the air. Some were torn asunder by demons, others invaded by vengeful spirits. Some were devoured by malevolent ghosts, blood flowing like rivers. Qin Jianlin, what are you still dawdling for? Zhuan Ji gritted his teeth as he blocked a malevolent ghost, shouting angrily at Qin Jianlin. At this moment, he no longer wished to waste words with him. Each moment of hesitation could mean a life lost. Qin Jianlin abruptly snapped back to reality. Act, quick act. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into a demon with great force. The demon wailed in agony, rolling on the ground. Qin Jianlin swiftly delivered the finishing blow. With his prowess at the Dao realm, slaying such a demon was a trivial task. However, his black-clad subordinates and the other martial experts found themselves in dire straits. Qin Jianlin, if this day leads to irreparable losses, my Longyan temple shall not rest until we resolve this with you. Zhuan Ji was consumed with fury. He had endeavored to persuade Qin Jianlin with compassion. Yet this arrogant man sought to exploit the situation for personal vendetta. Now, with the onslaught of the flow of souls, the four great powers, the Tianshan mansion, the city lord's mansion, the military, and the aristocratic families, had all fallen into chaos. It is all Qin Jianlin's fault. While Chu Ming fought desperately, what was Qin Jianlin doing at this moment? Zhuan Ji gritted his teeth. At this instant, all thoughts of Buddhist enlightenment, of cultivation, and of Amitabha fled from his mind. He could only think of how to protect the citizens of Linju City. Kill them. Qin Jianlin, too, could no longer care about Zhuan Ji's wrath, hastily issued orders to his black-clad men. However, the sheer number of these spectral entities was overwhelming, and many had already fallen, while others were gravely injured. Zhuan Ji could scarcely fathom what means Chu Ming had employed to withstand such a terrifying onslaught for so long. Just as the crowd struggled to hold their ground, a second bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. The crackling electricity illuminated the sky. Many of the advancing spectres disintegrated in the light. This sight filled Zhuan Ji with a glimmer of hope. Everyone, hold this position. He bellowed, if we can hold out, we can save Linju City. He calculated that with each bolt of heavenly tribulation that struck, some of the souls would dissipate. As long as Chu Ming could endure the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, the flow of souls would be significantly diminished. Chu Ming, after slaying a demon, Zhuan Ji suddenly raised his gaze towards the mountaintop. You must hold on. Thunder continued to crash down. The third, the fourth, the fifth. In the span of a mere half hour, a staggering 25 bolts had fallen. But at the appearance of the 28th bolt, everyone was stunned. This lightning is purple. How could this be? A blooded Qin Jianlin gazed up in horror. Purple lightning tribulation? The rarest sight in Huaxia in a century? Legend has it that such a heavenly tribulation only occurs when one of the four supreme beings of Huaxia undergoes their tribulation. Could it be that the one undergoing the tribulation is also a supreme being? The North Domain's supreme being is the Dragon Sovereign, the East Domain's supreme is the Mad Sovereign, the other two, from the West and South, have all previously faced this purple lightning tribulation. After a century without its appearance, to witness it now left Qin Jianlin utterly speechless. This Chu Ming, could he be the fifth supreme being of Huaxia? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Qin Jianlin's breath became heavy. At that moment, a demon behind him opened its gaping maw, preparing to swallow him whole. Qin Jianlin. Zhuan Ji's staff suddenly struck the demon. It perished instantly beneath the light of the Buddha. Enraged, Zhuan Ji stepped forward and seized Qin Jianlin by the collar. Are you still hesitating? Look at these people. Zhuan Ji gestured around. Qin Jianlin's gaze turned bewildered. Around him, the personnel from the four great powers had dwindled to half. Numerous injured lay moaning on the ground. Qin Jianlin was suddenly frozen in place. Because of you, these people are dying. Zhuan Ji shouted in fury. Qin Jianlin, this matter is far from over. Zhuan Ji abruptly shoved Qin Jianlin aside. His staff struck down another vengeful spirit that flew towards him. The spirit shrieked and vanished into the air. A skull thudded to the ground. Zhuan Ji, already grievously wounded, was now utterly exhausted from the fierce battle. It was his compassion and the fury directed at Qin Jianlin that kept him going. I understand now. Qin Jianlin took a deep breath. He drew his dagger and immediately slashed at a nearby spectre. In that very moment, several bolts of purple lightning struck down. The tremors from the mountaintop grew increasingly pronounced. At the foot of the mountain, The four great powers struggled to hold on. Ye Wending's sword had splintered into pieces. He was also drenched in blood, yet he still pressed forward, plunging his sword into a demon's heart. Beside him, Zhao Dongcheng wielded a firearm, landing a precise shot on a vengeful spirit. These were bullets inscribed with Buddhist scriptures. Particularly lethal to vengeful spirits, having collaborated with Longyan Temple for many years, he had naturally produced such weaponry, even though his cultivation was low, merely at the level of a vigorous martial artist. He could still stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhuan Ji and others in battle. Not only they but others also persisted in the fierce struggle. Qin Envoy, we can no longer hold on. Several grandmasters from the Heavenly Dragon Mansion suddenly cried out for help. One of them had his arm torn off by a demon, another had lost a calf. The situation was utterly dire. Qin Jinlin, witnessing this scene, was engulfed in deep regret. He shouldn't have been so careless. Of the people who had arrived from the Heavenly Dragon Mansion, only 1/3 remained. If he had heeded Zhuangji's advice to mobilize the entire army, they could have surely averted this crisis. Alas, it was all too late. The purple lightning continued to strike down on the ground. More and more were being slaughtered by the tide of the undead. The anguished wails, the screams of souls, and the sinister laughter of demons all converged into a cacophony. It was as if hell had descended upon the mortal realm. Finally Zhuangji could no longer endure. The staff in his hand had become frayed from repeated use. Yet, the undead and monsters continued their relentless descent along the mountain path. Endless, as if intent on annihilating the entire Linju city. It was over, everything was over. Zhuangji's weary eyes beheld this scene, and he sighed deeply. Ancestors, the task you entrusted to me, I shall never accomplish. I Zhuangji am the sinner of Longyan Temple. Zhuangji laughed bitterly to the heavens. At that moment, the last bolt of purple thunder roared down. In that instant, the heavy rain began to fall once more. A radiant beam shot forth from the mountaintop. Descending towards the valley, the crowd drawn by this brilliance turned to gaze. Amidst the rain, mist began to rise. Zhuangji was taken aback. Behind that light was an enormous book. The book spun in midair, enveloping all beneath it with an arcane power. The onlookers were astonished to discover that all the grotesque undead and monsters were wailing and perishing beneath this radiance. The vengeful spirits were reduced to ashes, never to be seen again. This, Zhuangji suddenly froze. He rose with effort, his eyes filled with astonishment. A miracle, this must be a miracle. Among the crowd, someone shouted in awe. Instantly all hearts trembled slightly. They gazed at the colossal tome in the sky, their eyes reflecting a trace of reverence. What on earth is this? Qin Jinlin was similarly stunned. With his knowledge, he could not discern the origin of this glowing book. Chapter 324. Breakthrough into the path. This object seemed to possess celestial powers. Wherever its light reached, the 100 demons retreated. As Qin Jinlin lifted his gaze towards the luminous book, his eyes brimmed with desire. A treasure, undoubtedly a treasure. Longyan Temple possesses such a treasure. This object must belong to me. Qin Jinlin squinted, a greedy smile creeping upon his lips as he leaped upwards. Among all present, only he was in the Dao Entry realm. In the Dao Entry realm, one could ride the winds and fly. Qin Jinlin, what do you intend to do? Upon seeing Qin Jinlin's actions, Zhuangji was momentarily taken aback. The book was currently vanquishing the undead tide. To rashly approach it would only invite chaos. Not only Zhuangji but others were equally startled by Qin Jinlin's boldness. Yet before Qin Jinlin could touch the book, its light flared brilliantly. With a cry, Qin Jinlin fell from the heavens. The crowd rushed forward to inspect. Half of Qin Jinlin's face had been scorched. What on earth is that? Everyone was momentarily stunned, a sense of dread enveloping them. Could it be? Zhuangji's eyes widened in horror. He suddenly looked up. 3 words emerging in his mind. The Book of Life and Death. This was recorded in the texts of Longyan Temple. This object was a treasure of the underworld, having appeared once before when the gates of the underworld opened. Therefore, although Linju City suffered greatly, the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang region was spared. The merit of the Book of Life and Death was paramount. When the gates of the underworld opened, life was laid waste. Should chaos arise, the Book of Life and Death would manifest, Zhuangji murmured. That text detailing the affairs of the underworld contained this very phrase. Now, it was a testament to that saying. Furthermore, there was another line. 7 gates aligned, the world undergoes great change, good and evil clash, the underworld alters the heavens. The 7 gates refer to the 7 doors of the underworld. Thus, the appearance of the Book of Life and Death signifies. As Zhuangzi pondered this, his complexion turned pale. His master Kongyu had once said, all things have their destined course. Now the emergence of the Book of Life and Death indicates that turmoil is upon us. If that is indeed the case, then Zhuangzi's breath became heavy. The emergence of the Book of Life and Death signified that far too many events were about to unfold. This cannot bode well. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Book of Life and Death obliterated all the undead and monsters. Subsequently, it transformed into a beam of light, returning to the mountaintop of Longyan Temple. All of this felt like a dream. Only the injured lying on the ground, the fallen, the corpses of demons, and the skeletons of vengeful spirits served as reminders that this was no dream. This was reality. Many collapsed in despair the instant the undead and monsters vanished, Zhuangzi included. Meanwhile, the Book of Life and Death soared back to the mountaintop, to the forbidden cave of Longyan Temple. No one knew that it transformed into a black phone, landing upon the chest of a certain individual. That individual was Chu-Ming. At this moment, Chu-Ming's consciousness was hazy. The fall of the black phone jolted him awake. In a state of panic, Chu-Ming glanced around. The gates of the underworld stood wide open, yet the tide of the undead had vanished. A dense aura of the underworld converted into spiritual energy, permeating the entire cave. Did I manage to hold it back? Chu-Ming looked at his own body. He noticed his clothes were tattered and torn. Moreover, to his astonishment, he felt as if his strength had ascended to a new level. He suddenly recalled that at the moment he was resisting the tide of the undead and could barely hold on. He had broken through. This was the opportunity for Dao entry spoken of by the Urban Cultivation APP. Between life and death lies great terror, but also great opportunity. Chu-Ming seized it. He quickly opened the black phone in his hand. He found the screen filled with messages. Congratulations! You have successfully broken through to the second stage of Eternal Underworld Path Technique. Reward: plot points 10,000. Congratulations! The plot shop has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, with all item exchange costs reduced by 50%. Congratulations! The forging function for the 4th tier of the Underworld Blade is now available. You can forge the 4th tier of the Underworld Blade under certain conditions. Congratulations! Chu-Ming was stunned upon reading these messages. He had indeed guessed correctly. The restrictions of the APP's functionality were due to his cultivation not reaching a certain stage. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Dao entry realm, the APP naturally updated in sync, revamping all its features. Unexpectedly, this calamity had brought fortuitous blessings. Chu-Ming took a deep breath. Feeling fortunate, had he not been able to hold back the tide of the undead, he might have perished here. Thankfully, everything unfolded as he anticipated, and he had also entered the Dao entry realm. Chu Kuang, your time of reckoning has come. Chu-Ming squinted. He still bore several injuries. Once these wounds fully healed, he would undoubtedly seek out Chu Kuang's whereabouts and personally eliminate him. This time, he would not grant Chu Kuang another chance at resurrection. He must confirm that Chu Kuang was thoroughly dead. As for the gates of the underworld, Chu-Ming turned and gazed at the violet door behind him. In the original text there were 7 gates to the underworld, and this violet door should be the first. This door seemed impossible to close now. Chu-Ming extended a finger, testing the violet door. Yet, his spiritual power dissipated before it even reached the door. Behind this lay the underworld. Chu-Ming's breath grew heavy. If the underworld's energy were to enter here, it would transform into spiritual energy. Additionally, if the beings of the underworld appeared in droves, it would pose a significant problem. Chu-Ming remembered that in the original text, the protagonist had set up a Buddhist array here. Because of that formation, any beings from the underworld that arrived afterward would perish within it. The Dharma is exceptionally effective against such monsters. If I simply leave, it would be unwise to let anything escape from here. Chu-Ming surveyed the gates of the underworld. Suddenly, he pointed out a finger. Utilizing his Dao entry realm's spiritual power, he conjured a formation out of thin air. After completing it, he felt uneasy and drew 7 more. Ha! Chu-Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air. The 7 Buddhist arrays should be able to block the beings from the underworld emerging from the door. Unfortunately, the door could not be shut now. It seemed chaos was set to begin prematurely. Chu Ming sighed. In the original text, it should have taken another month for events to develop to this point, however, due to Chu Ming's intervention. The gates of the underworld opened ahead of schedule. The gatekeeper was not the protagonist Chu Kuang, but rather this great villain. These layers of variables had altered everything. As chaos begins, the spiritual energy density across Huaxia and even the entire world would surge. The number of martial artists would experience a tremendous increase. Those who were once masters of inner strength would effortlessly ascend to the realm of grandmasters. Those already in the grandmaster realm would swiftly become great grandmasters. Within 3 years, the Dao entry realm would abound. Eventually, even the heavenly laws would cease to impose Dao entry tribulations, implicitly accepting the existence of the Dao entry realm, Chu Ming murmured to himself. Having sorted through the ensuing plotline, everything was on the verge of transformation. All urban institutions, the martial society, and the major factions are undergoing a complete reshuffle. Of course, that is a matter for another time. However, Chu Ming is acutely aware of this eventuality. Regardless of how he influences the plot, the overarching situation will remain unchanged. The opening of the gate of the underworld signifies the commencement of it all. I must swiftly eliminate Chu Kuang. Chu Ming took a deep breath, feeling his strength rejuvenate. The protagonist's cultivation will advance significantly, and if I delay until later, I may not even be able to kill him. Chu Ming understood that since he failed to eradicate Chu Kuang before the gate of the underworld opened, he had no choice but to confront him now. Otherwise, once Chu Kuang ascends to the Dao realm, it will be too late. This time Chu Ming is determined to turn Chu Kuang to dust, leaving him no chance of survival. This is the only way for Chu Ming to ensure his own safety. I wonder how long Yin Temple is faring. After completing the formation, Chu Ming glanced outside the cave. The sky was overcast, but the heavy rain had ceased. Chuan Ji and the others should have retreated safely by now. He speculated. He withstood the tide of the undead. There should be no significant issues in Linju City. It's best to check it out. After confirming that everything in the cave was in order, Chu Ming departed. Time gradually passed. In the southern part of Linju City, within a residence. This was the headquarters of the Tianlong Mansion in Linju City, and also the place where Qin Jianlin conducted his affairs. However, at present, Qin Jianlin had been placed in a small courtyard on the eastern side, quietly recuperating. 6 hours prior, he had been sent to the hospital, and after a brief examination, the doctor allowed him to return to the Tianlong Mansion. At this moment, Qin Jianlin's gaze was vacant, his eyes dull and yellowed. The envoy Qin, the city lord of Linju, seeks an audience, spoke a subordinate clad in black, yet this statement elicited no reaction from Qin Jianlin. As if he had become a mere shell of a person, envoy Qin. The black-clad subordinate called again, the city lord of Linju seeks your audience. This voice finally stirred a flicker of response in Qin Jianlin. The city lord of Linju. Is it Lin Yufeng? Taking a deep breath, Qin Jianlin rasped, let him in. Yes. The black-clad subordinate immediately bowed and retreated. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a middle-aged man in a suit. Envoy, the city lord has been brought in. I see, Qin Jianlin replied, his complexion pale. He waved dismissively at the black-clad subordinate. You may leave. Yes. The subordinate nodded. In this small courtyard, only Qin Jianlin and Lin Yufeng, the city lord of Linju, remained. Yufeng, you sought me out for a reason? Qin Jianlin inquired coolly. He had just endured a fierce battle, his body still unhealed, yet Lin Yufeng had come to seek him. He could scarcely believe it was for anything trivial. Chapter 325. The Qiyu Lake must be eradicated. Envoy, Su Jingcheng is dead, Lin Yufeng stated gravely, speaking in a hushed tone. What did you say? The weary Qin Jianlin abruptly turned, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Who did it? He demanded. We do not yet know. Lin Yufeng shook his head. Not only him, but his entire family has met an untimely demise. As he spoke, Lin Yufeng produced a stack of photographs from his coat. Qin Jianlin scrutinized them closely. A look of astonishment crossed his weary features. How could this be? The deceased in the photographs met with horrifying ends. Particularly, Su Jingcheng's death was utterly shocking. Not only ordinary individuals like Lin Yufeng, but even someone of Qin Jianlin's caliber, who had reached the Dao realm, felt his eyelids twitch upon seeing them. What manner of fiend could commit such heinous acts? Do we have any leads? Qin Jianlin returned the photographs to Lin Yufeng. Yes, envoy, Lin Yufeng replied. We discovered that Su Jingqing had previously used his authority to target a certain enterprise. Which one? It appears to be called Pinghai Machinery Manufacturing Company Limited, Lin Yufeng stated, retrieving a document from his briefcase. Here, envoy, take a look. The document was placed before Qin Jianlin. This company? I've never even heard of it. Qin Jianlin frowned. He flipped through the contents of the document. Legal representative, Chu Pinghai, general manager, Zhao Qiangshu. This is a company that manufactures machinery components, Qin Jianlin remarked, closing the document with indifference. Such companies are as numerous as the stars in Linju City. What relevance does this hold for me? Envoy, the key is not the company itself but its recent circumstances. Lin Yufeng explained, we found that the company received a substantial investment just a few days ago. Oh? Qin Jianlin glanced at him, urging him to continue. The investment amounted to an astonishing 300 million. Yet the market value of Pinghai Company is merely around 40 to 50 million, Lin Yufeng elaborated. Perhaps there may be some clues to uncover here. Are you suggesting that the one who killed Su Jingqing is related to this company's partners? Precisely, Lin Yufeng nodded. Then, what is the background of this partner? Qin Jianlin inquired. We discovered that it is one of the three prominent families in Linju City, the Yi family, Lin Yufeng replied. Moreover, the investment was made under the name of Qiyu Lake. Qiyu Lake. Upon hearing these words, the previously composed expression of Qin Jianlin shifted dramatically. Qiyu Lake signifies Chu Ming, and it also signifies the king of the underworld. Is this matter connected to Chu Ming and the king of the underworld? Qin Jianlin's right hand trembled involuntarily. The king of the underworld possesses immense power, and it is highly likely that Chu Ming has also broken through to the Dao realm. If I oppose them, I may not have a favorable outcome. Envoy, Lin Yufeng observed Qin Jianlin's demeanor, momentarily taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Since Qin Jianlin assumed the position of envoy in Linju City, Lin Yufeng had never witnessed such a reaction from him. Could it truly be that the mere mention of Qiyu Lake instilled such trepidation in Qin Jianlin? We must not get entangled with Qiyu Lake, Qin Jianlin urged hastily, regardless of the outcome of this matter. We cannot touch them. That initial ambush had truly shaken Qin Jianlin to his core. The king of the underworld could cleave a vehicle in half with a single strike, and surely he could shatter Qin Jianlin's protective aura. Following that day, Qin Jianlin had sought information about the king of the underworld. Only then did he learn that the king had wreaked havoc in the capital, defeating even the elders of the foremost family there. If he confronted the king of the underworld, he would not know whether his head would remain attached. But envoy, all evidence points towards Qiyu Lake. It is unavoidable to investigate them, Lin Yufeng contended. Although Su Jingqing is not from our faction, he is still a deputy city lord. If he were to die, it would cause considerable trouble. I have already suppressed the matter, but once the media gets wind of it. You know how it goes. Lin Yufeng was not concerned for Su Jingqing's life. Rather, he feared that if this matter leaked, it would adversely affect the city lord's office, and he would find himself in a precarious position. Hearing Lin Yufeng's words, Qin Jianlin's brow furrowed sharply. Indeed, he recognized the truth in that case. Qin Jianlin pondered for a moment, gather some manpower to shift the blame onto Chu Ming. Moreover, we must not act ourselves. Let the media handle it. If you succeed, we may be able to dismantle Qiyu Lake directly. If not, ensure that we do not expose ourselves. We cannot allow them to realize it was us. Though Qin Jianlin felt considerable trepidation towards Qiyu Lake, he was even more enraged. As a dignified envoy of Qianlong, he was forced to bow to Qiyu Lake. What infuriated him further was that Chu Ming had the audacity to wield the Qianlong token. It felt as though a band of robbers had invaded his territory, instilling both fear and a desire to eradicate them within Qin Jianlin. Envoy, are you suggesting we use the media to divert the blame? Lin Yufeng inquired. Then, shall we label this Chu Ming as the perpetrator? You are mistaken. It is not we who make that determination, Qin Jianlin replied with a cold smirk. Rather, it is they who will decide. I have never claimed that this Chu Ming is the culprit. Lin Yufeng was momentarily taken aback by Qin Jianlin's words, yet he quickly grasped the implication, having climbed to the position of city lord step by step. Lin Yufeng was no fool. All right, I understand. Lin Yufeng nodded. I will make the arrangements. If public sentiment turns overwhelmingly negative, I will have the experts from Qianlong Mansion act on this pretext, Qin Jianlin chuckled coldly. At that point we will not need to lift a finger, and Qiyu Lake will surely bring about its own demise. Envoy's strategy is truly brilliant. Lin Yufeng exclaimed with a smile. Do your utmost to find a few trustworthy individuals. If Quming can withstand it, we must ensure they do not discover our involvement. Qin Jianlin cautioned, should they catch hold of any evidence against us, we will both find ourselves in dire straits. Rest assured, this matter will be handled properly, Lin Yufeng assured him. With you handling it, I have complete confidence. Qin Jianlin closed his eyes, continuing to rest in the armchair. The battle at the foot of Longyan Temple had left him severely injured. He would need at least a week of rest to recover somewhat. During this period, the doctor had also warned him not to leave Qianlong Mansion, and he must avoid any form of combat. By the way, Qin Envoy, what should we do if the true culprit is found? Lin Yufeng inquired. What should we do? Do I need to elaborate? Qin Jianlin furrowed his brows as he spoke. Lin Yufeng suddenly realized. I understand now. I will ensure it is done discreetly. Once a person is dead, certain matters will forever remain shrouded in mystery. One must act in their own interest or face dire consequences. Such is the darkness of the world. I shall take my leave now. Lin Yufeng clasped his fists in a respectful bow to Qin Jianlin and immediately withdrew. His figure vanished into the night. Qin Jianlin slowly opened his eyes. Gazing up at the dim sky, the wind had risen. It was time to extinguish Qiyu Lake. Meanwhile, Chu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the basement of the Qiyu Lake villa, staring at the black phone in his palm. His expression grim. After breaking through to the Dao realm, he discovered that although his power had significantly advanced, his plot points in the urban cultivation narrative had dwindled to nothing. Previously, he had over 20,000. Yet now he was left with just over 10,000. Is someone stealing plot points? This is absurd. Chu Ming found it hard to accept that the points he had painstakingly earned had been inexplicably taken from him. Wait, what are these points? Chu Ming scrolled through the historical messages. He noticed that several entries earlier were reminders of point increases. Point 1 in particular caught his attention. Congratulations. The plot points accumulated by the user have reached 200,000 points. Wengu Mingdao Sutra has entered its second stage. Point deduction successful. Remaining plot points, 5 points. Could it be that my breakthrough to the Dao realm was due to spending 200,000 plot points? Chu Ming was utterly astonished. His continuous slaying of undead and monsters had caused his score to rise rapidly. The moment it reached 200,000, those points automatically converted into the opportunity for his breakthrough to the Dao realm. Upon realizing this, Chu Ming felt immense regret. 200,000 points. How long would it take me to earn that much? A mere reversal of a plot grants only a few hundred to 1,000 points. To deal with Chu Kuang, I'd need to land 300 to 500 strikes. How could Chu Kuang possibly allow me to strike him that many times? With those points I could have exchanged for pills or formations, which would have been far more beneficial. I regret this decision. Spit out the plot points. I no longer wish to break through to the Dao realm. Chu Ming gritted his teeth as he glared at the black phone. Yet the black phone remained unmoved, seemingly regarding Chu Ming as a fool. After a prolonged moment of anguish, Chu Ming reluctantly accepted this reality. He consoled himself, thinking if he could track down Chu Kuang and deliver a good beating, he might still earn a few thousand plot points. Moreover, due to his breakthrough to the Dao realm, many functions had been upgraded. For instance, this Mingdao 4th stage. Let me take a look. The requirements for Mingdao 4th stage are Mingdao 3rd stage 1. Mingdao initial stage 33, plot points 20,000. Upon seeing this prompt, Chu Ming was left utterly bewildered. To forge a Mingdao 4th stage, one needs 33 Mingdao initial stages, plus an additional 20,000 plot points? Why not just rob someone? Chu Ming was at a loss for words. Forging a single Mingdao initial stage requires numerous rare treasures and a significant amount of Chu Ming's own essence. Chu Ming, go ahead and use your head to forge this. Chapter 326. The Groundless Accusation. In the short term, it seemed impossible to forge this. Chu Ming scratched his head, feeling frustrated by the app's exorbitant demands. Yet he had no choice but to comply. The power of the Mingdao 4th stage is comparable to that of transcendental artifacts. Naturally, acquiring such a formidable weapon demands considerable effort. Other functions must not be similarly demanding. Right? Chu Ming anxiously opened the skill points panel for Wangu Mingdao Sutra. The numbers nearly caused him to faint. For the second stage of Wangu Mingdao Sutra, the first layer costs 600, the second layer 1,200, the third layer 2,400, the fourth layer 4,800, the 10th layer 307200. Chu Ming gazed at this string of numbers, rendered speechless. Starting from the 6th layer, the points required nearly reached 20,000. The total points he had painstakingly accumulated thus far were merely this figure. How could this be so outrageous? Chu Ming found it hard to accept. The total was well over 600,000 plot points. How could he possibly earn that much? Did he really have to keep Chu Kuang as a pet to beat him? Has he lost his mind? He is not a masochist. Aside from this, what about the marketplace? Chu Ming trembled as he clicked on the plot point marketplace in the app. 9 turns heart recovery pill. Can heal most chronic injuries. An excellent item for treating the elderly. Price 100 plot points. Extreme blood blade. An item used by the ancestor Chen Hongdao of the Chen family in the capital during the National Defense War. Forged in collaboration with 9 renowned artisans of Huaxia, said to possess the power to shake the might of Huaxia. Price 250 plot points. Premium spirit stone. A fine spirit stone produced in the underworld. Rich in spiritual energy, essential for cultivation. Price 400 plot points. Blank villain card. Randomly selects a villain character from the user's surroundings, regardless of size, ignoring affection levels for ceiling. Price 500 plot points. Basic underworld formation. A legendary compendium of formations from the underworld. Containing various practical formations. Note: this item can only be redeemed once. Price 1,500 plot points. Underworld alchemy method. Intermediate. An advanced alchemy manual for underworld cultivators allowing the creation of high-quality premium and spirit-grade pills upon learning. Note: no need to take it out. Simply click the learning button. Price 4,500 plot points. Upon seeing these prices, Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were reasonably priced. Wait, there is another line of small text? Chu Ming frowned and read closely, murmuring, all expenditures must reach 100,000 plot points to unlock the advanced plot point marketplace. Chu Ming? So the price reduction was merely a trap waiting for him. He felt an impulse to smash the black phone. This is all a scheme. Fine, if I can't handle the protagonist and end up being backstabbed, I'll blame you. Chu Ming spoke with irritation. The black phone lay silently on the table. Unmoving, continuing like this is not a solution. If memory serves me correctly, the invasion of underworld energy should be imminent. Chu Ming furrowed his brows. In the original story, the gates of the underworld opened. However, the beings from the underworld would perish within the formations laid by the protagonist. Their corpses would then transform into the energy source for cultivation, spiritual energy. The underworld energy that comes through would partly convert into spiritual energy while the rest remains unchanged. This portion of underworld energy would lead to the emergence of ghosts and vengeful spirits within Linju City. Thus, the gates of the underworld are a double-edged sword. They can enhance a martial artist's cultivation yet also conjure endless demons. With this advance of a month, who knows what changes may occur? Chu Ming felt a wave of concern. Linju City would become the focal point of all of Huaxia within the next 6 months. All cultivators would converge here. This situation would only change after the second gate of the underworld opens. The second gate of the underworld is located in Zhangjiaji. Chu Ming hesitated, noting that there are 7 gates to the underworld. 4 of which are in Huaxia and 3 abroad. If they all open, the earth will undergo a cataclysm. Rivers will reverse, seas will flood, and the sky will reveal the phantoms of the underworld. The earth may even become a part of the underworld. Chu Ming recalled the plot from the latter part of the original story. Before that, he must devise a plan. There should still be 3 to 4 months before the second gate opens. He must resolve the issue with Chu Kuang before then. Otherwise, things will become even more troublesome. Chu Ming sighed deeply. His initial plan to take the initiative had been thoroughly disrupted by the Chen family's interference. Now, he could only place his hopes on Linju City. As long as the various factions in Linju City were willing to assist him, Chu Kuang would remain within his grasp, just as Chu Ming was formulating his plan. The black phone suddenly buzzed. It was a call from Tang Lin. What could she possibly want at this moment? Chu Ming frowned and pressed the answer button. Hello, Ming Xiao, something has happened. Tang Lin's voice was urgent. I don't know who spread the rumor, but they say that Deputy City Lord Su Jingcheng was killed by you. Now the entrance to Chiyu Lake is swarmed with reporters. What did you say? Chu Ming's expression changed upon hearing this. Su Jingcheng's entire family had clearly been slaughtered by Chu Kuang himself. How could he be implicated in this? Who is framing me? Have you found out? Chu Ming inquired. Not yet, but the public opinion in Linju City is claiming that you hired assassins to massacre Su Jingcheng's family due to a conflict. Tang Lin spoke anxiously. Moreover, this wave of public opinion continues to escalate. Ming Xiao, what should we do? It was her first encounter with such a situation, and she felt a bit flustered. Don't panic. Chu Ming took a deep breath. This is undoubtedly the work of someone manipulating things from behind the scenes. If we rush in a flurry, we will surely make mistakes. That would only play into the hands of the mastermind. But Ming Xiao, the situation is clearly not in our favor. Many reporters have already dug up the surveillance footage from when we were at the hotel. Tang Lin replied. I've heard that even the City Lord's mansion is investigating you. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming fell silent for a moment. The City Lord's mansion? Could it be the handiwork of Qin Jianlin? Chu Ming speculated silently, recalling how Qin Jianlin had harbored resentment against him and the King of Hell due to the incident at Chiyu Lake. If he had indeed instigated the City Lord's mansion to frame Chu Ming, it would make sense. However, the immediate priority was not to deal with Qin Jianlin, but rather to address the swarm of media reporters. Ming Xiao, Yi Long just said that the situation is quickly becoming untenable. Tang Lin suddenly exclaimed, you must think of a solution. All right. Chu Ming inhaled deeply. You should find two formidable warriors and have them disguise as reporters, blending in with the crowd. Ming Xiao, what are you talking about at this critical moment? You still have the presence of mind to find people to impersonate reporters? Tang Lin retorted anxiously. That's utterly useless. We need to resolve the public opinion crisis, not deal with these reporters. What good will it do to confront them? The public sentiment in Linju City will not spare Chu Ming. After all, the entire family of the Deputy City Lord met a tragic end. And everyone's fingers are likely pointing directly at Chu Ming. Don't fret, just follow my instructions, Chu Ming asserted. I will provide you with further directives. Ming Xiao, this. Before Tang Lin could finish her sentence, Chu Ming hung up the phone. She looked at the blackened screen of her phone, letting out a helpless sigh. For now, she could only follow Chu Ming's advice. Meanwhile, Chu Ming swallowed a medicinal pill and exited the underground chamber of the Chiyu Lake Villa. He then made his way to the reception room, where Jiyu Shengwu had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Chu Ming's figure, Jiyu Shengwu immediately stood up. Young Master Chu, what on earth is happening? Jiyu Shengwu furrowed his brow. Why is everyone outside claiming that you killed Su Jingcheng? Su Jingcheng was Jiyu Shengwu's business partner, and they shared a good relationship. Even Jiyu Shengwu was unaware of the cause of the Su family's demise. Now rumors were swirling that Chu Ming was responsible for their deaths. Did you truly kill the Su family? Why would you do such a thing? Jiyu Shengwu questioned, frowning. He merely quarreled with you. There was no need to resort to murder. Director Jiyu, have you misunderstood something? Chu Ming replied helplessly. Why would I kill Su Jingcheng? Even if we had differing opinions, I would never go so far. But what they are saying outside is all pointing to you. Jiyu Shengwu looked at Chu Ming. Do you believe everything they say? Chu Ming scoffed. Director Jiyu, after holding your position for so long, don't you know better? Jiyu Shengwu fell silent instantly. All right, Chu Ming continued. I'll be frank with you. Su Jingcheng was killed by someone named Chu Kuang. Without needing to guess, Chu Ming knew with certainty that Su Jingcheng had met his demise because of Chu Kuang. Su Jingcheng insisted on interfering with the operations of Pinghai Company, prompting Chu Kuang to take action. This plot had already been established in the original story. Chu Ming had warned Su Jingcheng multiple times not to meddle with Pinghai Company. But Su Jingcheng refused to heed the warnings. Now, the entire family had fallen victim to the protagonist, Chu Kuang. Heaven's calamity can be survived, but self-inflicted harm cannot, Chu Ming mused. Su Jingcheng had sought his own demise. And there was nothing Chu Ming could do to stop it. So, what is the situation? Jiu Shengwu asked, furrowing his brow. The evidence in the hands of those media reporters is all pointing at you. That's why I'm here. Chu Ming smiled. It seems someone wants to target me. Who? Who would dare to come after you? Jiu Shengwu was taken aback. I'm not certain. Chu Ming shook his head. It could be someone from the city lord's mansion, perhaps even Qin Jianlin, or maybe that Chu Kuang is also capable of such things. There are quite a few who have enmity with me. The identity of the instigator of this public relations crisis remained unknown to Chu Ming. Chapter 327. Diverting the calamity. However, the one thing Chu Ming could confirm was that the goal of this shadowy figure was to ruin both his reputation and that of Chiyu Lake. This person is quite ruthless, Chu Ming scoffed. Yet they have miscalculated one thing, he declared. Since I did not commit the deed, I am confident in turning the tables. Young Master Chu, what do you intend to do? Jiu Shengwu asked, puzzled. The reporters and media outside are all targeting you. If you misspeak, you may find yourself imprisoned by the city lord's mansion. Even with the Qianlong token, you won't be able to absolve yourself. Once the evidence is solid, no one will be able to help you. Having occupied his position for many years, Jiu Shengwu understood the power of public sentiment all too well. Even if Chu Ming had just defended the entire Linju city against the undead tide, even with the Qianlong token and even with his cultivation in the Dao realm, none of it mattered. The influence of public opinion surpassed all else. The people hiding behind their keyboards would spare no one, including Chu Ming. I have already made arrangements. Chu Ming typed a message on his phone and sent it out. Since they wished to ruin his reputation, Chu Ming would not comply with their wishes. Young Master Chu, what arrangements have you made? Jiu Shengwu ground his teeth. They are all blocking the entrance. If you go out, they will surely intercept you. This situation has the tacit approval of the city lord's mansion. Not even the Yi family could assist you in this matter. You need not worry about helping me, Chu Ming replied calmly. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Yi Wending should be on his way as well. Go fetch him. We are leaving together. You. Jiu Shengwu was taken aback by this statement, feeling a surge of anger. Did Chu Ming even comprehend what he was doing? One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Some things should not be revealed to the public. Once exposed, the consequences could be dire. Stop asking questions and go find Yi Wending, Chu Ming instructed. Have him bring some people along to enjoy the spectacle. Jiu Shengwu's brow furrowed deeply. The current situation was nearly a deadlock. If the city lord's mansion sought to deal with Chu Ming, there was nothing he could do to intervene. All right, young Master Chu. If you fail, I can only help you leave Linju City at most, Jiu Shengwu said. Beyond that, I fear I would be powerless. You need not do anything but watch the show, Chu Ming chuckled. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Let us hope so, Jiu Shengwu sighed, then promptly exited the reception room. Chu Ming gazed out the window, observing the throng of people gathered at the entrance of Chiyu Lake. Someone wishes to see me disgraced? Chu Ming smirked at the scene outside. Then let me see who will be the one to face disgrace. 20 minutes later, Jiu Shengwu and Yi Wending arrived at the scene with their entourage. They found chaos reigning as numerous reporters congregated at the entrance. Not only that, but there were also some shouting citizens, "Get Chu Ming out here! The murderer of the deputy city lord should face severe punishment. An eye for an eye." Banners had already been unfurled. In the span of a single night, the emotions of the citizens of Linju City had been incited. Not only Jiu Shengwu but even Yi Wending suspected that there must be an instigator behind this. Where is young Master Chu? Yi Wending asked anxiously. I do not know, Jiu Shengwu replied. He instructed me to bring you and your people here but did not elaborate further. This situation is too tricky. Yi Wending inquired, did he truly commit the murder? Probably not, Jiu Shengwu shook his head. I know young Master Chu well. He would not do such a thing. He mentioned that it was someone named Chu Kuang who committed the act. That Chu Kuang had recently been extradited by the Chen family from the capital. Jiu Shengwu had previously captured Chu Kuang on the territory of the Bai family, so he had a vivid recollection of him. Regardless of who the murderer was, this incident had already been maliciously spun to implicate Chiyu Lake, leading to losses far beyond what was apparent. Yi Wending was worried. He did not particularly care about Chu Ming's fate. What concerned him was the reputation of the Yi family. It did not matter who was the actual perpetrator. If it implicated the Yi family, Yi Wending would need to prepare for the worst. At that moment, a figure descended from the peak of the Chiyu Lake Villa, riding the wind. All shouting ceased as everyone turned their gaze toward the figure. Someone is flying. I've heard that those in the Tao realm can fly. Could that person be in the Tao realm? Certainly, but how could someone in the Tao realm appear here? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Gu Shengwu and Yu Wending widened their eyes at this spectacle. This is the flight of the wind. The one who broke through to the Tao realm atop the Longyan temple that day is none other than Chu Ming. Jiu Shengwu and Yu Wendong exchanged glances. And in each other's eyes, they discerned a hint of astonishment. A 24-year-old in the Tao realm. How terrifying. Chu Ming's figure descended from the sky, landing precisely on the steps at the entrance. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the crowd. Esteemed guests, Chu Ming's voice resonated powerfully through the air. It is Chu Ming. He has truly appeared. The crowd erupted with excitement recognizing him. This time, we have a story to write. Many within the throng displayed curious smiles upon spotting Chu Ming's presence. Mr. Chu Ming, it is said that you personally killed Vice City Lord Su Jingqing and his family, is that correct? A journalist clad in a suit suddenly inquired. Other reporters eagerly joined in, their questions largely echoing one another. Did you indeed murder Vice City Lord Su Jingqing? Facing their inquiries, Chu Ming merely smiled faintly. Naturally, I did not. Mr. Chu Ming, it is rumored that the City Lord's mansion possesses evidence implicating you in the murder of the Su family. Are you still attempting to deny it? Yes, the City Lord's mansion has gathered evidence. Another chimed in. Moreover, your motive for the murder is plausible. It is said you are the shadowy owner of Pinghai Company. And since Vice City Lord Su intended to investigate your company thoroughly, you eliminated him, correct? Numerous reporters craned their necks pressing for answers. Interesting, Chu Ming chuckled. This is utter nonsense. Then do you have evidence to prove your innocence? Do you have an alibi? On the night the victims were slain, it is said you were alone, with no one to vouch for you, right? The reporter's relentless questioning caused Jiu Shengwu and Yu Wendong to sigh repeatedly. Such a fierce onslaught would wear down even the most steadfast of individuals, let alone Chu Ming. The more desperate one becomes, the more prone to errors they are. These reporters were evidently seasoned veterans, adept at extracting the truth from Chu Ming, yet to everyone's astonishment Chu Ming maintained an air of calm, showing no signs of anxiety. First, he produced a jade pendant from his bosom. This is the proof bestowed upon me by the Qianlong mansion, the Qianlong jade pendant. In other words, I am the designated envoy of the Qianlong mansion. Infusing his spiritual power into the pendant, a resonant dragon's roar echoed around him. The sight of the Qianlong jade pendant silenced the crowd. The Qianlong mansion holds supremacy over the three major forces. To gain the acknowledgement of the Qianlong mansion signifies Chu Ming's remarkably noble status. But what does that truly imply? The suited journalist pressed on. Does being a Qianlong envoy exempt you from the possibility of committing murder? Indeed, he speaks truthfully. A Qianlong envoy who commits a crime must face justice alongside the common people. The crowd's fervor reached a new height. Did Chu Ming truly believe that displaying the Qianlong token would suffice? Yu Wendong's expression turned peculiar. If that were the case, it would be utterly foolish. Alas, Chu Ming remains just a youth. How could he have encountered such a situation? Jiu Shengwu couldn't help but shake his head. They had begun to feel a tinge of disappointment in Chu Ming. Although the Qianlong token represented his esteemed position, it did not resolve the pressing crisis at hand. Public opinion can be lethal. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Three reporters clad in black emerged from the crowd. They broke through barriers, drawing firearms from their waists and aimed at Chu Ming. Chu Ming, you have offended Envoy Qin, and you shall not escape unscathed. Today, we not only aim to frame you but also to eliminate you. Prepare to die. The three voices echoed throughout the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots shattered the air, reaching the ears of the onlookers. Chu Ming fell to the ground in response. Quick, protect the Qianlong envoy. Jiu Shengwu suddenly regained his senses and called for assistance to support Chu Ming. I am unscathed. Chu Ming, gasping for breath, rose from the ground and surveyed the crowd. Narrowing his eyes, he pointed a finger at each of the 3 assailants. His fingers struck their chests, and the 3 black-clad individuals instantly spat blood and collapsed. This scene cast a chilling silence over the venue. It appeared that today's incident was orchestrated to incite and frame an assassination attempt against the Qianlong envoy. Chu Ming coldly surveyed his surroundings and commanded. Those affiliated with Chiyu Lake apprehend all of these individuals, none shall escape. Upon hearing this, the crowd panicked. They had not yet grasped the situation when they were suddenly branded as assassins. I am not an assassin. I merely passed by. Do not arrest me, spare me. Numerous voices cried out in the throng. However, Tang Lin and Yulong had long since surrounded the area with their forces, leaving no one unaccounted for. Arrest them all. The charge of attempting to assassinate the Qianlong envoy is no trivial matter. Jiyu Shengwu finally understood why Chu Ming remained so composed. He intended to utilize this momentum to direct the blame elsewhere. Chapter 328. Turning the tide of public opinion. Brilliant. Jiyu Shengwu took a deep breath. He had finally comprehended the entirety of the situation. The three black-clad bodies lying on the ground were indeed internal traitors arranged by Chu Ming. Revealing his identity as the Qianlong envoy was not an attempt to absolve himself of guilt, but rather to shift the blame onto others, from the words of those three black-clad individuals. It seemed that Chu Ming intended to place the blame on Qin Jinlin. This tactic of misdirection left Jiyu Shengwu genuinely impressed. Quick, everyone gather around, protect the Qianlong envoy. Jiyu Shengwu called out, albeit symbolically. He did not believe that mere gunfire could harm Chu Ming, yet, to cooperate with Chu Ming's ruse, he still took action. Personnel from the military and the Yi family arrived in full force. Surrounding the entrance of Chiyu Lake tightly. Do not arrest me. I am merely passing through. I am a reporter. This is an unlawful detention. I will expose you. Voices of dissent erupted from the crowd. Jiyu Shengwu's cold voice cut through the chaos. You have conspired to harm the Qianlong envoy and attempted to frame him, tarnishing his reputation. How dare you argue? In the name of the military. I shall take you all in for questioning. Anyone who dares to resist shall meet the same fate as these three assailants. Immediate execution. Jiyu Shengwu's authoritative tone silenced the crowd, instilling fear in their hearts. No one dared to utter a sound. The three black-clad figures lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath them. A harrowing sight. No one wished to end up like those corpses branded as assailants. Otherwise, they would be forever remembered in infamy. Take them all away. With a single command from Jiyu Shengwu, military personnel, Chiyu Lake forces, and those from the Yi family sprang into action, escorting the 40 to 50 individuals blocking the entrance onto military vehicles. Commander Jiyu, I leave the subsequent matters to you, Chu Ming said softly. Rest assured, young Master Chu. Jiyu Shengwu replied, I will uncover the mastermind behind this. Who said you were to investigate the mastermind? Chu Ming shot him a glare. Jiyu Shengwu, taken aback, stammered, then, frame this incident onto Qin Jinlin. Chu Ming instructed, otherwise, do you think I arranged for these individuals for no reason? Jiyu Shengwu took a deep breath, finally realizing that Chu Ming had no intention of explaining anything to these people from the outset. He was not interested in capturing the true mastermind. He simply wished to place the blame on Qin Jinlin. One could only wonder how Qin Jinlin would react upon learning this. I understand now. Jiyu Shengwu nodded eagerly. Young Master Chu, your strategy is truly brilliant. I want to teach you the specifics. You should know what to do, Chu Ming said with a faint smile, looking at Jiyu Shengwu. Of course, Jiyu Shengwu assured, I will conduct brief inquiries with these reporters before releasing them, allowing them to spread the word. The others will be detained for a period to solidify the charges against them. This way, public opinion will turn in our favor. Jiyu Shengwu was no fool. With Chu Ming's guidance, he understood precisely what needed to be done next. As long as you comprehend, Chu Ming nodded. Go. Do not disappoint me. Yes. Jiyu Shengwu immediately clasped his fists in respect and followed the main group onto the vehicle. An attack on the Qianlong envoy was no trivial matter. The Qianlong mansion is the highest authority in Huaxia. And the status of the Qianlong envoy surpasses even that of a city lord. Even city lords must respectfully address Chu Ming as Envoy Chu. To dare assault the Qianlong envoy in broad daylight? This was an exceedingly grave matter. Chu Ming observed those being loaded onto military vehicles, a faint smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the mastermind behind this plot, Qin Jinlin was doomed. As events gradually unfolded, Lin Yufeng, the city lord of Linzhou, sat leisurely in his office, sipping coffee. The previous turmoil at Longyan Temple had finally subsided. He had dispatched individuals to inspect the forbidden grounds at Longyan Temple, where numerous formations had been set up to block the emergence of the supernatural beings from the mysterious door, although Lin Yufeng was unaware of who had set up the magical array. It seemed that Linju City would not encounter any further issues in the near future. Naturally, he could afford to be momentarily at ease. City Lord, esteemed City Lord. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside. Secretary Xiao Zhong rushed in. What is it? Lin Yufeng calmly inquired, taking a sip of coffee. Why are you in such a fluster? It's terrible. Now the entire Linju City is buzzing with rumors that we colluded with the envoy Qin to frame and assassinate envoy Chu Ming. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Lin Yufeng nearly spat out the coffee in his mouth. What did you say? He exclaimed in shock. How could this happen? The secretive plot he had with Qin Jianlin was known only to the two of them. How could it have spread throughout all of Linju City so quickly? That's impossible. I don't know either. The secretary replied, looking aggrieved. I woke up and saw the headlines, all saying it was us. Which news outlet? Quickly, let me see, Lin Yufeng urged. The secretary immediately pulled out her phone and opened the Linju Daily's public account. Sure enough, a push notification appeared before Lin Yufeng's eyes. Stunning secret. The City Lord's mansion colludes with a celestial dragon envoy to frame a colleague. Moreover, other media outlets in Linju City had also published statements. Shocking. The dignified celestial dragon envoy colludes with the City Lord's mansion to commit such acts. 3 killed. The shocking conspiracy at the entrance of Chiyu Lake. Numerous articles flooded Lin Yufeng's vision. The more he read, the more sweat beaded on his forehead, although there were slight inaccuracies in the details. The essence of the news was alarmingly close to the truth. He indeed conspired with Qin Jianlin to frame Chu Ming. But how did these media outlets learn of it? Tell me, what on earth happened? Lin Yufeng incredulously demanded. In just one night, how could public opinion have shifted so dramatically? Esteemed City Lord, I don't know. The secretary lamented. I only heard that someone blocked the gates of Chiyu Lake yesterday. And then, Lin Yufeng pressed anxiously. Later, I heard that someone attacked that Chu Ming, and he just happened to present the token of the celestial dragon envoy. The secretary stammered. I think it might be because of that. Lin Yufeng sank heavily into his chair, his gaze somewhat vacant. So, someone attacked Chu Ming, the celestial dragon envoy, and then they captured the perpetrators, Lin Yufeng muttered to himself. But how did they find out? No matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend how those damned reporters had obtained the truth. He never imagined that it wasn't the journalists who uncovered the truth, but rather that Chu Ming had intended from the very beginning to pin the blame on Qin Jianlin and the City Lord's mansion. Unintentionally, the situation had completely reversed. City Lord, what should we do now? The secretary asked anxiously. Now everyone is saying that we in the City Lord's mansion are at fault. Moreover, it is said that the envoy Qin has also come under fire. This will significantly tarnish our reputation in the eyes of the people of Linju. Lin Yufeng was now drenched in sweat. He understood that if this matter were not handled properly, the credibility of both the City Lord's mansion and the Celestial Dragon mansion in Linju would be severely compromised. Thus, replacing the City Lord and the Celestial Dragon envoy would become a foregone conclusion. No, this matter must be resolved. Lin Yufeng took a deep breath. He did not care how Deputy City Lord Su Jingcheng had died. Nor did he concern himself with what Chu Ming had done. All he wanted was to completely extinguish the public outcry. Suppress all media, Lin Yufeng declared. City Lord, this. Secretary Xiao Zhong was taken aback by his words. Do you mean to silence them? Is that not acceptable? Lin Yufeng shot her a glare. Do you have a better solution? The secretary was rendered speechless. Indeed, given the current situation, suppressing the narrative would be preferable. After all, the memory of the internet is not long-lasting. Hurry and take action. Lin Yufeng commanded. By this evening, I do not wish to see any public accounts or media in Linju discussing us or the Celestial Dragon Mansion. Understood. Secretary Xiao Zhong nodded and promptly turned to leave. Silencing the news would lead to a gradual fading of interest in the incident. It must be said that this is a tragic reality of the internet age. Lin Yufeng intended to exploit this unfortunate fact to stifle the uproar. Soon, under the direction of the City Lord's mansion, all media outlets received warnings. This included state-owned media, private media, and even some self-media. All warned by the city lord's mansion. A hurricane swept through the news industry in Linju City. Many chose to go silent, deleting previously published articles. Others opted to confront the city lord's mansion head-on. Nevertheless, as time passed, countless articles were deleted. In the office of Chiyu Lake, Chu-ming frowned as he stared at the 404-page displayed on his phone. Qin Jianlin was indeed swift in his actions. Chu-ming couldn't help but scoff. These articles wouldn't just vanish without reason. The only explanation was that someone in power wished for this matter to remain undisclosed. As for the identity of this person, was there any need to guess? It was either Lin Yufeng, the city lord of Linju, or Qin Jianlin, the envoy of Linju. After all, Linju City was their domain. Young Master Ming, the person you wanted to see has arrived, Tang Lin announced as she entered. Behind her was a girl of slender figure and stunning beauty. Chu-ming, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to seek me out, the girl said with a sweet smile, her gaze shimmering like autumn waters. Chapter 329. The Solution. The visitor was none other than Chen Xian. I have something I would like you to do, Chu-ming softly stated. Is that so? Then I shall not do it, Chen Xian teased, her laughter ringing like a bell, unless you beg me. Upon hearing this, Chu-ming's eyelids twitched. That won't do. Propose another request. Chu-ming inhaled deeply. Having decided to seek out Chen Xian, he was naturally prepared. My request. Chen Xian leaned closer to Chu-ming, the faint fragrance of her presence wafting around him. What do you think I should ask for? She softly inquired. Chu-ming coughed lightly, saying, Speak plainly. Do not lean in so close. Is that so? Do you find me repulsive? Chen Xian replied. Very well, Chu-ming, then I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. Wait, Chu-ming called out, taking a deep breath. He stood up and, with a resigned smile, said, Dear Miss Chen, I beseech you for your assistance. That's more like it. Chen Xian giggled. Now I shall call my grandfather. After the turmoil caused by Chen Juran, the Chen family had completely emerged from the shadows. The family was now led by Chen Changgu. Chen Xian was on the phone for only 5 minutes. What did your grandfather say? Chu-ming inquired. It's all set, Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. In 10 minutes, the internet water army we hired will commence their efforts. Just wait to see the spectacle unfold. Chen Xian had long been aware of the situation at Chiyu Lake. She guessed that if Chu-ming intended to deal with the hidden mastermind, he would undoubtedly seek her assistance. Both individuals in the room were astute. Chu-ming was, and so was Chen Xian. Soon, under the influence of Chen's internet army, the news did not get suppressed. Rather, it ignited an even greater wave of public discourse. Not only in Linju City but also in nearby cities. Residents became aware of the incident. In just one night, the news spread rapidly, sparking widespread discussion throughout the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. The envoy of Linju, Qin Jianlin, had colluded with the city lord's mansion to frame a celestial dragon envoy. Alongside the truth, rumors also proliferated. Some claimed that Qin Jianlin feared Chu-ming would take his position as the celestial dragon envoy. Others suggested that Chu-ming had offended Qin Jianlin, prompting him to ruin Chu-ming's reputation. Even more claimed that Chu-ming had killed members of Qin Jianlin's family, thus Qin Jianlin would stop at nothing to eliminate Chu-ming. Truth and falsehood intertwined, and as the scandal surrounding Qin Jianlin's plot against Chu-ming escalated, no one seemed to care any longer about how Deputy City Lord Su Jingcheng had met his demise. Early that morning, Lin Yufeng's office phone rang incessantly. He anxiously continued to hurl insults, apologies and scoldings over the phone. Lin Yufeng could not comprehend how, as the Lord of Linju City, he was unable to quell this wave of public opinion. Even if Chu-ming had summoned the resources of the Chu family in the capital, he could never have reached such a state. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yufeng found himself overwhelmed. There were already individuals outside the city lord's mansion waving banners in protest, demanding a response from the lord's office and Qin Jianlin. Peering through the windows of the mansion, he beheld the throngs of people gathering outside, and his heart sank. Even if he employed Chu-ming's tactics now, it was already too late to prevent the situation from escalating. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Get out. Did I not say I do not wish to see anyone? Lin Yufeng snapped in anger. A deep-aged voice resonated from the entrance. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yufeng abruptly turned around. Qin envoy. He inhaled deeply and rushed forward to support Qin Jianlin. What brings you here? If I had not come, would the outside not be in utter chaos? Qin Jianlin replied coldly. This. Lin Yufeng's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Tell me, what on earth is happening? Qin Jianlin's expression darkened. I instructed you to deal with that Chu Ming, yet you have instead invited disaster upon us. He extended a finger. 2 days, merely 2 days. Now rumors abound that we conspired to murder Su Jingcheng and frame it on Chu Ming. Lin Yufeng, should you not provide me with an explanation? Qin Jianlin's voice boomed, rendering Lin Yufeng's face pale. Qin Envoy. He hastily knelt. I truly do not know. I had successfully suppressed the public sentiment, but in just one night, it unexpectedly reignited and we cannot trace its source. Qin Jianlin cast him a cold glance before sitting down on the sofa outside. The clamorous protest continued unabated. That noise is unbearable. Qin Jianlin fumed. Lin Yufeng, I do not care what methods you employ. I am giving you 3 days to extinguish this public outcry. Otherwise prepare to relinquish your position as the Lord of Linju. Upon hearing this, Lin Yufeng was struck with horror. Qin Envoy. He immediately protested. How can I possibly suppress such a massive outcry in just 3 days? This matter transcends Linju City. It has become an issue for the entire Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, if not the whole country. The situation has escalated too rapidly. Even Lin Yufeng, the Lord of Linju, could not have anticipated waking up to such chaos. At this point, it was not merely a matter of suppression. Preventing further escalation was a challenge of Herculean proportions. Truly, this was a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch it. Lin Yufeng, do you comprehend the consequences we will face if this matter escalates further? Qin Jianlin suppressed his inner fury. He stated icily, you will be apprehended by the Qianlong mansion, with your life no longer in your own hands. As for me, I will be expelled from the Qianlong mansion, perhaps even have my cultivation rendered void. As the envoy of Linju, Qin Jianlin was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If the accusations were substantiated, they would not only face charges of defamation and conspiracy, but also be implicated in Su Jingcheng's death. Killing an innocent deputy lord would warrant severe repercussions not only for Qianlong envoys but even for the elders and the heavenly king of the Qianlong mansion. China is a nation governed by law. Murder, unless executed flawlessly, will invariably lead to punishment if discovered. Neither Qin Jianlin nor Lin Yufeng had anticipated that they would find themselves in such a predicament. You claim this is not Chu Ming's doing? I find that hard to believe. Qin Jianlin sighed. However, how could he possibly know we are framing him? Qin Envoy, this. I do not know. Lin Yufeng replied. I too wish to understand why. How could Chu Ming be so certain that the mastermind behind it all is us? Qin Jianlin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. For now, we can only continue to dig for dirt on Chu Ming. He remarked. Only by overwhelming him with his own troubles can we hope to seize the opportunity to turn the tide. But Qin Envoy, what dirt could Chu Ming possibly have? He is the eldest son of the Chu family in the capital, not a native of Linju. Even if we were to investigate, we would uncover very little. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianlin fell silent. Lin Yufeng was correct. Chu Ming was like a hedgehog, impossible to penetrate. Qin Jianlin had no desire to confront Chu Ming directly, hence resorting to such underhanded tactics. Little did he know, he had already lost this battle without any smoke. Wait. Lin Yufeng suddenly recalled something. Qin Envoy, he claims to be a Qianlong envoy. From where does he hail? This question left Qin Jianlin momentarily stunned. Indeed, although Chu Ming possesses the Qianlong token, who granted it to him? The Qianlong mansion is divided into 4 major domains: east, south, west and north. The capital belongs to the north domain Longzun, however, as the capital of China. It is also the headquarters of the Qianlong mansion, rendering Longzun unable to exert authority. This, however, does not preclude him from bestowing the token upon Chu Ming. Meanwhile, Linju City is the territory of the east domain Quanzun. The two have historically been at odds. If this is indeed the case, we may still have a chance to turn the tide. You speak wisely. Qin Jianlin immediately nodded. If I can uncover the origins of his Qianlong token, we may have a glimmer of hope. Indeed, Qin Envoy. Even if Chu Ming's Qianlong token is genuine, if it were bestowed upon him by Longzun, then, Lin Yufeng smiled, if that is the case, Quanzun would certainly intervene to assist us. Precisely. Qin Jianlin affirmed. The relationship between Quanzun and North Domain Longzun is akin to fire and water. He would never allow a Longzun figure to wreak havoc in his territory. Moreover, You are affiliated with Quanzun. Once you explain the situation to him, he will certainly understand. Lin Yufeng's eyes brightened. At that time, we may have a chance to turn the tables. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinlin suddenly nodded. I must say, Lin Yufeng has conceived an excellent plan at this critical juncture. I shall contact Quanzun immediately, Qin Jinlin declared. As long as Quanzun is willing to extend his protection, no matter how Quming squirms, he will not be able to stir up any waves. Ha ha ha, Qin Envoy speaks truly, Lin Yufeng chuckled. With that, Qin Jinlin promptly departed from Lin Yufeng's office. The skies over Linju City darken once more. Chapter 330. Chu Pinghai arrives with the Chen family's machinations. The public sentiment in Linju City intensified. Many were destined to spend the night in restless wakefulness. Around 9 o'clock that evening, a white BMW came to a halt at the entrance of the Chiyu Lake Villa area. Chu Pinghai and Zhao Changshu arrived together. I demand to see Chu Ming. Chu Pinghai's expression was grim as he shouted loudly, our young master Chu is not someone you can simply demand to see. The guard glared at him and immediately called for reinforcements to block the entrance to Chiyu Lake, then summoned Chu Ming out. I have matters to discuss with him, Chu Pinghai retorted angrily. Who are you? The guard frowned. Do you have an appointment? If not, leave this place at once. This is the residence of a Qianlong envoy. If you cause a disturbance here, you will find yourself in serious trouble. Facing the guard's threats, Chu Pinghai clenched his fists. You refuse to let me in? Then I shall go in myself. He lunged forward, attempting to force his way into Chiyu Lake. You wish to create a scene? The guard barked angrily. Get lost. Go back from whence you came. Though Chu Pinghai had trained in martial arts, years of business had left his physical condition far from what it once was. Now, thwarted by several guards, he was unable to breach the entrance and was instead unceremoniously thrown out. Pinghai, let us return. Zhao Changshu helped Chu Pinghai up. Given how Chu Ming treated us previously, how could he possibly agree to see us? Many years prior, they had been expelled from the Chu family, and not only did Chu Ming conspire against them, but he also sowed discord and added insult to injury. The couple harbored deep-seated resentment towards Chu Ming. I will not leave. Chu Pinghai gritted his teeth, rising to his feet. Today, Chu Ming must give me an explanation. The Su Jingqing incident had gradually reached Chu Pinghai's ears amidst the struggle between Chu Ming and Qin Jianlin. Having understood the unfolding events, Chu Pinghai realized that the individual who had invested in their Pinghai company was none other than Chu Ming. Chu Pinghai was perplexed. The Chu Ming who had once wished for their demise had become their savior at a critical moment for Pinghai company. Furthermore, he had reportedly killed Su Jingqing to aid them. This matter left Chu Pinghai utterly confounded. Thus, he came. Chu Ming, come out. Chu Pinghai shouted. What are you shouting about? The guard barked angrily. Get out of here. Or do not blame us for being rude. However, at that moment, a deep voice resonated from behind the crowd. Everyone step aside. The three words seemed to carry an oppressive weight, causing the guards to tremble. Young Master Chu. Upon seeing the newcomer, the guards respectfully bowed. Chu Ming, you truly are Chu Ming. Chu Pinghai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the figure. I never expected you to come to this small place. Linju City. I have come because there are matters I must resolve in Linju City. Chu Ming spoke lightly. Follow me. I am prepared and can no longer conceal this from you. You knew I would come? Chu Pinghai squinted his eyes. Indeed, Chu Ming replied calmly. From the moment Su Jingqing passed away, I realized that my affairs could no longer be hidden. That 300 million, was it also your investment? Chu Pinghai inquired. Yes. Why? The reason will be explained shortly. This is not the place for discussion. Come with me. Chu Ming's gaze gradually fell upon Chu Pinghai. Chu Pinghai, the fourth son of the Chu family, was also the youngest son of Chu Nanqian. Naturally, Chu Ming recalled the memory of the Chu family being exiled from the capital. In his recollection, Chu Pinghai was tall and handsome, but now he had transformed into a middle-aged man with a beer belly. However, his obstinate character remained unchanged. Are you planning to deal with us again? Chu Pinghai said coldly. Chu Ming, about what happened back then? What happened back then was my fault, Chu Ming interjected, bowing lightly before Chu Pinghai could finish his sentence. I have come to Linju City to discuss matters with you. My fourth uncle. These words had not graced Chu Pinghai's ears for many years. Upon hearing them again, his expression shifted slightly. Very well, I shall listen to what you have to say. Chu Pinghai took a deep breath. He led Zhao Tiangshu to follow Chu Ming into the villa area of Chiyu Lake. Soon, in the reception room, the three of them, Chu Ming, Chu Pinghai, and Zhao Tiangshu, took their seats. Chu Ming personally poured tea for Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu. Fourth uncle, fourth aunt, please enjoy the tea. I dare not drink this tea, Chu Pinghai sneered. Chu Ming, you may speak now. If you wish to ask us for a favor. That is out of the question. We will return your 300 million. Chu Pinghai's words seemed to cast Chu Ming far away. Chu Ming could not help but sigh inwardly. As the antagonist, he indeed had poor relations, especially when facing the protagonist's family. What he had done in the past had inflicted various hardships upon Chu Pinghai's family. However, the moment he decided to aid Chu Pinghai, he knew this day would come. This day had merely arrived much sooner than anticipated due to Qin Jianlin's influence. First, I must apologize to you, Chu Ming said. In my youth, I acted excessively and caused your family to be cast into Linju City. An apology? That is unnecessary, Chu Pinghai scoffed. After all these years, do you think we would forgive you? Speak plainly. Why have you sought us out? I have come today for two matters, Chu Ming said, clearing his throat. The first concerns my relationship with the Chu family. You and the Chu family? What is it? I have been expelled from the Chu family. Chu Ming's calm words rendered the reception room silent. Shock filled Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu's eyes. What did you say? This revelation left them utterly astonished. The eldest son of the Chu family had been cast out. What on earth had transpired within the Chu family? Chu Pinghai furrowed his brow. What do you mean? He found it hard to believe that Chu Nanchang would expel his own legitimate son Chu Ming. I have offended the Chen family, Chu Ming stated. Thus the Chu family can no longer accommodate me. Silence enveloped the room. Is this the reason for your visit to Linju City? Chu Pinghai's gaze fixed intently on Chu Ming. Yes and no, Chu Ming continued. This leads to the second matter I wish to discuss with you. I have found your son, Chu Kuang. Chu Ming retrieved a tablet from behind him. The screen displayed a photo of Chu Kuang. It is Xiao Kuang. Chu Pinghai inhaled sharply, his eyes alight with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangshu's eyes glistened with tears upon seeing the photo. Chu Kuang had been missing for 2 months. 2 whole months. Even the police in Linju City had been unable to locate him. Chu Ming, you actually know where he is? Did you take him away? Chu Pinghai suddenly rose, glaring at Chu Ming. He was perplexed as to why Chu Ming would approach their family. Not at all. Chu Ming shook his head. I wished to find him as well, but I lacked the ability. Chu Ming spoke the truth. He had attempted several times to eliminate Chu Kuang to rid him of the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. But he had failed each time. Then where did this photo come from? Chu Pinghai narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at Chu Ming. In the photo, Chu Kuang was dressed in black, trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This photo was obtained through Chen Ziyuan, Chu Ming stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Chu Pinghai. He then spoke deliberately. Fourth uncle, you should not be unaware that your son now possesses nearly the strength of an intra-level Taoist. What? The gravity of this statement left Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu in even greater shock. They understood what this meant. The Chu family, one of the 9 great families in the capital, had only one elder at the intra-level Taoist level. How could Chu Kuang possess such strength? That is impossible. Chu Pinghai retorted, Xiao Kuang has never practiced martial arts. He is merely excelling in his studies at Linju High School. In just 2 months, how could he possibly become an intra-level Taoist? Not only Chu Pinghai, but anyone hearing this news would find it unbelievable. 2 months is hardly enough time for an ordinary person to attain such prowess. I am not jesting, Chu Ming replied, sliding the photo to reveal a video. Watch this, and you will understand. The video depicted a scene from the Chen family banquet, where Chu Ming battled against the King of Hell. Of course, the figure clad in black and donning the mask of the King of Hell was none other than Chu Ming himself. This video was captured by a drone from the Chen family. One of the many pieces of information provided by Chen Ziyuan. The video was brief, lasting only 2 minutes. However, after watching it, the expressions of Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu could scarcely be described as mere shock. Where was this video filmed? Chu Pinghai quickly inquired. In the capital at the Chen family. Chu Ming responded, let me tell you something else. Chu Kuang lost that battle but was treated by the Chen family. However, he turned against them, killing one of their doctors and severely injuring several members before fleeing. Fourth uncle, fourth aunt, what I want to convey is that the obedient and well-behaved Chu Kuang you remember is no more. The current Chu Kuang is a relentless killer. Chu Ming's words resonated with chilling clarity in the ears of Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu, leaving them both slumped in their seats. They had not anticipated that Chu Ming would bring them such news. And they certainly had not been prepared for it. Of course, if you do not believe me, I can provide more evidence. Chu Ming remained composed as he scrolled through the information on the screen. Video after video began to play. Chapter 331, Chu Kuang's Breakthrough. The content of the videos predominantly showcased Chu Kuang in action, his eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty hue, causing both Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu to grow pale. This is Xiao Kuang. Chu Pinghai took a deep breath. He was aware that some individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, but to see Chu Kuang become this way was indeed a shock. I have not edited these videos. Chu Ming stated, "What you see is what was captured. You can see for yourselves. He has killed numerous people. Do you not have any suspicions regarding the deaths of Su Jingqing's family?" Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, the couple exchanged glances, fear and horror reflected in their eyes. They had been wondering who could have murdered Su Jingqing's family, leaving no survivors. Now Chu Ming had provided them with an answer. Impossible. Chu Pinghai slammed his hand on the coffee table, pointing angrily at Chu Ming. "Chu Ming, you are speaking nonsense. Xiao Kuang is so well behaved. How could he commit such atrocities?" In the face of Chu Pinghai's fury, Chu Ming remained surprisingly calm. He took a sip from his teacup. "I have told you, he is no longer Chu Kuang," Chu Ming asserted. "The obedient son you once knew is dead. The current Chu Kuang is merely a madman donning his face, wreaking havoc." Chu Ming's words echoed with undeniable weight in the ears of the couple. Indeed, he spoke the truth. The protagonist, Chu Kuang, was known for his ruthless nature. Those who defied him were killed. Those who stood in his way were slaughtered. Those who provoked him met the same fate. In the original story, the protagonist treaded a bloody path, and due to Chu Ming's interference, Chu Kuang's methods had grown even more brutal. The demise of Su Jingqing's family was merely the beginning. Chu Kuang's callous disregard for life rendered every human being inconsequential to him. He was indeed the protagonist, but he was also a cold-blooded murderer. Chu Ming had read many urban novels, and protagonists were often portrayed in this manner, tyrannical and merciless. As a reader, the experience was indeed exhilarating. However, it was only when he personally entered this world that he realized the folly of such a perspective. The inhabitants here are not mere fragile paper figures, but vibrant living beings. Death is a profoundly terrifying phenomenon. Fourth uncle, I know you have already come to believe this in your heart, though you dare not admit it, Chu Ming sighed, stating that even if you refuse to acknowledge it, the truth remains. Chu Kuang is dead. The being he is now has clawed its way up from the depths of hell, a malevolent spirit. Perhaps he still harbors thoughts of you all. Yet his conscience has long since vanished. Not now, nor in the future will it return. Chu Ming's voice resonated like thunder, echoing in Chu Pinghai's mind. Staggering back 2 steps, Chu Pinghai collapsed onto the sofa. The death of Su Jingqing, along with these videos, his son may have truly changed. Fourth uncle, I do not wish to sow discord, Chu Ming stated, but you must tread carefully when facing Chu Kuang. He may care for your lives or he may not. Chu Ming slowly rose to his feet, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window of the reception room, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Outside, dark clouds loomed, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Inside, silence enveloped the room. The three of them fell into a profound silence. A streak of lightning illuminated their faces, followed by the rumble of thunder. Zhao Tiangshu, her eyes red-rimmed, picked up Chu Ming's tablet. Her voice choked as she scrolled through the photos. With each swipe, her heart felt heavier. Meanwhile, Chu Pinghai clenched his fists tightly, only to release them repeatedly. Unsure how many times he had done so. Chu Ming. Suddenly Zhao Tiangshu spoke up. Do you have a way to find that child, Tiangshu? Chu Pinghai was taken aback, turning to her in astonishment. What do you intend to do? I want to see him. Zhao Tiangshu wiped away her tears. He is still my son. No matter what he has done, as his mother, I must see him in person. Moreover, I must ask him directly. There is a way. Chu Ming suddenly turned to face the couple, but you must brace yourselves mentally. The Chu Kuang of now is not the same as the Chu Kuang of the past. After experiencing the Chen family's wedding banquet, Chu Ming could sense that Chu Kuang had become even more deranged and callous than before. The deaths of the Su family stand as proof of this. Furthermore, Chu Kuang is willing to do whatever it takes to open the gates to the underworld. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Chu Kuang boldly faced the tide of the deceased. But now, it is Chu Ming who stands against it. Perhaps at times Chu Ming feels that he is the one responsible for transforming Chu Kuang into this wretched state. He, the great antagonist, has driven the protagonist of the original story onto a path of extremity. Yet, it is too late to discuss all of this now. Chu Ming desires to survive. In this matter, there are no clear rights or wrongs, merely individuals fighting for their own lives, nothing more. What method is that? Zhao Changshu raised her head and inquired, "Tell me." Chu Ming hesitated briefly, then retrieved a document from his bosom. "I have prepared a specific plan," Chu Ming stated. "You will have to discern its authenticity for yourselves." He placed the document on the table. Zhao Changshu eagerly picked it up to examine it. "This is how we can find Xiao Quan?" she asked in astonishment. "Indeed," Chu Ming replied. "Very well, we will proceed with this." Zhao Changshu suddenly agreed. "Changshu, do not be so hasty in your consent." Chu Pinghai hesitantly glanced at Chu Ming before whispering to her, "Be cautious of deception." "I am well aware," Zhao Changshu nodded. "As long as I can see Chu Kuang and clarify matters, I will do whatever it takes." Now that the two matters have been addressed, Chu Ming said, "If you wish to leave, you may do so." This time, both Chu Pinghai and Zhao Changshu remained silent. They simply gazed intently at Chu Ming. After all they had endured with Chu Kuang, they had lost all interest in other matters. "Let us go." Chu Pinghai took a deep breath and pulled Zhao Changshu along. The revelations Chu Ming had shared today had astonished them profoundly, especially concerning Chu Kuang. They felt compelled to take action themselves. They were determined to uncover whether Chu Ming's words held any truth. By the way, just as Chu Pinghai and his wife were about to exit the reception room, Chu Ming suddenly spoke up. "Fourth uncle. Grandfather says he misses you greatly. If you are willing to forgive him, you may return to find him." This statement caused Chu Pinghai to halt abruptly in his tracks. "Pinghai?" Zhao Changshu noticed, to her surprise. That Chu Pinghai was trembling. Was it anger? Was it excitement? Zhao Changshu instinctively tightened her grip on Chu Pinghai's right hand. "I understand." Chu Pinghai took a deep breath and uttered a single phrase. "Let us go." He uttered those two words and promptly left the reception room with Zhao Changshu. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Ming slowly turned away. The plan has finally commenced. He gazed out at the stormy sky. Gently lifting the teacup in his hand, through the pale green liquid, Chu Ming seemed to catch a glimpse of the future. Simultaneously, in a secret grove within the Longyan Temple mountain range, a young man clad in black sat cross-legged. Astonishingly, bolts of lightning continuously struck above his head, emanating a faint purple glow. The purple thunder tribulation. Yet, this purple thunder tribulation seemed quite concealed, as if restrained by an array, forcibly altering its color. Within just a few hours, 36 bolts of lightning struck down in unison. The young man in black exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. At last, he had broken through to the path establishment realm. He exclaimed, "The spiritual energy of the underworld is several dozen times denser than that of Linju City. It truly is beneficial." He was none other than Chu Kuang. After Chu Ming withstood the tide of the deceased, Chu Kuang had been lurking here for several days. He had been absorbing the spiritual energy that surged forth from the gate to the underworld. The spiritual energy of the underworld is immensely nourishing for the Wangu Mingdao Ju. After several days of absorption, he had finally reached the moment of breakthrough into the path establishment realm. Without any hesitation, Chu Kuang seamlessly crossed the threshold into the path establishment realm. Beyond the path establishment realm lies the transcendence realm, and above that, the Dao realm. Chu Kuang murmured to himself, "The Dao realm is equivalent to the infant transformation realm. And thereafter, there is the spirit concentration and Dao certification. On this blue and white star, there are 6 more gates to the underworld. As long as I can open the other 6 gates, breaking through to the spirit concentration realm should not pose a problem. At that time, I can ascend to the Dao certification realm, transform into the king of the underworld, and return to the underworld." A smirk crept onto Chu Kuang's lips. He had risked exhausting his cultivation, reincarnating to make up for the regrets of his past life. He must kill Chu Ming. Then, he would ascend to the pinnacle of this blue and white star, once more becoming the king of the underworld. The path establishment realm is merely the first step. Chu Kuang scoffed coldly, "That false king of the underworld, our affairs are far from over." Chu Kuang clenched his fists tightly. If it were not for that suddenly emerging false king of the underworld, he would undoubtedly still be by his family's side, yet, due to this false king, he had been captured by the Chen family. Further preventing him from returning to his loved ones, Chu Kuang harbored an intense hatred for that impersonator. However, that very person possessed the Wangu Mingdao Ju. Moreover, he wielded the underworld blade. All of this left Chu Kuang utterly perplexed. Now that I have reached the path establishment realm, I should be nearly on par with that false king of the underworld. Chu Kuang inhaled deeply. As long as I can severely injure him and unmask his identity, I will uncover who he truly is. There is nothing in this world that Chu Kuang cannot accomplish. A murderous intent glinted in Chu Kuang's eyes. Everything he now possessed was thanks to that false king of the underworld. Just as Chu Kuang was preparing to descend the mountain to hunt for the false king, his phone suddenly vibrated. Furrowing his brow, Chu Kuang retrieved his phone from his pocket. Is it Chen Qianli? A flicker of coldness crossed Chu Kuang's eyes. What does he want? Chapter 332. He will come. Chen Qianli had lent a helping hand when Chu Kuang found himself in dire straits. This was a matter known only to Chen Qianli's people and Chu Kuang himself. The other members of the Chen family, including Chen Qiangu, were unaware. However, Chu Kuang knew that Chen Qianli's assistance came at a price. Hello, Chu Kuang answered the phone. What do you need? The gate to the underworld has been opened, correct? Chen Qianli suddenly inquired. Yes, Chu Kuang replied. Excellent, then our plan can finally commence. Chen Qianli's deep, sinister laughter echoed from the other end of the line. After years of masquerading in the Chen family, the time had finally come to tear off the mask. Not only did he wish to become the head of the Chen family, but he also aimed to swallow up all the aristocratic families of the capital. The capital does not require the 9 great families. One family, the Chen family, will suffice. This is the true ambition of Chen Qianli. However, to achieve all of this, he must resolve the issue with the Qianlong mansion. The Qianlong mansion would never allow the Chen family to do so, and Chen Qianli was acutely aware of this. Therefore, when he stumbled upon the gate to the underworld in the Chen family's records, a mad idea took root in his mind, utilizing the power of the 7 gates to the underworld to strike a heavy blow against the Qianlong mansion. This idea was utterly insane. Chen Qianli, I have opened the first gate as agreed. You should show some sincerity as well, Chu Kuang coldly questioned. Don't rush. If the records of my Chen family are to be believed, on the night of the full moon, the spiritual energy from the gate to the underworld will envelop the entirety of Linju City. Chen Qianli responded with calm composure, stating that by that time, the martial artists of the entire Linju City would greatly enhance their powers. Furthermore, it might even provoke a transformation in the physical capabilities of ordinary citizens. The Qianlong mansion of Linju would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. At that moment, I will send someone to assist you in eliminating the king of the underworld. Chen Qianli's words caused Chu Kuang to narrow his eyes abruptly. There are still 9 days until the night of the full moon. Very well, I shall await your arrival for 9 days. Chu Kuang spoke in a low tone. Chen Qianli, should you fail to eliminate the king of the underworld, no one will be able to open the second gate to the underworld. I am well aware of this. Chen Qianli replied with a faint smile. Young Master Chu, as long as you provide me with what I desire, I shall certainly offer you what you seek in return. Is that not so? Just as you know, Chu Kuang replied coldly. In order to slay Chu Ming and the king of the underworld, Chu Kuang was willing to ally with Chen Qianli. Chu Kuang would assist Chen Qianli in opening the gate to the underworld, while Chen Qianli would aid Chu Kuang in his quest for vengeance. This was a transaction, a secret pact known only to the two of them. 9 days hence I will dispatch a senior elder from the Chen family to assist you. Chen Qianli sneered. Young Master Chu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed. Chu Kuang inhaled deeply and ended the call. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Once he and Chen Qianli had slain Chu Ming and the king of the underworld, he would no longer be bound to Chen Qianli's commands. At that point, Chen Qianli's life and death would rest entirely in his hands. 9 days, you say? Chu Kuang squinted. Chu Ming, the night of the full moon shall mark your demise. Along with your master, I shall grant you a brief extension on life. Chu Kuang chuckled coldly. The frigid night wind swept through his garments, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet at that moment, the phone he had just set down vibrated once more. Is it you, Yuan? Chu Kuang was taken aback. Upon returning to Linju City, he had not gone directly home, but instead concealed himself in the shadows to protect his family. His sister Chu Yuan, was a first-year student at Linju High School. During his absence, Chu Pinghai, Chu Yuan, and Zhao Tiangshu had made countless attempts to contact him, yet he had not answered a single call. Should I ignore this call as well? Chu Kuang pressed the power button, locking the screen. However, the screen suddenly illuminated once more. It was a message from Chu Yuan. Brother, where are you? The people from the city lord's mansion are saying that Su Jingqing was killed by Chu Ming. Mom and Dad went to inquire, but they haven't returned yet. Brother, could something have happened to Mom and Dad? Brother, could you please come back? I'm all alone at home and I'm so scared. Chu Yuan's messages arrived in quick succession. Upon reading the three messages, Chu Kuang's head buzzed in disbelief. Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu had actually sought out Chu Ming. Furthermore, the city lord's mansion claimed that Su Jingqing was killed by Chu Ming. How outrageous, for it was he who had committed the act. Why should all the credit go to Chu Ming? Chu Kuang clenched his fists, a surge of murderous intent swelling in his eyes. He had eliminated the threat to his family, yet the benefits were reaped by Chu Ming. What kind of reasoning was this? Chu Ming. Chu Kuang held to the heavens. In the depths of the forest, a flock of birds took flight. If you harm my parents, I shall surely kill you tonight. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth, his figure instantly transforming into a streak of light, soaring skyward. As a practitioner of the Tao realm, and with the memories of his past life, he surged forth with the wind, vanishing into the night sky. Meanwhile, Chu Pinghai and his wife had returned home to Chiyu Lake, accompanied by Chu Yuan, who had just finished her evening study session. Facing them was Chu Ming. Hey, do you think my brother will come back after I sent that message? Chu Yuan questioned. She was a petite and charming girl of 15 or 16. This was the first time Chu Ming had seen Chu Yuan. In the original narrative, her appearances were quite frequent. What struck Chu Ming most was that this Chu Yuan held a fondness for her brother, the protagonist Chu Kuang. When the Chu family had cast out Chu Pinghai's family, Chu Yuan had been quite young, and her resentment towards Chu Ming had not yet taken root. Many matters were not disclosed to Chu Yuan by Chu Pinghai, and her hostility towards Chu Ming was not as intense as that of Chu Kuang and Chu Pinghai. Trust me, Chu Ming replied, your brother is in Linju City. If he is not coming out, there must be a reason, and I do not believe he will ignore your message. Chu Ming was well aware that Chu Kuang's greatest concern was his family. That was the one thing he wished to protect above all else. For the sake of his family, Chu Kuang was willing to kill. He could not possibly remain indifferent. We have acted according to your instructions, Chu Pinghai spoke gravely. If we do not see Xiao Kuang tonight, we will not believe a word you say. Fourth uncle. Chu Ming smiled faintly. When you came previously, lightning flashed and rain poured outside, yet now the skies are calm. Do you not find that a trifle strange? Just a thunderstorm. What's so peculiar about it? Chu Pinghai replied indifferently. But it is winter now. Where could a thunderstorm come from? Chu Ming scoffed. This statement rendered Chu Pinghai momentarily speechless. Surely someone is breaking through to the Tao realm. Chu Ming rose, gazing out the window. Who do you think it could be? The faces of Chu Pinghai, Zhao Tiangshu, and Chu Yuan all changed simultaneously. Moreover, a glint of intensity flickered in Chu Ming's gaze. The instant he had witnessed the flash of lightning, he had already understood. Under the influence of the gate to the underworld, Chu Kuang, like him, had also stepped into the Tao realm. Now, the power levels of Chu Kuang and Chu Ming were nearly equal. Even if they were to engage in battle, it would be difficult to determine a victor. However, Chu Ming still held the advantage, for he possessed the underworld blade at the 3rd tier. Additionally, he had resources that Chu Kuang lacked. Disguise techniques, item shop, storage bags, and other treasures produced by urban cultivation apps, all of which Chu Kuang did not possess. If a confrontation were to arise, Chu Ming was confident in his ability to slay Chu Kuang. Now all that remained was to draw Chu Kuang out. Chu Ming, are you implying that the lightning just now was Xiao Kuang undergoing a tribulation? Chu Pinghai suddenly sprang to his feet, incredulous. Impossible. How could Xiao Kuang break through to the Tao realm in Linju City? Whether it is true or not, we shall find out shortly. Chu Ming remained unfazed, calmly stating, now that the heavenly tribulation has passed and the message has been sent. The distance from Longyan Temple to Chiyu Lake is approximately a 20-minute drive. If Chu Kuang can ride the wind, he should arrive at Chiyu Lake within 15 minutes. Right now, Chu Kuang glanced at his watch, noting that 14 minutes had already elapsed. 1 more minute. Chu Ming's words caused a slight tremor in the expressions of Chu Pinghai and the others. Just as Chu Pinghai was about to counter, the glass in the meeting room shattered explosively. The lights flickered out, plunging the room into darkness. Amidst the shadows, a figure clad in black leapt in through the window. Chu Kuang has arrived. Chu Ming, your death is assured. A fierce shout reverberated throughout the meeting room. Chu Pinghai, Zhao Changshu, and Chu Yuan had yet to react. All they saw was a pale purple streak of light. Like lightning, hurtling towards Chu Ming's figure. Chu Kuang, you've truly come. Chu Ming squinted, and in that instant, he unleashed the power of the Dao realm. The underworld blade was gripped tightly in his hand. Clang! The clash of blades erupted in a shower of sparks. The breath of Chu Pinghai and the others hitched in their throats. Xiao Kuang, is that you? Chu Pinghai called out. The moment he uttered those words, Chu Kuang halted abruptly, his eyes widened in shock. A strange blood-red hue surfacing within. Even in the darkness, he could perceive everything in the meeting room. Yet upon seeing Chu Pinghai's figure, Chu Kuang was stunned. Dad? Is it really you? Chu Pinghai, equally astonished, realized that Chu Ming's words were true. He had come. Not only Chu Pinghai, but even Zhao Changshu and Chu Yuan were taken aback by this turn of events. They had believed that Chu Ming was deceitfully manipulating them. Yet Chu Kuang's appearance filled them with a sense of dread and guilt. Chu Ming had spoken the truth. At that moment, the lights in the meeting room flickered back on. Due to the fluctuations of Chu Kuang's spiritual energy, the entire electrical system had become unstable. Now that the lights were restored, everyone's faces were clearly visible. Chapter 333. The Five Poison Formation. Dad, Mom, little Yuan, why are you all? Upon seeing Chu Pinghai and his wife along with Chu Yuan, Chu Kuang froze in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chu Yuan would also be here. Brother, you really came. Chu Yuan gazed in awe at the Chu Kuang who had emerged from the window. What is going on? Chu Kuang furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Chu Kuang, it has been some time. I trust you have been well. Chu Ming spoke calmly. Today, I have orchestrated this meeting to invite you. Was it you who orchestrated this? Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes, coldly assessing. Have you conspired with my parents and sister? Impossible. Chu Kuang refused to believe such a thing. Conspired? That is a rather harsh term. Chu Ming chuckled. I merely facilitated their efforts to draw you out. You. Chu Kuang's fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, Zhao Changshu took a few steps forward. Xiao Kuang, is it truly you? Tears shimmered in her eyes as she longed to behold Chu Kuang's face, yet Chu Kuang instinctively retreated a few steps. Mother, I will explain this matter to you in due course. For now, take Xiao Yuan and leave this Chiyu Lake. Chu Kuang spoke in a low tone. Simultaneously, the murderous aura emanating from him caused Zhao Changshu's complexion to pale dramatically. A chill coursed through her spine. It was not just Zhao Changshu. Both Chu Pinghai and Chu Yuan shared a similar reaction. Complex emotions flickered in their eyes. Chu Ming had indeed spoken the truth. Chu Kuang had transformed into an entirely different person. The young man before them, clad in a black robe and radiating a fierce aura, was utterly unlike the Chu Kuang they once knew. What had transpired? Zhao Changshu asked incredulously. Xiao Kuang, please tell us. We will understand. Mother, I have said it. This has nothing to do with you. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth, asserting, this is the path I have chosen, and I will bear all consequences myself. You must return home first. Xiao Kuang. Zhao Changshu was in disbelief. Chu Kuang was her son. Even amidst her busy work schedule, she always made time for her children. She was acutely aware of his character. Xiao Kuang. Chu Pinghai stepped forward. I must take you home today. We can discuss this at home. Father. Chu Kuang clenched his fists. Do not force me. As he observed Chu Pinghai drawing closer, a complicated expression crossed Chu Kuang's face. He could not allow his family to become entangled in his quest for vengeance, for it would only bring them trouble. Xiao Kuang, come with me. Chu Pinghai grasped Chu Kuang's wrist, yet, in that instant, a surge of oppressive energy and spiritual power erupted from Chu Kuang. Tables and chairs were sent flying and Chu Pinghai stumbled back, falling to the ground. Pinghai. Zhao Changshu gasped, quickly rushing to support him. Chu Pinghai, breathing heavily, rose and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm injured. The shockwave from Chu Kuang had inflicted significant internal damage upon him. Could an ordinary high school student achieve such a feat? Brother, you have lost your mind. Chu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Those are our parents and you dare lay a hand on them. I told you I will not return. Chu Kuang's expression was filled with guilt. Yet he resolutely stated, Father, Mother Xiao Yuan, do not interfere with this matter. Chu Pinghai wanted to say more, but at that moment Chu Ming stepped in front of them. You should return for now, Chu Ming said. I will handle this. Coincidentally, I have some matters to discuss with Chu Kuang. The coldness in Chu Ming's voice revealed no trace of emotion, leaving both Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu with complex expressions. Very well, Chu Pinghai gritted his teeth. Chu Ming, I will trust you this once. Given Chu Kuang's drastic change in temperament, it was indeed unwise for them to remain in this place. Let us go. Chu Pinghai immediately led Zhao Tiangshu and Chu Yuan away from the meeting room. Before departing, Chu Pinghai cast a lingering gaze at the black-robed Chu Kuang. Underneath the robe, Chu Kuang's cold, murderous eyes made him feel utterly unfamiliar. No wonder Chu Ming had warned that they would regret encountering Chu Kuang. Initially Chu Pinghai had been skeptical, but the reality compelled him to believe. Chu Ming was right once more. After Chu Pinghai and the others departed, Chu Ming and Chu Kuang finally retracted their gazes. They stared at each other from a distance, their murderous intent laid bare. Chu Ming, I warn you, do not harm my family. Chu Kuang spoke coldly. I have not harmed them, Chu Ming replied indifferently. The one who has inflicted harm is you. The words left Chu Kuang momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was his protective spiritual force that had caused Chu Pinghai's injury. Chu Kuang, you wish to send them away so you can turn your aggression towards me, do you not? Chu Ming chuckled lightly. I must say, you have made a wise decision. Chu Ming, you will die. Chu Kuang slowly drew the Ming Dao from his waist. The killing intent in his eyes was palpable. He had forsaken everything in the underworld, relinquished his identity as the underworld king, and returned to exact vengeance upon Chu Ming. To rectify the regrets of his past life, now his cultivation had finally reached the Dao entry stage. Chu Ming must perish. Who dies remains to be seen, despite the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Chu Kuang. Chu Ming remained unfazed. Chu Kuang, have you not considered why I orchestrated your arrival here? This statement caused Chu Kuang to furrow his brow. He had indeed been wary of this very matter. Curious, is it not? Chu Ming spoke calmly. Allow me to enlighten you. He produced a fist-sized spiritual stone from his pocket. Blue flames flickered around the stone, and in that instant, an intricate array appeared on the meeting room floor. The 5 poisons array. Shock registered in Chu Kuang's eyes. Impossible. How could you possibly know the formation method for the 5 poisons array? It was known that the 5 poisons array had been devised by underworld cultivators. Could it be that Chu Ming was also an underworld cultivator? That seemed improbable. I know you have broken through to the Dao entry stage, Chu Ming replied with a faint smile, but what of it? I anticipated your arrival today. A glint of cunning flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. His plan had been set in motion the moment he met Su Jingcheng. This was the final piece of his strategy. I have lured you into the trap. He was aware that if he assisted Chu Pinghai, the family would inevitably seek him out. However, he had not anticipated the 2 events involving the wrongful accusation of Su Jingcheng's murder and the opening of the underworld gate. Nevertheless, these unforeseen factors did not hinder his scheme. Chu Kuang, you must be aware that being trapped within this formation will subject you to a vicious poison attack within just 3/4 of an hour. Your protective spiritual force will be completely eroded. Do not think that only you are capable of crafting formations. Haha, coincidentally I am as well. Chu Ming's words fell distinctly upon Chu Kuang's ears. At this moment, Chu Kuang's mind was in turmoil. He had never imagined that Chu Ming would resort to such a tactic against him. Chu Ming, you may set the array, but I can dismantle it. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. A scarlet spiritual light enveloped him. In the next moment, the poisonous mist of the 5 poisons array descended upon him. Chu Kuang gasped, feeling his protective spiritual force being relentlessly eroded by the vile toxins. This scene was indeed harrowing. Chu Ming observed calmly, fully aware that this formation could not contain Chu Kuang. Thus, he had a contingency plan. Today, he would ensure that Chu Kuang would not escape again. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their battle of wits, 5 kilometers away from Chiyu Lake, a motorhome was making its way towards the lake. Elder Mo, we are almost there, spoke Qin Jianlin, who was accompanying an elder clad in white. Is that Chu Ming truly a man of the Northern Dragon Sovereign? The elder inquired coolly. Absolutely. Qin Jianlin assured him. I have invested considerable time to uncover his background. This Chu Ming is the eldest son of the Chu family in the capital. Over a month ago, the daytime king under the Dragon Sovereign visited the Chu family. Following that, Chu Ming received the token of the Heavenly Dragon Messenger. I suspect this is no mere coincidence. To safeguard his position and life, Qin Jianlin had been investigating Chu Ming's affairs for several days, given that Chu Ming was the eldest son of the Chu family in the capital. His information was widely known. Within just half a day, Qin Jianlin had already ascertained Chu Ming's details. If he were indeed a man of the Dragon Sovereign, his presence in Linju City would be a significant matter. The elder known as Mo Ju spoke coldly. He was a senior dispatched from the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. He had come to Linju City to investigate the matters reported by Qin Jianlin. The emergence of a Dragon Sovereign's individual expanding their influence in Linju City was certainly not a trivial affair for the Mad Sovereign. Thus, he had arrived. Elder Mo, you can rest assured on this matter. Qin Jianlin quickly replied. I vouch for my integrity that this Chu Ming is undoubtedly problematic. Furthermore, he has manipulated online water armies to slander both myself and the Linju City Lord's mansion. Look here, Qin Jianlin said, handing his phone to Mo Jue. Mo Ju glanced at the text messages displayed. The Linju Deputy City Lord is dead. He was the one who killed him, Mo Ju asked indifferently. Indeed, this matter is beyond doubt, Qin Jianlin affirmed, nodding earnestly. However, this person is exceedingly vile, even going so far as to turn the tables and accuse us of slandering him. Currently, the media across Linju and even the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region are broadcasting negative stories about us. We have yet to uncover the mastermind behind this, but I personally believe there is a 99% chance that it was this Chu Ming who orchestrated it. Upon hearing Qin Jianlin's words, Mo Ju nodded slightly. I see. Then let us first meet this Chu Ming you speak of. I am curious to see what remarkable abilities this Chu Ming possesses that he dares to stir trouble in the territory of the Mad Sovereign. Qin Jianlin was instantly elated. Excellent. Thank you, Elder Mo, for your timely assistance. Meanwhile, in the Chiyu Lake Villa district, the 5 poisons array had been fully activated. Chu Kuang sat within the formation, his brow furrowed deeply. He could scarcely believe the formidable power of the array laid by Chu Ming. His protective spiritual energy was on the verge of collapse. However, in contrast, Chu Kuang had already discovered a method to break the formation. As time slowly passed, at the very moment when Chu Kuang's protective energy was about to shatter, he suddenly struck out, pointing his finger at the dark, mist-laden floor beneath him. In an instant, a spiritual stone emerged. Shattering abruptly, the patterns of the 5 poisons array retreated like a spider's web. Chu Ming, your performance is over. Chu Kuang's booming laughter echoed forth from the dissipating light of the array. Chu Ming squinted his eyes. He had long anticipated that the 5 poisons array would not be able to contain Chu Kuang. At that very moment, the lights in the reception room extinguished, the black robe billowed in the fierce wind. Revealing a mask. It was time for the king of the underworld to make his appearance. Chu Ming smiled faintly, his figure instantly melding into the darkness. Chu Ming, do not think of escaping. Upon witnessing the shadow retreating into the darkness, a fierce killing intent surged in Chu Kuang's eyes. Today, he would undoubtedly kill Chu Ming to eliminate future threats. 2 figures darted through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, one pursuing the other. Chu Ming, prepare to meet your end. Chu Kuang grasped the underworld blade and fiercely slashed towards the figure ahead. This strike cut across the tranquil surface of Chiyu Lake, aiming for Chu Ming's retreating silhouette. But in the next moment, Chu Ming abruptly turned around. A chilling gleam flashed forth, erupting into a wave of water. Chu Kuang's blade light was blocked. At this moment, the dark clouds dispersed and the moonlight shone through. A man in a terrifying mask appeared before Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang halted, floating above the waters of Chiyu Lake. The two locked gazes from a distance. False king of the underworld. Chu Kuang's eyes narrowed. Chu Kuang, we meet again. Chu Ming's voice was low. He had failed to kill you back at the Chen family. Now that you have harmed my disciple and trespassed upon Chiyu Lake, I trust you are prepared to die. Ha ha ha. Chu Kuang laughed skyward. False king of the underworld, do you think you can still prevail? I, Chu Kuang, have already ascended to the path of enlightenment. You have impersonated me for so long. Today, I shall tear off your mask and see who you truly are. Chu Kuang would never forget the moment the blade pierced his heart. And the words the king of the underworld spoke to him. This man knew he was a reborn soul. It was his deepest secret. As long as this man lived, Chu Kuang would never find peace. Ridiculous, Chu Ming scoffed. Do you think that just because you have reached the path of enlightenment it changes anything? Chu Ming extended his right hand. Beneath the moonlight a purple lightning bolt cleaved through the night sky, transforming into a blade that floated in the palm of Chu Ming's hand. Underworld blade, third tier. Chu Ming slowly grasped it. The might of the third tier underworld blade was worlds apart from that of the initial tier. Now that Chu Ming had attained the path of enlightenment, he could naturally unleash even greater power. Even if Chen Ju ran here now, he would only meet his demise beneath this blade. Upon witnessing the emergence of the third-tier underworld blade, Chu Kuang's expression grew notably grave. As the king of the underworld, he naturally understood the power of the third-tier underworld blade. I never expected you could forge a third-tier underworld blade. Chu Kuang spoke coldly. Who bestowed upon you the eternal underworld Dao art? Ha ha ha, want to know? Chu Ming chuckled, his laughter echoing beneath the mask, resonating across the tranquil surface of Chiyu Lake. Alas, I shall not reveal it to you, never. With a shake of his robes, the lake water surged forth. An intricate formation, centered around Chu Ming, began to expand wildly. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. The formation's range completely enveloped Chiyu Lake. What is this? The moment he beheld the formation, a hint of astonishment flickered in Chu Kuang's eyes. A ceiling formation, Chu Ming sneered. Chu Kuang, I have gone to great lengths to draw you out. This ceiling formation was set up by Chu Ming before he visited Longyan Temple. Upon returning from Longyan Temple, he had further strengthened it. He was confident that even Chu Kuang, now at the path of enlightenment, would be unable to dismantle it from within. Unless, of course, there was another at the path of enlightenment assisting Chu Kuang from the outside. Naturally, that was impossible. Chu Ming did not believe that Chu Kuang had an accomplice at the path of enlightenment. It seems today's events were all calculated by you. Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. So Chu Ming was the one who directed your actions to locate my parents and sister? Yes, and what of it? Chu Ming scoffed. Chu Kuang, today Chiyu Lake will be your final resting place. You have no avenue for escape. To lure you into a trap, Chu Ming had indeed exerted considerable effort. Layer upon layer, he had finally caught Chu Kuang off guard, bringing him here. This plan was known only to him, not a soul, including Tang Lin, Yulong and Chen Xian, was aware. Chu Ming's objective was to conclude matters with Chu Kuang right here. He could not believe that Chu Kuang would still have a means of escape. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Chu Kuang's expression darkened. He had been outmaneuvered by Chu Ming. The previous 5 poisons array was merely a ruse, with the depletion of his spiritual energy by the 5 poisons array. Chu Kuang was left with only 50% of his power, and what he faced was the formidable king of the underworld wielding the third-tier underworld blade. This was a certain death trap. Yet Chu Kuang would not concede. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled above his head. The initial tier underworld blade manifested in Chu Kuang's palm. Who would emerge victorious today remained uncertain. Chu Kuang's eyes suddenly glinted red at this moment. The eternal underworld Dao art, fully unleashed. The underworld path, flowing moon obscuring the sky, stars shifting endlessly, forging the divine sword of time, blending the blood of both Buddha and demon, life and death converge. The firmament reveals itself. This was the second chapter of the eternal underworld Dao art. At the moment Chu Kuang broke through to the path of enlightenment, he had fully activated it. The blade of the initial tier underworld blade ignited with scorching purple flames. As those purple flames dripped onto the lake's surface, they froze the water beneath. Beneath the mask, Chu Ming merely smiled lightly. Good. The underworld path, flowing moon obscuring the sky, stars shifting endlessly, forging the divine sword of time, blending the blood of both Buddha and demon, life and death converge. The firmament reveals itself. Like Chu Kuang, Chu Ming synchronously activated the second chapter of the eternal underworld Dao art. The blade of the third-tier underworld blade shimmered with a purple glow. Chiyu Lake, centered on the locations of both men, began to freeze in unison. The battle was set to ignite. The night wind whispered by. The figures of the two vanished in unison. Upon reappearing, they hovered above the lake's central pavilion. Clang! The clash of the underworld blades resonated throughout Chiyu Lake. Soon after, the blades tore through the heavens. In that moment, the central pavilion collapsed entirely. The winds howled. The battle raged on. In merely half a minute, the two had exchanged over 100 strikes. Chapter 335. Breaking the formation. Part 1. The ripples of power spread in waves. The surface of Chiyu Lake erupted in a dazzling display of water light. Chu Kuang strained to withstand Chu Ming's relentless assault. He found that Chu Ming's movements mirrored his own almost perfectly, yet the force emanating from the blade was double his own. It was the might of the third-tier underworld blade. Chu Kuang ground his teeth in frustration. He was unwilling to accept this reality. However, the disparity in strength between the initial tier and the third-tier underworld blade was insurmountable. He should have realized that his own artifact also required advancement. Yet, consumed by hatred for Chu Ming and concern for his family, Chu Kuang had overlooked this crucial point. Under the overwhelming power of the third-tier underworld blade, he was no match for the man before him. The blades clashed repeatedly before his eyes. Under Chu Ming's fierce onslaught, Chu Kuang found it increasingly difficult to even defend himself. In just a few dozen exchanges, he had sustained significant injuries. Chu Kuang. Are you out of strength? Chu Ming's voice emerged from beneath the mask, low and resonant. That voice drove Chu Kuang to grit his teeth. I failed to kill you back at the Chen family. Today, I shall rectify that mistake. With those words, Chu Ming surged forward with lightning speed. The eerie smile on the mask of the king of the underworld became ever more apparent, for the sake of today's plan. Chu Ming had sacrificed so much. This time, he aimed not just to pierce Chu Kuang's heart but to have Chu Kuang's blood stain Chiyu Lake. Only then could he eradicate the threats posed by Chu Kuang and save himself. Cold nether fire. Chu Ming called out softly. A pale blue flame began to rise slowly from Chiyu Lake. The blade of the third-tier underworld blade shimmered with layers of flowing light. Chu Kuang's breath grew heavy. This move had previously vanquished numerous enemies in the underworld, all of whom had inevitably perished beneath his sorcery, yet now, he was to personally experience the chilling taste of this cold nether fire. The tides of fate had turned. Even Chu Kuang did not foresee this day would come. Chu Kuang, prepare to die. Chu Ming howled. The moonlight receded. The flames soared. The pale blue glow enveloped the third-tier underworld blade. The blade descended vertically, hurtling towards Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of resoluteness in his gaze. False king of the underworld, if you seek to kill me, I shall make you pay dearly. Chu Kuang screamed frantically. A layer of blue flames ignited upon his underworld blade. Cold nether fire also manifested within his grasp. The two forces converged in an instant. Boom. Flames erupted. The clash of blades rendered Chiyu Lake momentarily tranquil. Then water splashed everywhere. The explosive force reverberated outward. Both Chu Kuang and Chu Ming were sent reeling backward. Chu Kuang spat out a mouthful of blood, his form crashing through the ice layer and plunging into Chiyu Lake. His fate uncertain. Chu Ming fared no better. After stumbling back several steps and shattering a significant portion of the ice, he finally managed to hover above Chiyu Lake. With this strike, he was confident that Chu Kuang was left without the strength to retaliate. Within the formation he had set, there was no way for Chu Kuang to escape. Today's setup was a certain death trap. Concerning Chu Kuang, the deadlock. As long as I locate Chu Kuang and eliminate him, I can ensure my complete safety. Chu Ming's right hand trembled, manifestation of his prolonged fear. As the quintessential antagonist, he had lived in constant dread of the protagonist's potential assault. In the name of self-preservation, he had engaged in various schemes culminating in this very day. He was but a step away from success. Chu Kuang had fallen into his trap. Chu Ming swallowed a pill without regard for his injuries and plunged into the waters of Chiyu Lake in search of Chu Kuang's figure. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Chiyu Lake, a black RV came to an abrupt halt. Qin Jianlin leapt from the vehicle. Open the door, he commanded. The guards exchanged glances and one replied, This is Chiyu Lake. Without Mr. Chu's permission, no one may enter. Qin Jianlin furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, Do you know who I am? I apologize, but only those permitted by Mr. Chu may enter. The guards insisted. This response ignited Qin Jianlin's temper. Impudence, he bellowed. I am the dragon envoy of Linju City. I can go wherever I please within Linju. Could it be that Chu Ming would dare to occupy this place unlawfully? Jianlin, why waste your breath on these people? At that moment an elder in a white robe descended from the vehicle. Elder Mo. Qin Jianlin respectfully clasped his fists. Proceed. Mo Ju intoned, Yes. Qin Jianlin nodded and immediately turned around. In the astonished eyes of the guards, He struck like lightning, swiftly incapacitating all the sentinels at the entrance to Chiyu Lake. They barely had time to react, let alone sound the alarm. Such was the power of the Taoist realm. "Elder Mo, please." Qin Jianlin opened the iron gate and spoke respectfully. Mo Ju nodded slowly, casting a satisfied glance at Qin Jianlin. Do you know where Chu Ming is? He inquired. It is said he is on the surface of Chiyu Lake. Qin Jianlin replied, "Chu Ming has ordered that no one approach there tonight. Oh, no one may approach Chiyu Lake." Mo Ju chuckled upon hearing this. It seems Chu Ming intends to conduct something significant at Chiyu Lake today. Some sort of cultivation. I cannot say for certain, Qin Jianlin said apologetically. However, Elder Mo, we can investigate further. Very well, lead the way, Mo Ju replied. Yes. Under Qin Jianlin's guidance, the group swiftly made their way toward Chiyu Lake. In merely 2 minutes they could see the shimmering surface of the lake in the distance. Wait, just then, Mo Ju suddenly frowned. Elder Mo. Qin Jianlin was taken aback. Mo Ju did not respond but instead kicked a stone on the ground. The stone abruptly soared into the air and landed in Mo Ju's hand. With a snap of his fingers, the stone shot forth rapidly. In the next moment, an astonishing event occurred. The stone collided with an unseen barrier in midair and shattered into powder. Witnessing this, astonishment flickered in the eyes of Qin Jianlin and the others. How is this possible? He immediately sent someone forward to investigate. Envoy Qin, Elder Mo, there is an invisible wall ahead. One of his subordinates reported after the examination. What did you say? Qin Jianlin's brow furrowed sharply. So Chu Ming anticipated our arrival and set a trap? It is a formation, Mo Ju stated. This Chu Ming actually knows how to arrange formations. Elder, that cannot be. Qin Jianlin exclaimed, stunned. The intelligence did not indicate that Chu Ming was adept in formation techniques. No, it may not necessarily be his doing. Mo Ju advanced. He extended his right hand, sensing the profundities of the formation. Do you not recall he has a master? Upon hearing this, Qin Jianlin suddenly understood. You mean, the king of the underworld? Chapter 336, Breaking the Formation, Part 2. Are you suggesting this formation was set by the king of the underworld? Qin Jianlin asked in astonishment. It is highly probable, Mo Ju nodded. Given Chu Ming's age, it is improbable he could comprehend a formation of this magnitude. Elder Mo, is there a way to break it? Qin Jianlin inquired, frowning. This formation blocks our path, preventing our entry to Chiyu Lake. Indeed. Mo Ju replied with a cold smile. It seems Chu Ming anticipated our arrival and thus established this formation. However, he has greatly underestimated me. Let us see how I shall dismantle it. Mo Ju suddenly narrowed his eyes, his robe billowing as a black compass materialized in his palm. The compass spun incessantly, emanating layers of faint light. Set. With a clear command from Mo Ju, he brought his left index and middle fingers together and pointed at the black compass. A beam of white light surged toward the barrier. Boom. A powerful wave of energy intertwined in midair, creating a white ring that tore a hole through the barrier. Qin Jianlin was instantly overjoyed. No wonder you are Elder Mo. Mo Ju also wore a smile, confidently stating, once I fully breach this formation, you shall proceed to capture that young rascal Chu Ming. Yes. Qin Jianlin promptly bowed to him. In that moment when the formation was breached, Chu Ming, who was searching for Chu Kuang's figure at the bottom of Chiyu Lake, suddenly sensed it. Someone is breaking my formation? A look of surprise flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. He had meticulously set this formation, expending considerable spiritual stones. This formation was difficult to break from within or without. He was confident that anyone below the Taoist realm would be utterly powerless against it. Even Chu Kuang, in his current state, would find it impossible to escape in a short time. Yet now, Chu Ming could sense a hole had been torn in the formation from the direction of the eastern bamboo grove. Has someone from the Taoist realm entered Chiyu Lake? Anxiety flooded Chu Ming's gaze. Chu Kuang had already been heavily injured by him. If he could kill him here, all his efforts would not be in vain. However, if he were to escape today, the opponent he would face in the future would not merely be the early Taoist Chu Kuang, but a mid-Taoist, a king of heaven. At that point, Chu Ming had no confidence he could contend with such an adversary. He must find Chu Kuang swiftly and eliminate him. Chu Ming gritted his teeth. Clenching his fists, his figure darted through the dim waters of the lake, desperately seeking Chu Kuang. Outside Chiyu Lake, Qin Jianlin and the others were tirelessly dismantling the formation. The large white hole quickly transformed into an entrance tall enough for a person to pass through. "Elder Mo, we can proceed now," Qin Jianlin exclaimed. "Let us enter and apprehend that young rascal Chu-Ming to demand answers." "Do not be hasty," Mo Ju replied calmly. "This formation encircles us and is indeed troublesome. It would be better to wait until I have completely dismantled it before we enter to capture him." "Ha ha, Elder Mo speaks wisely," Qin Jianlin promptly agreed. "We shall dismantle the formation first and then proceed. Rest assured it will not take long." Mo Ju chuckled coldly. The black compass in his palm unleashed a continuous stream of white light. Each beam that struck the formation set by Chu-Ming burned through to create a large hole. Soon, the formation enveloping the entire Chiyu Lake was riddled with gaps. Meanwhile, deep within the lake, Chu-Ming grew increasingly anxious. In just a few minutes, the formation he had set had been damaged by 30%. At this rate, it would not take long before his formation was completely shattered. When that time came, Chu Kuang would surely seize the opportunity to escape. "If I find out who is aiding Chu Kuang, I will kill him." Chu-Ming gritted his teeth. Just then, he detected a faint aura of spiritual energy nearby. It was Chu Kuang. Chu-Ming's heart surged with joy. He had finally found Chu Kuang. "Chu Kuang, meet your end." The third-tier underworld blade was swiftly drawn, slashing toward the direction of Chu Kuang's presence. The surface of Chiyu Lake remained tranquil, yet in that instant a surge of waves erupted. The heavily injured Chu Kuang and the blade-wielding Chu-Ming simultaneously leapt from the water's surface. Chu Kuang violently spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson mist cascading onto the lake's surface, staining the ripples red. "Chu Kuang, there is no escape." Before Chu Kuang could respond, the blade of Chu-Ming was already upon him. Despair filled Chu Kuang's eyes. During his time with the Chen family, he had narrowly escaped death due to their influence, but today was a certain demise. He had no chance of survival. Chu Kuang desperately drew the underworld blade, seeking to withstand the descending blade of Chu-Ming. Clang! The forces collided, sending Chu Kuang hurtling backward for 100 meters, his body awkwardly skimming across the water's surface. The underworld blade slipped from his grasp, plunging into Chiyu Lake. A deadlock. In this battle, he was no match for the king of the underworld. Chu Kuang could not believe that as a reborn king of the underworld, he was still inferior to this false king of the underworld before him. He was unwilling to accept it. Yet the die was cast. Without the underworld blade and in his current state of injury, how could he possibly turn the tide? At that very moment, a wave of dissipating energy from the formation resonated above Chiyu Lake. Chu Kuang froze. Chu-Ming was also taken aback. The formation has been breached. Chu-Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment. Why, at this crucial moment, did the formation fall apart? Who could have done this? In contrast to Chu-Ming's shock, Chu Kuang's eyes sparkled with joy. The ceiling formation had shattered, signifying that he could escape Chiyu Lake. He no longer needed to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Chu-Ming. In that very instant, Chu Kuang abruptly turned, exerting all his strength towards the lakeside. As long as he could escape this place, he would still have a glimmer of hope. "How could I possibly allow you to leave?" Chu-Ming gritted his teeth, his figure soaring on the winds, ruthlessly plunging a knife towards Chu Kuang's back. The blade descended like thunder, striking down in an instant. Should this blow land, Chu-Ming could not fathom how Chu Kuang could possibly survive. Yet, from the direction of Chiyu Lake, a beam of white light appeared in a flash. This white light precisely fell upon the blade. Chu-Ming's knife gleamed as it struck the lake's surface, sending a violent spray of water into the air. Meanwhile, Chu Kuang clenched his teeth, seizing the opportunity provided by the water's spray to slip into the thicket of Chiyu Lake. Damn it! Chu-Ming was unwilling to accept this. If this Chu Kuang truly escaped, capturing him again in the future would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just as he prepared to pursue, two figures appeared from not far away, riding the wind to block Chu-Ming's path. "King of the underworld, we meet again," Qin Jianlin sneered. "What's the matter?" Surprised. "It's you." The murderous intent in Chu-Ming's eyes surged. He should never have spared Qin Jianlin's life back then. Otherwise, without Qin Jianlin's interference today, he would have already killed Chu Kuang. One misstep leads to another. Chu-Ming couldn't help but clench his fists, a swirl of blue flames rising in his palms. Chapter 337. What is the King of the Underworld? Ha ha, it is I. Qin Jianlin mocked. "King of the Underworld, you insulted me that day. Today, with the senior from Qianlong Mansion here, I naturally must seek justice for that day. Justice? The murderous intent in Chu Ming's eyes intensified. After all the meticulous planning he had undertaken at the most critical juncture, it was all in vain. How could Qin Jianlin dare to speak of justice? You are the king of the underworld. Mo Ju looked at the masked figure of Chu Ming, his tone indifferent. You possess some strength, but it would be wise to restrain yourself before me. Remove your mask, let me see. Mo Ju's tone was akin to commanding a subordinate. Chu Ming's temples throbbed with fury. You find this amusing? The gaze beneath Chu Ming's mask was now filled with a profound murderous intent. What's wrong? Qin Jianlin sneered, convinced that this king of the underworld wouldn't dare to act against Mo Ju. Are you begging for mercy? Qin Jianlin. Chu Ming tightened his grip on the third-tier underworld blade, enunciating each word. Do you know why I am called the king of the underworld? Why? Qin Jianlin countered. Because. Chu Ming's voice grew increasingly somber. In that fleeting moment, countless blue flames materialized upon the surface of Chiyu Lake. These blue flames erupted, enveloping the entire lake. The night wind rustled through Chu Ming's garments. In that instant, a fierce gleam ignited in Chu Ming's eyes. I shall send you to your death. The blade of the third-tier underworld knife swiftly descended towards Qin Jianlin's head. Simultaneously, the multitude of blue flames transformed into sharp edges converging from all directions. In that moment, Chiyu Lake seemed to morph into an ethereal blue sea. And Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju became the wandering souls within that sea. Do you dare to make a move? Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Jianlin felt a chill run down his spine. With Mo Ju present, how could this king of the underworld dare to strike? Had he lost his mind? Impudent. Indeed, at the very moment the blade approached, an icy glint flashed in Mo Ju's eyes. For this king of the underworld to act before him, a senior elder of Tianlong Mansion, was utterly audacious. He extended his right hand, and the black compass suddenly ascended. Waves of white light radiated forth. When Qin Jianlin looked again, he was astonished to find that the black compass had transformed into a shield of white light, effectively blocking Chu Ming's blade. Truly worthy of Elder Mo. Qin Jianlin rejoiced. This man possessed some abilities, but before me, he was still unqualified. Mo Ju scoffed coldly. He was a mid-stage Taoist master. How could he fear a road cultivator? But at that moment a sharp, shattering sound suddenly rang out. The instant they heard it, both Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju's expressions changed in unison. Mo Ju abruptly looked up. The black compass he had wielded in the night sky had developed a crack. How could this be? Mo Ju was taken aback. That black compass was an artifact of the mid-stage Taoist realm, capable of withstanding the might of any Taoist artifact. And now, it had cracked? Not only him, but Qin Jianlin also sensed that something was amiss. Elder Mo, this. He was about to inquire when a series of cracking sounds reverberated. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ming's blade shattered the compass, heading straight for the two of them. Upon witnessing this, not only Qin Jianlin but even Mo Ju felt their scalps tingle with fear. Retreat! Mo Ju bellowed, his figure darting away like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The waters of Chiyu Lake erupted, and the corridor connecting to the pavilions at the lake's center was obliterated. Both Mo Ju and Qin Jianlin fled chaotically into the lake. However, Chu Ming showed no intention of letting them off the hook. The fury of his failed plan, coupled with his hatred for Qin Jianlin, blinded him in that moment. Since Chu Kuang had escaped, then the two of you shall pay for his life. Chu Ming's heart brimmed with murderous intent. Beneath the terrifying mask of the king of the underworld, his expression was already one of ferocity. Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju were taken aback. They were genuinely taken aback. This king of the underworld had gone mad. One of them was the envoy of Tianlong Mansion, and the other was a mid-stage Taoist elder. How could the king of the underworld dare to act against them in such a manner? King of the underworld? Qin Jianlin leaped up, roaring, do you know who you are attacking? Who you are is of no concern to me. Chu Ming's cold voice resounded across Chiyu Lake. He once again aimed the blade at Qin Jianlin. With a single strike it fell from the heavens. Qin Jianlin's body trembled, his face paling. He's gone mad. This king of the underworld has truly lost his mind. Qin Jianlin could no longer afford to converse with the king of the underworld. Immediately plunging into the depths of Chiyu Lake, but the blade fell like thunder from the heavens. The overwhelming force froze the surface of Chiyu Lake, even as Qin Jianlin dove into the water. His right arm was injured by the blade, blood gushing forth. This king of the underworld intends to kill me. It was only at this moment that Qin Jianlin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Elder Mo, help me! Qin Jianlin surfaced, calling out frantically, yet standing upon the lake's surface, Chu Ming's gaze remained fixed upon Qin Jianlin. Die! The fierce light of the third-tier underworld blade surged forth in an instant. Radiance swept across the lake, descending fiercely upon Qin Jianlin. The waters of Qiyu Lake erupted in a dazzling spray. Strangely, the splashing water was frozen into ice. King of the underworld, you must not go too far. Mo Ju leapt from the water, his eyes coldly fixed on Chu Ming. I am an elder of Qianlong Mansion. To strike against me is to show disrespect to Qianlong Mansion. When I return, I shall certainly report this matter to Lord Quan, urging him to send a heavenly king-level expert to annihilate your Qiyu Lake. Mo Ju was incensed. As an elder of Qianlong Mansion, wherever he went, he was either met with reverence or followed by a throng. Why would this king of the underworld attack him before he had even spoken a few words? He, Mo Ju, an elder of Qianlong Mansion, was furious. Report to Lord Quan, annihilate my Qiyu Lake. Chu Ming laughed in fury. Very well. Then let me see how you intend to leave here today. He had sacrificed too much for this day. He had not hesitated to use Su Jingcheng as bait and had even spent 300 million to assist Chu Kuang's family. All this was to capture Chu Kuang. Until 20 minutes ago, he had been successful, yet now these two had emerged, completely dismantling his sealing formation. As for Chu Kuang, he must have already fled the territory of Qiyu Lake by now, right? The thought ignited an even greater murderous intent within Chu Ming. Mo Ju was furious, but he was even more enraged. Today, let you both witness what it means to be the king of the underworld. Chapter 338. Qin Jianlin die. Under Chu Ming's roar, the power of the third-tier underworld blade erupted completely. Since his crossing, aside from the murderous intent directed at the protagonist Chu Kuang, it was the first time Chu Ming had felt such a surge of killing intent. The blue flames igniting the blade of the underworld knife transformed in that instant into a fierce purple. The purple flames descended from the heavens, crashing violently upon Mo Ju's position. Mo Ju's expression turned to one of horror. He could sense that this overwhelming force had already surpassed the mid-stage Taoist realm, almost reaching the heavenly king level. How could this king of the underworld possess such formidable power? Elder Mo, retreat now. At that moment, Qin Jianlin's anxious voice called out. Only then did Mo Ju snap back to reality. Hastily drawing a dagger from his waist, he infused it with spiritual energy in an instant. The ferocious blade and the dagger intertwined. Qiyu Lake fell into a profound silence. But in the next second, the dagger in Mo Ju's hand shattered instantaneously. The blade struck his right shoulder. Mo Ju let out a blood-curdling scream, his body crashing helplessly into the waters of Qiyu Lake. Elder Mo. Qin Jianlin rushed over anxiously. Yet to his horror, he discovered that although Mo Ju still had some capacity for movement, his right arm was effectively rendered useless. Chu Ming's strike had inflicted a deep and grievous wound upon Mo Ju's right shoulder. Just this one blow had severely injured him. Quick, get out of here. At that moment Mo Ju had lost all will to fight. Although he is at the mid-stage of his cultivation, his prowess in battle is remarkably feeble. He is, however, exceedingly well-versed in the arts of breaking and setting formations, yet the sole magical artifact he could wield in combat, the Black Compass, has been shattered beneath Chu Ming's blade. That compass was a gift bestowed upon him by the Mad Sovereign, intended for those at the mid-stage of cultivation. Without this Black Compass, Mo Ju's combat strength is diminished by half. I understand now. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianlin hastily grasped Mo Ju's form, eager to flee from Qiyu Lake. Regret gnawed at his heart. Had he known this king of the underworld was a madman, he would have refrained from coming today. However, before Qin Jianlin could swim a few strokes, Chu Ming's figure had already descended before him. Where do you intend to go? His cold words reached the ears of Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju. Qin Jianlin's body quivered violently. Your Majesty, the king of the underworld, we were in the wrong today. He quickly implored, I assure you, we shall never return to Qiyu Lake again. Your grace is magnanimous. Please allow us to depart. Let you go. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming erupted into laughter that echoed toward the heavens. Qin Jianlin followed suit, laughing nervously, yet, in the next moment Chu Ming's expression turned icy. Qin Jianlin, have I not given you an opportunity? He asked with a chilling gaze. Qin Jianlin's form trembled. Your Majesty, today's events were indeed a misunderstanding. He quickly pleaded, the one beside me is an elder of the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. Should you slay him, it would surely incite the mad sovereign's ire. Such an outcome would be unfavorable for both you and us. Are you implying you wish to threaten me with the Heavenly Dragon Mansion? Chu Ming retorted. No, I merely meant. Qin Jianlin was suddenly at a loss for words. In this situation, the only way to ensure their survival was to leverage the Heavenly Dragon Mansion to subdue this king of the underworld. Once they escaped, they could certainly have the Heavenly Dragon Mansion send stronger forces to exert control. Chu Ming coldly inquired. Qin Jianlin, do you know who you and that man allowed to escape today? This, Qin Jianlin truly did not know. When he and Mo Ju arrived here, they had only seen Chu Ming pursuing a shadow clad in black. As for the identity of that shadow, Qin Jianlin was utterly ignorant. Even Mo Ju was unaware. He is my arch-nemesis. Chu Ming enunciated each word with deliberate weight. Today, I failed to slay him. In the future, it shall be he who seeks my life. Qin Jianlin, you have thwarted my lifelong ambitions. Do you truly believe I can spare you? Chu Ming's frigid words sent a shiver through Qin Jianlin's body. He had intended to dissuade, but Chu Ming's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing right before him. A frigid hand seized Qin Jianlin's throat. To his astonishment, Qin Jianlin realized that under this chilling aura, his own spiritual power was beginning to stagnate. Master of the underworld, spare me. Qin Jianlin trembled, pleading for mercy. Despair filled his eyes. Upon witnessing the icy gaze behind the mask of the king of the underworld, Qin Jianlin understood. Today, he would not survive. This king of the underworld was dead serious. I have spoken. Chu Ming said indifferently, a glint of murder flashing in his eyes. You too have thwarted my grand designs. Thus you shall pay with your lives. Master. Qin Jianlin wished to beg for mercy, but Chu Ming suddenly exerted force. Qin Jianlin's voice gradually faded. His face turned crimson, gasping for breath. Soon, under the weight of Chu Ming's power, Qin Jianlin's life force extinguished. He was dead. The envoy from Linju City slain at Chiyu Lake. Chu Ming slowly released his grip. Qin Jianlin's lifeless body sank into the waters of Chiyu Lake. Mo Ju, witnessing this scene from the lake's surface, was filled with terror. This king of the underworld truly would kill. Madman, you are a madman. Mo Ju retreated in panic. Desperately, he sought to plunge into the depths of Chiyu Lake. However, with his right arm crippled by Chu Ming, his strength was now diminished by more than half. Even if he fled, he could not hope to match Chu Ming's speed. And you? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. His figure swiftly dove into the lake, seizing Mo Ju by the throat. The water erupted in a spray. Mo Ju dangled in the air, grasped by Chu Ming's hand. He struggled violently, but due to his injuries, he could muster no strength. This is our first meeting, and naturally it shall be our last. Chu Ming spoke in a low tone. Your lives are but a trifling exchange for Chu Kuang's life. Far from sufficient. Fury blazed within Chu Ming's heart. The thought of his plans being sabotaged by these two fueled the murderous intent in his eyes. Even knowing that killing them would surely invite retribution from the Heavenly Dragon Mansion, he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, he could not quell the rage that simmered within. King of the underworld, do not do this. Mo Ju pleaded hastily, we can negotiate. I will help you track down the one who escaped. Mo Ju wished to survive. He truly did not want to die. Yet at this moment, his life hung by a thread. Grasped within Chu Ming's hold, help me catch someone. Chu Ming retorted, yes, yes. You are upset we let him go, are you not? Mo Ju hastily replied, if you spare me, we can negotiate. I will send forces from the Heavenly Dragon Mansion in Linju City to assist you in capturing that person. Chapter 339. Replanning. Part 1. Trust me. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Mo Ju quickly added, I was merely misled by that treacherous Qin Jianlin, which is why I came here. Your Majesty, I bear no ill intent. Now that Qin Jianlin is dead, if you wish, I can assure you that I will speak to the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. In the future, you or your disciple shall be the envoy for Linju from the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. Is that not splendid? You need not kill me. Mo Ju continued to plead. At this moment, all he sought was to survive. Yet, upon returning to the Heavenly Dragon Mansion, he would undoubtedly plot to eliminate this king of the underworld. For now, he would feign submission. As long as he lived, there would be ample opportunities for revenge. Observing Mo Ju's expression, Chu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. No need. He uttered 3 words. I do not trust the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. I trust the Mad Sovereign even less. With Qin Jianlin already dead, you may join him. Chu Ming's voice coldly reached Mo Ju's ears. At this moment, a flicker of disbelief and despair appeared in Mo Ju's eyes. No, Your Majesty. We still have room for negotiation. I am willing to relinquish all my possessions and... Mo Ju attempted to plead further, but Chu Ming's right hand suddenly tightened. Mo Ju's words were abruptly cut off. His face flushed as he desperately tried to summon the remnants of his spiritual power, yet he found that under a strange chill, his spiritual energy felt as though it had been sealed. Soon, the agony of suffocation manifested on his face. Crack! Chu Ming gripped fiercely. Mo Ju's breath ceased and his pupils lost their luster. After Qin Jianlin's demise, Mo Ju too met his end. He perished at the hands of Chu Ming. This one is truly tiresome. Chu Ming coldly regarded the lifeless Mo Ju. With a flick of his right hand, he stored Mo Ju's body within his storage bag. The body of Qin Jianlin, which had fallen into Chiyu Lake, was also claimed by him. With the deaths of these two, the fury that had consumed Chu Ming's heart dissipated significantly. He surveyed his surroundings. Chiyu Lake had sustained considerable damage in the earlier battle, further compounded by Chu Kuang's escape. Chu Ming clenched his fists, his expression darkening to an extreme. The fact that Chu Kuang had managed to flee would render any future attempts to capture him exceedingly difficult. Such anger could not be alleviated by the deaths of 1,000 Qin Jianlins and Mo Jus. Just then, the black phone in Chu Ming's possession began to vibrate incessantly. Messages popped up one after another. Congratulations. You have successfully altered the original storyline. Storyline points 2000. Reward 2001. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to retrieve. Congratulations. You have successfully altered the original storyline. Storyline points 3000. Reward 2001. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to retrieve. Congratulations. Your attack has had a significant effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Storyline points 500. Congratulations. Your attack has had an extraordinary effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Storyline points 1000. Congratulations. There were nearly 10 such notifications. Chu Ming glanced over them. This battle had not been fruitless. Severely wounding Chu Kuang and slaying Mo Ju and Qin Jianlin had led to a substantial shift in the subsequent narrative. Thus, the rewards were exceedingly generous. He would review those later. Chu Ming stowed the black phone away. The deaths of Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju needed to remain concealed for the time being. For the next month, he must ensure that the Heavenly Dragon Mansion remained oblivious to these events. Although Chu Ming had already reached the mid-stage of his cultivation and could contend with those at the mid-stage of Dao through the 3rd tier of the Underworld Blade, he would stand no chance against any Heavenly King-level experts the Heavenly Dragon Mansion might deploy. According to Qin Jianlin's words, the individual he referred to as Elder Mo was likely a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. Such figures would surely have followers, since he had already slain these two. Chu Ming's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. He removed his mask and brushed his hand across his face. The art of disguise triggered in an instant. He astonishingly transformed into the visage of Qin Jianlin. After undergoing 2 enhancements, the art of disguise had discarded the previous time constraints. Within half an hour, Chu Ming could instantaneously alter his appearance. However, this effect would only last for half an hour. Only after that could he change again. Where were Qin Jianlin's subordinates? A cold smile crept across Chu Ming's face as he glided towards the outskirts of Chiyu Lake. Meanwhile, in a small bamboo grove on the eastern side of Chiyu Lake, 5 or 6 masters clad in black awaited. The messenger and elder are taking their time. A master named Zhong Cheng furrowed his brow. It has been nearly 20 minutes, why have they not returned? Indeed, not even a sound. Another master chimed in. The Qin messenger instructed us to remain here, assuring us he would relay any news, echoed the others. Yet Zhong Cheng found it peculiar. Did you not hear the fierce sounds of battle coming from the direction of Chiyu Lake? Should we not investigate? No need, since the Qin messenger has given his orders. We shall wait here. That is a command. Yes, we cannot defy the Qin messenger's orders, or you might find your head in jeopardy. Zhongcheng sighed. It was deep into the night. They had waited a considerable time. Yet still no sign of Qin Jianlin's return. Do you think something might have happened to the Qin messenger? Zhongcheng inquired. You're such a worrywart. Exactly, old Zhong. If you're so concerned, why not go check for yourself? Yes, I won't go. If you want to, do it on your own. Hearing the words of the other masters, Zhongcheng's expression soured. If he acted recklessly and Qin Jianlin found out, he would surely face severe repercussions. Given Qin Jianlin's temperament, a heavy punishment awaited him. Fine, then let us wait here, Zhongcheng reluctantly conceded. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. The Qin messenger. Upon seeing this figure, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Followed by overwhelming joy, Qin Jianlin had returned at this very moment. Moreover, he bore an additional sack upon his back. Qin Jianlin's expression was cold as he responded in a low tone, Qin messenger. Where is Elder Mo? Did he not accompany you? Zhongcheng suddenly asked. Elder Mo had matters to attend to and left ahead of me. He instructed us not to wait, Qin Jianlin replied in a somber tone. Tossing the sack to Zhongcheng, you carry this and return with me. Chapter 340. A New Scheme. Part 2. What is this? Zhongcheng received the sack from Qin Jianlin, noticing its considerable weight. Do not ask, Qin Jianlin replied grimly. This matter concerns the secrets of the Qianlong mansion. Anyone who dares to speak out will face secret execution. Upon hearing Qin Jianlin's words, the masters immediately felt a chill run through them. Understood. They promptly replied, excellent, where is the vehicle? Take me there, Qin Jianlin stated coldly. Qin messenger, please follow me. A master hastily stepped forward. Zhongcheng felt an unsettling sense of foreboding from this exchange, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. At this moment, Qin Jianlin was, in fact, an impersonation by Chu Ming. The original Qin Jianlin was notorious for his misdeeds, and even his companion, Mo Ju, was no saint. Chu Ming had previously spared Qin Jianlin in hopes that he would cease to create trouble. Furthermore, the opening of the gate of the underworld required Qin Jianlin's strength, yet, here he was, having teamed up with Mo Ju to thwart Chu Ming's plans. In the original narrative, Mo Ju was a greedy individual who, for his own gain, utilized feng shui formations to ruin the lives of ordinary families. Chu Ming felt no guilt over his demise. Soon, they brought Chu Ming to the entrance of Qiyu Lake. Upon arrival, he was struck by the sight of the guards at the entrance, all sprawled on the ground. The aura of the underworld swiftly spread, revealing that while these guards had merely fainted, Qin Jianlin and his associates had been ruthless. Some might even be left with disabilities upon awakening. Qin Jianlin. A murderous intent flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. He had indeed been too lenient with Qin Jianlin in the past. Just then, a master spoke up. Qin messenger, the vehicle is here. Are we returning to the Qianlong mansion? Millimeter, Qin Jianlin nodded. Throw the items in the trunk. You all get in the car. Chu Ming spoke. He stepped into the spacious vehicle, which surprisingly contained a small table for drinks. The red wine upon it was still unfinished. It seemed that Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju had intended to teach him a lesson before returning. Chu Ming's gaze sharpened. These two truly deserved their fate. Qin messenger, shall we head back now? Zhongcheng queried after tossing the sack into the trunk. Quit talking. Chu Ming shot a cold glance at Zhongcheng, who immediately fell silent. The vehicle departed from the entrance of Qiyu Lake, heading towards the Qianlong mansion. Throughout the journey, none dared to breathe a word. The murderous intent and pressure emanating from Chu Ming seemed to freeze their internal energies. How could the Qin messenger's aura have intensified so much after just a trip to Qiyu Lake? Quiet down. We wouldn't want to disturb the Qin messenger, another master cautioned. The master spoke in hushed tones. Fearful of raising Chu Ming's ire, the vehicle continued onward until they arrived at the Qianlong mansion. Nestled within the Qianmu mountain range, the Qianlong mansion in Linju City boasted an imposing facade. At its peak, a flat expanse had been artificially crafted. The majestic Linju Qianlong mansion stood proudly there. Qin messenger, we have returned, Zhongcheng spoke cautiously, wary of inciting Chu Ming's wrath. Millimeter, Chu Ming, seated in the car with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He stepped out, taking in the sight of the Qianlong mansion. It was a grand hall, covering approximately 1,000 square meters. Behind this hall lay various mechanisms and intelligence departments of the Qianlong mansion. Each year, around 500 personnel worked at the Qianlong mansion, though only a handful were masters. only about 30 of them were true masters, and among them only Qin Jianlin had reached the Dao realm. This place was easily defensible yet challenging to assault. Chu Ming had surveyed the Qianlong mansion and chuckled inwardly. Indeed, it was a well-chosen location. In the original narrative, the soul cultivators emerging from the gate of the underworld had once attempted to ally with ghosts to invade the Qianlong mansion. However, they had failed due to the protagonist's intervention. The defensible nature of the Qianlong mansion had played a significant role in that failure. You all. Chu Ming turned to the few individuals behind him. Bring the items to my office. At his command, Zhong Cheng and several masters quickly complied. Under Zhong Cheng's lead, Chu Ming entered Qin Jianlin's office. The office was extravagantly decorated, adorned with various sculptures and famous artworks. Either displayed in cabinets or hanging on the walls, Chu Ming estimated that any single piece could fetch at least 100,000 in value. It appeared that Qin Jianlin had a taste for luxury. Chu Ming chuckled coldly to himself. In the original narrative, Qin Jianlin was a scoundrel opposing the protagonist. It was clear that he still played that role, but now, the protagonist had been replaced by Chu Ming. Qin Messenger, we have placed the items here. If you have any further instructions, please let us know. Zhong Cheng spoke softly. None. You may leave. Chu Ming replied indifferently. Understood. Zhong Cheng and the others promptly exited. As the door closed softly, Chu Ming lingered at the threshold for a moment. The aura of the underworld quietly spread. Indeed, although the masters had claimed they would leave, they had not. They were lurking in the corners, observing. However, this was precisely as Chu Ming had anticipated. He drew the underworld blade from his pocket. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the sack. It split open to reveal the lifeless form of Mo Ju. The Linju messenger Qin Jianlin has slain Elder Mo Ju of the Qianlong mansion. Chu Ming stated softly, this script is still viable. When he had decided to eliminate the two of them, Chu Ming had already devised this plan. Since they dared to cause chaos at Chiyu Lake, they would have to pay the price. Next, Chu Ming's gaze fixed upon the office's safe point. 5 minutes later, bang! The office window shattered as a figure clad in black slipped into the moonlight. Hearing the commotion, the others rushed into the office. Qin Messenger. They flung open the door, only to find the room cloaked in darkness. Zhong Cheng hurriedly flicked on the lights. Under the illumination, they were met with the sight of a body sprawled on the floor. Mo Ju, Elder Mo. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhong Cheng quickly crouched down to check for Mo Ju's breath. His examination sent his face paling instantly. He is dead. Elder Mo is dead. His shocked voice echoed in the ears of the others. What did you say? The other masters were left in stunned silence. As an elder of the Qianlong mansion, Mo Ju had been at Middao realm. He was dead. Moreover, he had perished within the very office of the Qianlong mansion. Look what's around him. A master suddenly pointed at the items beneath Mo Ju. Zhong Cheng's eyes were filled with terror. Those are fragments of burlap sacks and a considerable amount of wood shavings. Just now, I carried back the body of Elder Mo. The mere thought of it sent a chill down Zhong Cheng's spine. He had actually borne the corpse of Mo Ju over such a distance. Where is the envoy Qin? Someone suddenly spoke up. Only then did the crowd realize the gravity of the situation. Zhong Cheng hastily searched the office. The safe had been opened and its contents were missing. He exclaimed in astonishment, could it be that the envoy Qin? The crowd was rendered speechless with fear. An elder of the Heavenly Dragon Manor had perished here, while the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Manor was astonishingly unaccounted for. Could it be that the envoy Qin had slain Elder Mo? A conjecture was voiced, others contemplated refuting it, yet they found themselves devoid of reasons to do so. There had been peculiarities when the envoy Qin emerged from Chiyu Lake. Zhong Cheng recollected. Do you think it's possible that the envoy Qin killed Elder Mo and then? Zhong Cheng dared not continue. Quickly, we must report this to the higher-ups. Someone urged, the sooner the better. Otherwise it would lead to grave consequences. Upon hearing this, the Grandmasters exchanged glances. Indeed, the death of an intermediate Taoist and the disappearance of an envoy from Linju constituted an event that could shock the nation. If they did not assert their innocence promptly, it was likely that the investigators from the Heavenly Dragon Manor would not spare them. Hurry, I will make the call. You all stay vigilant here. The envoy Qin might still return. Zhong Cheng declared decisively. Understood. The others nodded in agreement without daring to dissent. 2 hours later. In the east, on a military-guarded island, where powerful figures were abundant, there lay a prison housing the nefarious disciples of Waxia. Above this island stood a palace. This was the stronghold of the Eastern Mad Lord, Dongji Island. Mad Lord. In the dead of night, an elderly man clad in blue hurriedly flew into the palace. Within the grand hall, a young man dressed in luxurious garb, with disheveled hair, sat cross-legged on a mat. Upon hearing the voice of the blue-clad elder, he abruptly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled over Dongji Island. A domineering and arrogant aura sweeping across the entire maritime expanse. What has transpired? The booming voice reverberated outside the palace. The elder hastily entered the palace and prostrated himself before the young man. Mad Lord, news has arrived from Linju City, and it is far too shocking for this old man to relay in person. Please take a look. The elder presented a document with both hands respectfully. The young man furrowed his brow, gesturing with his right hand. The document suddenly soared into the air and landed in his grasp. The young man's gaze swiftly scanned the contents of the document. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above Dongji Island. Does Qin Jianlin wish for death? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the young man's eyes. Thunder rumbled, and the surrounding waters of Dongji Island were tumultuous. Mad Lord, please quell your wrath. The blue-clad elder hastily prostrated himself, stating, "This matter is exceedingly baffling. Allow us to dispatch someone to investigate. We will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation." The young man narrowed his eyes, coldly commanding, "Investigate. If indeed it was this Qin Jianlin who committed the act, regardless of where he might be, he must be brought back. If my people were to be killed in such a manner, the other three domain supremes would surely mock me." Chapter 341. The second stage, fifth layer. Upon hearing the Mad Lord's words, the blue-clad elder exhaled in relief. The Mad Lord's fury would undoubtedly cause thunder to roar over the Dongji Sea for several days. It is said that upon reaching the supreme level, one can invoke phenomena of heaven and earth. The four great supremes of Waxia are all capable of such feats. Fortunately, the Mad Lord did not personally venture forth. Otherwise, it would have been a significant calamity. "Yes, I shall attend to this matter immediately." The blue-clad elder respectfully clasped his fists and exited the grand hall. Wait. At that moment, the young man in luxurious attire suddenly spoke up. The blue-clad elder turned back promptly. "Might I inquire if the Mad Lord has any further instructions?" "There is no need to bring him back. Execute him on the spot," he decreed. To dare slay an elder of the Heavenly Dragon Manor is an affront to authority. His life need not be spared. Understood. The blue-clad elder inhaled deeply and nodded. He then departed the grand hall. The young man regarded his retreating figure, his countenance dark as water. Linju City. I have heard it has opened a gateway to another realm? Perhaps, within that realm there exists a substance that could facilitate my breakthrough to the supreme level. If I were to obtain such a thing. A cold glint flickered in the young man's expression. Long Zun, let me see what else you are capable of. He resumed his position on the mat and closed his eyes. Simultaneously, the thunder over Dongji Sea dissipated, and tranquility returned in an instant. Soon, the following day dawned. A message spread throughout Linju City. The Heavenly Dragon Manor has issued an urgent wanted notice. The envoy of Linju, Qin Jianlin, is wanted for the murder of Elder Mo Ju, and is currently at large. A substantial reward will be given for any information. This announcement was disseminated via the official website of the Heavenly Dragon Manor in Linju City. As soon as it was released, it ignited fervent discussions. In the Chiyu Lake Villa area, Chu Ming was engaged in meditation. The battle from the previous night had drained him significantly. Even after a few hours of rest, he had yet to recuperate. "Ming Xiao, something major has occurred." Just then, Tang Lin's voice suddenly rang from outside the door. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, his right hand forming an imaginary grip. The lock on the door clicked open. Tang Lin rushed in, brandishing her phone. "Ming Xiao, look." She handed the phone to Chu Ming. Chu Ming took a glance, and sure enough, the incident involving Qin Jianlin had made the headlines in Linju City's news. He had initially thought that the Mad Lord would suppress the matter and conduct a clandestine investigation. However, it appeared the Mad Lord intended to initiate a manhunt for Qin Jianlin across the entire Eastern Domain. Chu Ming surmised that the Mad Lord's subordinates had already arrived in Linju City and had thoroughly investigated the scene, uncovering irrefutable evidence. "Ming Xiao, The Qin Jianlin who has been opposing us all along has committed such a grave offense. Tang Lin exclaimed in astonishment, "What do you think will happen if he is captured by the Heavenly Dragon Manor?" "Captured by the Heavenly Dragon Manor," Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. "It is merely a case of self-inflicted consequences for Qin Jianlin. Having killed an elder of the Heavenly Dragon Manor, he is likely unable to escape his death sentence." "What could have possessed Qin Jianlin to murder an elder?" Tang Lin shook her head, "Though perhaps it is for the best. At least he will no longer impede us in the future, indeed." Chu Ming smiled softly. He refrained from informing Tang Lin that both Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju were his doing. This secret was known only to him. However, Elder Mo did not seem to be a virtuous individual either. Tang Lin pointed to her phone, handing it back to Chu Ming. "I have heard he has committed numerous misdeeds in Linju City. And several families are celebrating with firecrackers." Ming Xiao, look. Tang Lin scrolled through the images. It is said that these individuals suffered calamities due to offending Mo Ju, who then employed feng shui techniques to bring about their ruin. The most tragic among them lost both children and a wife, leaving him in a state of despair. The more Tang Lin spoke, the more she felt that Mo Ju was truly despicable. Chu Ming gazed at the shocking images in the news, nodding in agreement. Indeed, just as depicted in the original narrative, Mo Ju was a villain, colluding with Qin Jianlin. Neither of them were virtuous persons. Such individuals deserve their fate, Tang Lin concluded. However, it is also a case of a dog biting a dog, which is quite satisfying. I understand, Chu Ming replied coolly. Ming Xiao, what is the matter with you? Tang Lin seemed to sense something awry with Chu Ming's demeanor. Today, he appeared unusually cold, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. It is nothing. The battle last night caused Chu Quan to flee. Chu Ming remarked, having paid such a heavy price, I still could not retain him. Before Tang Lin entered, Chu Ming had been contemplating how to draw out Chu Quan while simultaneously recovering his own cultivation. After the battle from the previous night, Chu Quan was gravely injured and likely would not reveal himself in the near term. When Chu Ming next encountered him, who knows what level of cultivation he would have attained. If Chu Ming were unable to overcome him, everything would be over. Ming Xiao, Chu Quan is indeed cunning, Tang Lin consoled. Shall I have the Yi family search for his whereabouts? That might be beneficial. Chu Ming nodded. He understood that with Chu Quan's abilities, the Yi family would be unlikely to locate him. Nonetheless, a search should still be conducted. Linju City is not vast. Perhaps the Yi family might uncover a clue. By the way, Chu Ming retrieved a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tang Lin, instructing her to deliver it to the Heavenly Dragon Manor in 3 days. A letter to the Heavenly Dragon Manor. Upon hearing this, Tang Lin was taken aback. Ming Xiao, what is contained within? Do not inquire about matters that should not be asked. Chu Ming cast a glance at Tang Lin, assuring her that she would understand when the time came. Very well. Tang Lin cautiously accepted the letter. Wait, your aura. As Chu Ming looked at Tang Lin, he noticed that her presence had changed somewhat. Fortuitously, I have not failed my mission. I have successfully transcended into the realm of inner strength mastery. Tang Lin remarked with a smile, attributing her success to the techniques imparted by Ming Xiao. Indeed, with your innate talent, the right methods will undoubtedly accelerate your progress. Chu Ming nodded in agreement. The red dust body refinement technique he provided to Tang Lin was an exceptionally potent practice. It was entirely within Chu Ming's expectations that Tang Lin could achieve mastery of inner strength within a mere 2 months. Very well, you may leave now, Chu Ming instructed. Yes, Tang Lin replied, offering a respectful fist salute before departing the room. She could discern that Chu Ming was currently troubled due to last night's defeat. Once Tang Lin had exited, Chu Ming retrieved his black mobile phone from his embrace. The battle from the previous night, at the very least, had not been without its gains. He could only find solace in this fact. Although he had failed to eliminate Chu Quan, the points accrued from the confrontation were considerable. He accessed the remaining plot points. The Urban Cultivation APP displayed. You currently have 32,650 plot points remaining. After last night, he had gained over 20,000 plot points. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Ming could not help but smile. Not only had he severely injured Chu Quan, but he had also reaped substantial rewards for eliminating Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju, both of whom were pivotal to many future plot developments. With their demise, those narratives had naturally been rendered moot. And all the points associated with altering the storyline were now in Chu Ming's possession. Congratulations, through your relentless efforts, you have advanced the plot progress. Current plot progress, 37. Bonus reward. Plot points 2000. Note: the luck index of the original protagonist is 63. Advancing the plot will significantly weaken the protagonist's luck, thereby enhancing the user. As Chumming contemplated this message, he fell into deep thought. The luck that Chukuan possessed was likely still about double his own. Chumming sighed. It was no wonder that Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju had suddenly appeared at Chiyu Lake last night. It seemed that the protagonist's luck was at play. Heaven's will would not allow his demise. Chumming clenched his fists tightly. After all the scheming and leveraging various connections, he had failed to achieve his goal, primarily because he had not anticipated that Qin Jianlin would bring Mo Ju along. Although both Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju were dead, they were merely scapegoats for Chukuan. Having killed Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju, he now needed to devise a plan to contend with Dongfang Quanzun. Chumming let out a deep sigh. Fortunately, at the moment of slaying Qin Jianlin and Mo Ju, he had already arranged for the subsequent plans. The letter to Qianlong Mansion was merely the first move in his strategic game. Now, it was a matter of whether Qianlong Mansion would take the bait. Before that, he must exert every effort to enhance his strength. Chumming gazed at the reality of over 30,000 points displayed on his phone screen. He would convert all of them into cultivation points. Chumming gritted his teeth. He recognized that he was currently lacking in many rare treasures, elixirs, and manuals. However, cultivation was the foundation of it all. Chukuan had already harnessed the energy from the gate of the underworld to break through to the Dao entry stage. If he delayed any longer, he would surely be surpassed by Chukuan. Relying solely on the power of the third tier of the underworld blade would not enable him to suppress Chukuan. This was something Chumming was acutely aware of. Ancient Underworld Dao Technique Stage 2. The first layer requires 600 points. The second layer requires 1200 points. The third layer, 2400. The fourth layer, 4800. The fifth layer, 9600. The total points required add up to 18,600. Chumming felt a wave of melancholy. It was only sufficient to reach the fifth layer. Based on his understanding of the ancient underworld Dao technique, reaching the fifth layer would equate to just entering the mid-stage of Dao entry. This level of cultivation was comparable to that of the elders of Qianlong Mansion. With the power of the third tier of the underworld blade, he was uncertain if he could match a heavenly king. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to convert all points, deducting 18,600 plot points. Ancient underworld Dao technique successfully advances to stage 2, fifth layer. Remaining plot points, 14,050, upon receiving the notification from the APP. Chumming felt a sudden surge of heat coursing through his meridians. A torrent of spiritual power was birthed from the void and merged within his dantian. Chapter 342. Invitation from Lin Yufeng. Chumming's cultivation was visibly escalating. Dao entry early stage, Dao entry early peak, Dao entry mid-stage. His cultivation experienced a significant increase for over 10 minutes before it finally came to a halt. Chumming felt an extraordinarily potent force surging within him. Was this the power of the mid-stage Dao entry? Chumming took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed a punch. The gust of wind was palpable. A fist imprint appeared on the wall at the opposite end of the room. He was 3 times stronger than in the early stage of Dao entry. Chumming could not contain his delight. In the original text, each minor level of Dao entry posed a considerable challenge to numerous strong practitioners. It was akin to ascending to the heavens with each step. This was precisely why Dao entry was exceedingly rare in Huaxia. Even someone of Qin Jianlin's caliber could serve as a Qianlong envoy in Lingju City. Given Chukuan's cultivation speed, he should not have been able to reach the mid-stage of Dao entry within a month. Chumming inhaled deeply. He needed to locate Chukuan's whereabouts within the month. Otherwise, relying solely on points for advancement would be far too slow. His current cultivation was entirely derived from the points exchanged. However, as one progressed further, the challenges grew exponentially. The final tier required 300,000 plot points. Even if he were to eliminate Chukuan, it would not suffice. Thus, he must eliminate Chukuan before his strength surpassed his own. In addition to enhancing his cultivation, he also needed to find a way to upgrade the underworld blade to the 4th tier. Chumming extended his right hand, summoning the 3rd tier of the underworld blade into his palm. Based on his estimations, the power of the 3rd tier of the underworld blade was roughly equivalent to that of a peak-level Dao entry artifact. While the fourth tier would be akin to a transcendent artifact, the capabilities of the two were naturally distinct. However, forging a fourth-tier underworld blade required 33 first-tier underworld blades. How was he to accomplish that? Chumming furrowed his brow. He opened the app's forging section. Previously, the first-tier underworld blade had been awarded as a plot reversal reward. Now, however, the entry for the first-tier underworld blade had appeared within the forging function. As expected, it required 10 tons of copper, 1 ton of silver, 100 kilograms of gold, and an additional 1,000 milliliters of fresh blood. Why not just rob it? Chumming ground his teeth. Despite his mental preparation, upon seeing the forging requirements, he nearly smashed his black mobile phone in frustration. At present, the price of gold was around 3 to 400 yuan per gram. 100 kilograms meant he would need approximately 30 to 40 million yuan to procure the gold. Not to mention the 10 tons of copper and 100 kilograms of silver. These were all substantial sums. You are truly ruthless. Chumming inhaled deeply. He had anticipated that this wretched app would not make acquiring the fourth-tier underworld blade an easy endeavor. The value of a single first-tier underworld blade was around 50 million yuan, and he needed at least 32 of them. That amounts to a staggering sum of 1.6 billion. Previously, he had invested 3 billion in Chu Pinghai, leaving him with only 2 billion in available funds. This 2 to 3 billion was compensation from the Chen and Su families, part of which had already been converted into real estate and investment products. He had less than 1 billion in liquid assets. What was he to do with such a significant deficit? Chumming was utterly at a loss. Moreover, he still had the troublesome matters regarding Tianlong Mansion to address. All of this was the fault of those two scoundrels Qin Jinlin and Mo Zhu. As he thought of this, Chumming gritted his teeth in frustration. If it had not been for their interference last night, had he slain Chu Kuang, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. There was no other option. He would have to give her a call to see if there was a solution. Chumming cleared his throat. That her was, of course, Chen Ziren. As the eldest daughter of the Chen family, she ought not to be perturbed by such monetary matters. The Chen family was affluent enough that a mere 16 billion should be within their reach. However, Chumming, despite his need, was reluctant to reach out to her. After much hesitation, he finally dialed Chen Xian's number. The call was answered swiftly. Oh, you actually remembered to call me. Chen Xian sounded a bit surprised. What's the matter? Are you here to repay me for that favor from last time? Chumming hesitated. He suddenly realized how difficult it was to ask someone for financial assistance. What's wrong? Speak your mind. Chen Xian urged. Chumming, this isn't like you. I need to borrow some money, Chumming confessed honestly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. It seemed she had not anticipated him to utter those words. As the eldest son of the Chu family and the clandestine master of Chiyu Lake, Chumming should ostensibly be financially stable. Has something happened? Chen Xian inquired, frowning. No, it's just that I have an investment that I desperately wish to complete. Chumming explained. Would you be willing to lend me some? How much? Chen Xian counted. 16 billion. What did you just say? Chen Xian questioned incredulously, clearly doubting her ears. Who borrows money in the amount of 16 billion? Are you out of your mind? Get lost? Chen Xian exclaimed. Today isn't April Fool's Day. Don't joke with me. The call was abruptly terminated. Chumming was left in the cold. He placed his black mobile phone down and fell into deep contemplation. He also felt that asking others to lend him 1.6 billion was indeed rather implausible. Although Chen Xian was the eldest daughter of the Chen family, she was merely a sheltered young lady reliant on her family's wealth. Not the principal operator of the family's business. Perhaps she could manage to secure 1 or 2 billion for Chu Ming, but 1.6 billion was beyond anyone's willingness to lend. There was no choice but to earn money. Chu Ming sighed. He never anticipated that one day he would find himself in such a dire financial situation. If he had known earlier, he would have invested just 1 billion in Pinghai Company. While Chu Ming was lamenting his predicament, he received a text message. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Lin Yufeng, the Lord of Linju City. Do you have time to chat with me? Upon reading this message, Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Lin Yufeng. He had a recollection of this individual. In the original narrative, this man assisted Qin Jianlin in numerous nefarious deeds. Yet all his intentions were solely to discover a way to treat his wife. Several years ago, his wife had lost consciousness in a fire and had been bedridden ever since. Years back, she had attempted to take an overdose of sleeping pills to escape her plight. But Lin Yufeng had discovered her in time and rushed her to the hospital for rescue. The tears of despair shed by his wife had turned Lin Yufeng's hair white overnight. Hence, he had sought to ally himself with Qin Jianlin, hoping to leverage his connections to find a master capable of healing his wife. To that end, Lin Yufeng had been ingratiating himself with Qin Jianlin, even desiring entry into the Qianlong mansion. In summary, while Lin Yufeng was detestable, he was also pitiable. Those who are despicable often possess their own vulnerabilities. Now that Qin Jianlin was deceased, Lin Yufeng had lost his support. Chu Ming deduced, so he has come seeking me. He had not anticipated such a development. Should he go or not? Chu Ming hesitated. Lin Yufeng was, strictly speaking, a member of Qin Jianlin's faction and moreover, a trusted general of his. After all, he was the lord of Linju City, wielding significant power. He had undoubtedly played a role in the previous accusations against Chu Ming regarding the death of Su Jingcheng. Chu Ming was well aware of this. Had this been in the past, he would not have cared about Lin Yufeng. However, now he was in need of funds. Interesting, I shall go see what he truly desires. Chu Ming smiled faintly. Having recently advanced to the mid-stage of the Dao entry, coupled with the power of the third tier of the Ming blade, he was even willing to contend with those at the king level. And no matter how elaborate Lin Yufeng's schemes were, they would prove futile. I am curious to see what Lin Yufeng has up his sleeve. Chu Ming opened the text message and replied with a single question. Time, location. There was a 2-minute silence on the other end. Suddenly, a new message arrived. Tomorrow at noon, the 8th floor of Hongming Hotel, Room 1. Mr. Chu, I shall be eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. Upon reading the content of the message, a smile broke across Chu Ming's face. The Hongming Hotel, strictly speaking, belonged to his territory. To conduct negotiations on his own turf. Chu Ming was not inclined to believe this was mere coincidence. It seemed Lin Yufeng had conducted his due diligence on me. Chu Ming mused. However, this was advantageous. Negotiating on his own ground would undoubtedly benefit him. This also subtly conveyed Lin Yufeng's sincerity. Tomorrow, I shall see what he wishes to discuss. Chu Ming chuckled softly, tucking his black phone into his pocket. Before long, the next day arrived. The headlines in Linju City's news were still dominated by reports concerning the Qianlong mansion. It was said that a delegation from the Qianlong mansion had taken residence in Linju City, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of Qin Jianlin throughout the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Yet, Chu Ming knew that these individuals would never locate Qin Jianlin, for he was already dead. Moreover, Chu Ming had devised a plan in response to the Qianlong mansion schemes. At this stage, he decided to let them be for the time being, let the delegation turn Linju City upside down. Once they had gathered sufficient information, Chu Ming would take action. By then, everyone would be dancing to his tune. Around 11:30 a.m., Chu Ming arrived at Hongming Hotel with Tang Lin. Upon reaching the 8th floor of Hongming Hotel, he noticed that the corridor was already filled with people. They welcomed Mr. Chu with great reverence. As soon as these individuals saw Chu Ming, they immediately bowed and curtsied, their demeanor exemplary. Was this also arranged by Lin Yufeng? Witnessing this scene, Chu Ming couldn't help but smile. Ming Xiao, it seems Lin Yufeng is not to be trifled with, Tang Lin whispered. Given such a display, the matters to be discussed today must be of great significance. I understand, Chu Ming nodded. The matters at hand were indeed of utmost importance, as they pertained to the life and death of Lin Yufeng's wife. With Qin Jianlin now missing and Mo Ju dead, Lin Yufeng had effectively lost his two greatest pillars of support. Moreover, due to Chu Kuang's influence, his subordinate Su Jingcheng had also been killed. At this moment, Lin Yufeng was akin to a rootless tree, desperately seeking a new ally. Chu Ming could easily surmise Lin Yufeng's thoughts. If he sought a supporter, the only suitable candidate in all of Linju City was Chu Ming. Hence, he was eager to curry favor with Chu Ming. Chapter 343. Chu Ming's conditions. Chu Ming pushed open the door to the private room. Mr. Chu. Upon seeing Chu Ming's arrival, Lin Yufeng quickly rose and grasped Chu Ming's right hand. Your presence truly honors me, Lin Yufeng exclaimed with a smile. Please take a seat. Chu Ming and Tang Lin took their places. Lord Lin, you summoned me. Was there something of importance? Chu Ming inquired coolly. Let's not discuss that just yet. First, please sample the dishes here, Lin Yufeng replied cheerfully, instructing his subordinates. Bring out the food. The subordinate nodded and hurried off to summon the waitstaff. Chu Ming remained silent, observing Lin Yufeng. He sensed that Lin Yufeng's enthusiasm was excessive. Mr. Chu, have heard that the Hongming Hotel is a property under Chiyu Lake. Lin Yufeng casually remarked. To have seized this hotel from Zhao Dongqing truly indicates your capabilities. Chu Ming remained noncommittal. Tang Lin also refrained from speaking, both of them simply gazing at Lin Yufeng. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Lin Yufeng's forehead as he felt the pressure emanating from Chu Ming. Lord Lin, if you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for such convoluted preambles, Chu Ming stated. The atmosphere outside is tense. Everyone knows that Qin Jianlin has killed Mo Ju and is being pursued by the Qianlong mansion. Lin Yufeng hesitated. Lord Lin, I am already aware of the purpose behind your invitation today, Chu Ming stated bluntly. I will only grant you 3 minutes. If you are unwilling to speak, we shall part ways here. Mr. Chu, please don't say that. Lin Yufeng hurriedly replied. I will speak, I will. Chu Ming set down his teacup, calmly regarding Lin Yufeng. I hope that Mr. Chu can provide me some protection for a time. Lin Yufeng spoke with difficulty. As you know, I was previously aligned with the Qin envoy, and now that he has caused trouble, I suspect that during your time with Qin Jianlin, you must have offended quite a few people. Correct? Chu Ming retorted with a cold smile. If you speak honestly, we may yet find a basis for cooperation. However, if you do not speak candidly, there will be nothing to discuss. Indeed, Lin Yufeng hesitated. Serving the Qin envoy inevitably led to offending many. Now that he has fallen, those individuals will likely seek revenge against me. Lin Yufeng felt quite apprehensive. He had initially believed that by climbing aboard Qin Jianlin's ship, he could rise to prominence. Yet he had not anticipated that Qin Jianlin would fall so swiftly. Continue, Chu Ming prompted indifferently. Speak of what you have been reluctant to say. I wish to hear the truth. Chu Ming had long been aware of Lin Yufeng's circumstances. Lin Yufeng was not a villain per se, but he was certainly no gentleman either. His only redeeming quality was his loyalty to his wife, yet based solely on that, Chu Ming had no reason to assist him. Mr. Chu, beyond that, I truly have no other reasons, Lin Yufeng lamented. No, you do, Chu Ming scoffed. Your wife must still be bedridden, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin Yufeng felt a jolt of disbelief. He stared at Chu Ming in astonishment. Your wife lost her legs in a fire years ago, Chu Ming articulated each word clearly. Later, due to her despair, she became completely paralyzed. Your attempts to curry favor with Qin Jianlin were driven by 2 motives, one to find a supporter, and the other to seek out a master from the Qianlong mansion who could save your wife. For her sake, you would commit any wrongdoing. Am I right? Chu Ming's gaze suddenly bore down on Lin Yufeng. Lin Yufeng's eyes widened, shock etched across his face as he regarded Chu Ming. He had deliberately concealed his wife's plight. After all, as the lord of Linen City, if others learned of this, it would surely invite unnecessary trouble. He had many enemies, and he even suspected that the fire from years past was linked to them. Thus, for years he had kept his family's circumstances hidden from outsiders. But how did Chu Ming come to know of this? Mr. Chu, have you investigated me? Lin Yufeng asked anxiously. Investigated? No, Chu Ming chuckled, shaking his head. I simply happen to know. Lin Yufeng, you would do anything for your wife, wouldn't you? In Qin Jianlin's eyes, Lin Yufeng resembled a rabid dog. He would bite whoever Qin Jianlin commanded him to, all for the faint hope of saving his wife. Despicable, yet also pitiable. In response to Chu Ming's words, Lin Yufeng fell silent. If you wish to cooperate with me, that is acceptable, Chu Ming stated. I will protect you for a time, but the tasks I assign you must be fulfilled, otherwise you are well aware of the consequences. Chu Ming gazed at Lin Yufeng and continued. I am neither Qin Jianlin nor an envoy from Linju, hence my methods are far more diverse than his. If you agree, I can make a promise. In fact, assisting in the recovery of your wife is not beyond my capabilities. The final remark from Chu Ming caused Lin Yufeng to suddenly lift his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you just say? Lin Yufeng felt as though his ears had deceived him. Misinterpreting Chu Ming's words, did you not desire to see your wife restored to health? Chu Ming smiled. I possess a means to achieve that. Is that true? Lin Yufeng's body trembled. How many years had he awaited this statement? Even Qin Jianlin had never made such a promise to him. My words are not false, Chu Ming replied coolly, but the condition is that you must obey. Mr. Chu. Lin Yufeng suddenly rose and respectfully bowed to Chu Ming. As long as you have a way to heal my beloved, from this moment forth I, Lin Yufeng, shall undoubtedly follow your lead. Lin Yufeng's vow elicited a smile from Chu Ming. Under normal circumstances, he would likely not entangle himself in such troublesome affairs. Yet, in his pursuit of forging the fourth tier of the Ming blade, he faced a substantial financial deficit of over 10 billion. If he could secure unconditional assistance from the Lord of Linzhou, he might quickly amass the necessary funds. Once he attained the fourth tier of the Ming blade, he could, in return, assist Lin Yufeng in curing his wife. Please take a seat, Chu Ming replied calmly. Yes. Lin Yufeng's heart raced with excitement. His initial intent in approaching Chu Ming was merely to seek protection, for he had numerous enemies, and with Qin Jianlin's disappearance, no one could safeguard him. Should he perish, no one would care for his family or wife. Thus, Lin Yufeng sought to preserve his own life. By the way, Chu Ming suddenly inquired, who are your enemies? To be specific, I cannot delineate, Lin Yufeng said. But they are primarily clans and prominent figures affiliated with the Tianlong mansion. I had to face them head-on to assist Envoy Qin with certain troublesome matters. Furthermore, have engaged in numerous morally questionable actions. Lin Yufeng spoke bitterly. There were actions he had not wished to take, but he could not defy Qin Jianlin's commands. Interesting, Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. Accepting the chopsticks handed to him by Tang Lin, he abruptly posed a question to Lin Yufeng. Among these enemies, do you have any assassin organizations, or individuals who would hire assassins? Upon hearing this, Lin Yufeng was taken aback. While there is no assassin organization per se, it is indeed possible that someone may consider hiring an assassin to eliminate me. Is that so? Chu Ming chuckled. Mr. Chu, is something the matter? Do you know of someone planning to hire an assassin against me? Lin Yufeng's breath caught in his throat. He found Chu Ming's inquiry rather peculiar. It's not that someone is preparing to hire an assassin against you, Chu Ming paused, but rather, they have already arrived. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. Lin Yufeng's expression froze. The next moment, a dagger shot forth from behind the screen in the room, piercing through the furniture and heading straight for Lin Yufeng. Startled, Lin Yufeng's body jolted, rendering him motionless. To kill in my presence, sir, is excessive, Chu Ming spoke calmly, exerting force with his right hand. The chopsticks in his grasp transformed into a streak of light, directly pinning the dagger to the wall. Tang Lin swiftly rose and kicked over the screen, only to find it was empty behind it. Where did they go? Tang Lin exclaimed in surprise. That dagger just came from here. They must have fled. Lin Yufeng, still shaken, remarked. The assassin, upon witnessing Mr. Chu's intervention, must have realized they were outmatched and fled. Tang Lin cast a skeptical glance around. However, aside from Lin Yufeng and Chu Ming, there was no one else in the room. Lin Yufeng's subordinates had been dismissed to stand guard outside. No, they are still here. Chu Ming's voice floated in calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yufeng's complexion paled once more. Still here. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Sir, if you do not reveal yourself, do not blame me for taking action. Chu Ming spoke with composure. The room fell silent. Chu Ming let out a cold laugh and abruptly hurled another chopstick. The chopstick transformed into a streak of light, penetrating the wall. A wail echoed from behind the wall. Tang Lin's eyes widened as she struck the wall with her fist. The wall has been breached. It is made of wood and can be moved. He is behind it, Tang Lin exclaimed. The assassin behind the wall quickly broke through. Escaping through the hole, Lin Yufeng watched in astonishment. He noticed that the assassin's calf was drenched in blood. The chopstick Chu Ming had thrown had pierced through the wall and impaled the assassin's calf. The force and accuracy displayed exceeded Lin Yufeng's imagination. The assassin, clad in black and masked, was sweating profusely from the pain in his leg. An internal force master dares to attempt an assassination? Chu Ming chuckled. From the moment he entered the room, he had detected the presence of this individual. If it were Lin Yufeng who had orchestrated the ambush against Chu Ming, there would not be just one person involved. The only reason this individual was hiding here was to eliminate Lin Yufeng. Chapter 344. Seeking Chu Quan. Chu Ming refrained from exposing the truth, intending to use this assassin to instill fear in Lin Yufeng. At this point, the discussions had concluded, and the assassin had outlived his usefulness. With a single strike, Chu Ming incapacitated the black-clad assassin who, despite his injury, attempted to flee through the door. "Tang Lin," Chu Ming called out in a low voice. Tang Lin immediately understood, leaping forward to restrain the assassin's shoulder. The two exchanged several blows, but due to his injuries, the black-clad assassin was steadily pushed back. Soon, the guards from the Lord's mansion heard the commotion and rushed in. The black-clad assassin was forcefully pinned to the ground. Lin Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. Yet what astonished him even more was Chu Ming's ability to accurately shoot through the black-clad assassin's calf with chopsticks. Moreover, this was accomplished through a wooden wall. The precision of such judgment instilled profound fear within him. "Take this man away." Lin Yufeng stepped forward, pointing at the black-clad assassin. "Find out who sent him." "Yes." The guards from the Lord's mansion immediately complied, dragging the black-clad assassin out of the private room. The room was left in disarray. "Lord Lin, you certainly have an abundance of enemies," Chu Ming remarked coolly. From beginning to end, he remained seated, maintaining a demeanor that astonished Lin Yufeng even further. This level of composure and depth of character surpassed that of Qin Jianlin by a considerable margin. "I apologize for causing you to laugh, Mr. Chu," Lin Yufeng replied with a bitter smile. "As I mentioned earlier, due to my involvement in assisting Envoy Qin with numerous matters, I now find myself with adversaries not only in Linzhou but throughout the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions." Lin Yufeng felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Had it not been for such circumstances, he would not have sought out Chu Ming's protection. The number of enemies he faced was simply too great. With Qin Jianlin's departure, the proverbial tree had fallen, scattering the monkeys. Apart from Chu Ming, no one could offer him protection. "Interesting," Chu Ming smiled. "Now that I have agreed, what is your sincerity in return?" Lin Yufeng was momentarily taken aback. He quickly grasped the implication. "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, whether it be for business or any endeavors within the territory of Linzhou, Lin Yufeng will wholeheartedly support Qi Yu Lake and the Yi family." Lin Yufeng, as mere lord, possessed limited financial resources, a fact of which Chu Ming was well aware. Chu Ming's visit today was motivated by his interest in a certain asset, Lin Yufeng's authority and influence. After all, as the lord of a city, Lin Yufeng's intelligence network and sway far surpassed those of the Yi family. "This matter does not require haste," Chu Ming replied calmly. "However, there is one task I need you to undertake." Lin Yufeng's breath caught in his throat. He was no fool. He understood that Chu Ming would undoubtedly have conditions, otherwise he would not have so readily agreed today. "Mr. Chu, please proceed." Lin Yufeng smiled, cautiously inquiring, "What sort of matter is it?" "I require your assistance in locating an individual." Chu Ming stated. "Locating an individual? Who?" Lin Yufeng frowned. "Is this not within your capabilities, Mr. Chu? The city of Linzhou is not vast. With the Yi family's intelligence network, is it truly impossible to locate this person?" "How can that be? Of course, if this person were easy to find, I would not be requesting your help." Chu Ming seemed to see through Lin Yufeng's thoughts. "Indeed, you are correct, Mr. Chu," Lin Yufeng quickly replied with a bitter smile. "Tang Lin." Chu Ming's voice turned serious. "Provide Lord Lin with the individual's information." "Yes." Tang Lin nodded immediately, retrieving a document from her belongings. "Lord Lin, please take a look." Acting like a competent secretary, Tang Lin presented the document to Lin Yufeng. Lin Yufeng accepted the file, curious about the identity of the person whose retrieval had prompted Chu Ming's request. Chu Kuang, aged 18, hailing from Linzhou City, is currently a student in Class 8 of the 3rd year at Linzhou High School. His current status: missing. Upon perusing this dossier, Lin Yufeng was taken aback. He seemed to recall having heard this name before. Lin Yufeng furrowed his brow. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was that night when he colluded with Qin Jianlin to frame Chu Ming. He had reviewed the documents pertaining to Pinghai Company. The son of Chu Pinghai is named Chu Kuang. "You are seeking the son of Chu Pinghai?" Lin Yufeng exclaimed in astonishment. "Why? Could it be that you truly have ties to Chu Pinghai?" Lin Yufeng had only discovered that Chu Pinghai was a discarded scion of the Chu family from the capital. Meanwhile, Chu Ming was the esteemed heir of the Chu family. It appeared there was indeed some connection between the two. Lin Yufeng. Chu Ming set down his teacup, lifted his gaze, and regarded him with indifference. "Are you not asking rather too many questions?" Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Lin Yufeng was suddenly jolted back to reality. He hastily apologized. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Chu. It was my indiscretion. The reason I have tasked you with finding Chu Kuang is indeed significant, Chu Ming replied coolly, and I must inform you that this Chu Kuang is exceedingly dangerous. Dangerous? How could an 18-year-old high school student possibly be dangerous? Mr. Chu, you jest. Lin Yufeng gazed at the document in his hands, shaking his head with a wry smile. He felt that Chu Ming's words were somewhat exaggerated. An 18-year-old high school student? Not dangerous? Chu Ming scoffed, fixing his gaze on Lin Yufeng. What if I told you he is at the Dao entry stage? Upon hearing this, Lin Yufeng's expression froze. The Dao entry stage? This 18-year-old high school student? How could that be possible? Lin Yufeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, while many geniuses have emerged, those who achieve the Dao entry stage at the age of 18 are exceedingly rare. To Lin Yufeng's knowledge, almost non-existent. Mr. Chu, are you speaking the truth? He inquired, frowning. Do you doubt me? Chu Ming retorted. I wouldn't dare. Lin Yufeng quickly replied. But this 18-year-old Dao entry stage cultivator seems, at 18. Even if one is a scion of a prominent family with abundant cultivation resources, one would typically only reach the master stage at most. The assertion that Chu Kuang is at the Dao entry stage is almost unfathomable. Lin Yufeng, Chu Ming regarded him, stating coolly, whether you choose to believe it or not, you must locate this Chu Kuang for me within a month. Furthermore, I have already informed you that he is at the Dao entry stage. If your people discover his whereabouts, they must not act rashly. Do not say I did not warn you. Chu Ming's words resonated clearly in Lin Yufeng's ears. Lin Yufeng stood frozen in place. He glanced again at the dossier handed to him by Tang Lin. Is it possible that this Chu Kuang truly is at the Dao entry stage? By the way, I have one more thing to caution you about. Chu Ming added, under no circumstances should you provoke this Chu Kuang. He is a lunatic. Lin Yufeng was taken aback. Mr. Chu, what do you mean by that? Were you involved in the matter concerning Su Jingcheng? Chu Ming suddenly shifted the topic. Lin Yufeng's expression turned blank. He quickly rose and bowed respectfully to Chu Ming. Please forgive me, Mr. Chu. I was compelled by Envoy Qin to partake in the affair regarding Su Jingcheng. It bears no relation to me. In response to Lin Yufeng's apology, Chu Ming remained unmoved. Regardless of who was responsible, I do not care, Chu Ming replied coolly, but I must inform you that Su Jingcheng and his family were all slain by this Chu Kuang. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Yufeng was astounded. An 18-year-old high school student murdered the entire Su Jingcheng family. Even their bodyguards met a gruesome fate. Moreover, what filled Lin Yufeng with dread was the fact that their city lord's office had searched for days without finding any trace. If this were indeed true, then Linju City was in grave peril. This Chu Kuang is indeed dangerous, Chu Ming asserted. I warned you not to underestimate him from the very beginning. Su Jingcheng was targeted because he provoked Pinghai Company, leading to Chu Kuang wanting him dead. If you wish to locate Chu Kuang, you can issue a wanted notice regarding this incident. Such reasoning would be more plausible. If Chu Kuang discovers that you are the one hunting him, I may not be able to protect you in time. Chu Ming slowly rose, fixing his gaze upon Lin Yufeng. Lin Yufeng, this is no mere alarmist rhetoric. At this moment, Lin Yufeng's complexion turned pale. A murderous fiend lurked within Linju City. This revelation left him utterly shocked. If someone were to provoke this Chu Kuang now, Lin Yufeng's breath caught in his throat. Yes, that person would undoubtedly meet their demise. Chu Ming stated earnestly, to be frank, I mobilized all my resources last night to capture him, yet he still managed to escape. Therefore, I have come today to enlist your help in finding him. Should we locate him, I will have the opportunity to eliminate him. This matter is beneficial for you, for me, and for Linju City as a whole. Chu Ming placed a reassuring hand on Lin Yufeng's shoulder. Lin Yufeng felt a profound sense of loss. He gazed blankly at the document in his hands. He never anticipated that Chu Ming would enlist him to capture such a terrifying entity. If necessary, inform the Qianlong mansion, the military and the prominent families. Let them join the search. Chu Ming declared, this Chu Kuang is a highly dangerous individual and he must be found. Lin Yufeng, do you understand? Chu Ming suddenly inquired. Yes, I understand, Lin Yufeng replied breathlessly. If he failed to capture this Chu Kuang, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Chu Ming had said, this matter is advantageous for him, for Chu Ming himself, and for Linju City. Having grasped the situation, let us depart. Chu Ming beckoned to Tang Lin. Tang Lin gathered her belongings and cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yufeng. Remember what young Master Ming said, she whispered in Lin Yufeng's ear. Young Master Ming would not deceive you. Tang Lin smiled, then followed Chu Ming out of the private room. The entire room was left with a pale-faced Lin Yufeng, Chu Kuang. After Chu Ming and Tang Lin departed, Lin Yufeng finally picked up the dossier. He took a deep breath. If what Chu Ming said is true, I must ascertain the whereabouts of this individual promptly. Chapter 345. The East, the dragon arrives. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye. 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days, Chu Ming had tasked Yulong with expanding the business of Chiyu Lake by approximately 50%, after all, to amass 16 billion in funds to forge the fourth-tier Mingdao. One must accelerate the pace of wealth accumulation. Meanwhile, he secluded himself in the basement of the Chiyu Lake Villa, studying the alchemical and array techniques he had exchanged from the apt. Chu Ming understood that only by mastering these two disciplines could he potentially suppress Chu Kuang under any circumstance. Once his fortune eclipsed that of Chu Kuang, the latter would be doomed. To concoct a pill that enhances cultivation, he needed a specific plant from the underworld. Chu Ming furrowed his brow as he examined the texts in his hands. However, I searched the back mountain of Longyan Temple and found no trace of the mingling flower. It appears I can only create lower-tier pills. These pills can be substituted with materials available on Earth. Chu Ming murmured to himself. Over the past 3 days, he had not only pondered ways to generate income but had also been attempting alchemy. The previous pills had exhibited peculiar side effects. After attempting once more, he discovered that although the side effects were eliminated, the efficacy of the pills had vanished as well. Consuming them felt akin to ingesting sugar pills, having no effect on his cultivation whatsoever. He speculated that this was due to his current cultivation level being too high. Thus, the Ming Heart pill had become ineffective, hence, he continued to forge new pills. However, considering the time, the people from Qianlong Mansion should be arriving shortly. Chu Ming reflected. He had instructed Tang Lin to send a letter to Qianlong Mansion 3 days prior. If his calculations were correct, the individuals from Qianlong Mansion should be arriving at Chiyu Lake today. Just then, a knock sounded at the basement door. Young Master Ming, it's me. Tang Lin's voice suddenly echoed. What is it? Chu Ming countered. An individual claiming to be an elder from Qianlong Mansion has arrived. Accompanied by several followers, Tang Lin's words elicited a faint smile from Chu Ming. They have finally arrived. He had anticipated that Qianlong Mansion would not ignore the letter. Qin Jianlin had gone missing. And Qianlong Mansion had issued a wanted notice. Whoever could locate Qin Jianlin, regardless of whether he was dead or alive, would receive a bounty of 10 million. Moreover, there were additional rewards from Qianlong Mansion. This condition was exceedingly generous for many, prompting numerous individuals to scour the world for Qin Jianlin over the past 3 days. However, they would never uncover his whereabouts, for Qin Jianlin had perished at Chu Ming's hands. Chu Ming abruptly swung the door open. Let us go. He instructed Tang Lin. Lead me to see what kind of person Qianlong Mansion has sent. Of course, young Master Ming. Tang Lin nodded eagerly. Soon, under Tang Lin's guidance, Chu Ming arrived at the door of the reception room. Tang Lin pushed the door open. Chu Ming could see a middle-aged man clad in black seated on the sofa of the conference room. Surrounded by several guards, the arrival of distinguished guests from Qianlong Mansion truly brings glory to Chiyu Lake. Chu Ming smiled as he stepped into the conference room, yet, in that fleeting moment, he sensed a hint of danger. This subtle peril emanated from an elderly man in blue, situated to the left of a man in black. Exercising caution, Chu Ming concealed his cultivation aura, and the will of the underworld king silently dispersed into the surroundings. However, the outcome astonished Chu Ming. The middle-aged man in black seated on the sofa possessed a mid-stage entry into the Dao cultivation. In other words, he was likely an elder of the Heavenly Dragon Manor. Standing beside him, the elderly man in blue was a king. A king had descended upon Linju City. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed abruptly. He understood that this matter required careful consideration. Each king-level elder is not easily dealt with, especially those under the command of the Mad Sovereign, who are notoriously challenging to confront. After recognizing this, Chu Ming calmly took a seat on the opposite sofa. You are Chu Ming. The middle-aged man in black glanced at Chu Ming and said in a deep voice. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Pingshan, and I am an elder of the Heavenly Dragon Manor. These are my guards. He gestured towards Chu Ming. Chu Ming cast a glance at the elderly man in blue and then back at Zhao Pingshan. To have a king serving as his guard, even Chu Ming would not stoop to such a level. It appeared that Zhao Pingshan was merely a puppet. The true party negotiating with Chu Ming today was undoubtedly that elderly man in blue. If memory served him correctly, there was indeed a trusted king serving under the mad sovereign, Lan Fenghan. This elderly man in blue was most likely Lan Fenghan. In the original narrative, Lan Fenghan favored wearing blue attire. It seemed quite plausible. After discerning all of this, Chu Ming maintained an impassive demeanor and inquired, "May I ask why Elder Zhao has come to see me?" "Do not feign ignorance," Zhao Pingshan retorted. Producing a letter from within his robe, "This is what you had someone deliver to the Heavenly Dragon Manor, correct?" Chu Ming glanced at the envelope on the table, remaining silent as he regarded Zhao Pingshan. "Chu Ming, let us speak plainly. I do not wish to engage in riddles with you." Zhao Pingshan interlocked his fingers, fixing his gaze on Chu Ming. "We have all read the contents of the letter. You claim to have Qin Jianlin. Hand him over." Upon hearing this, Tang Lin shot a surprised glance at Chu Ming. News of Qin Jianlin's murder of Mo Ju and his subsequent flight had spread throughout Linen City. Even Tang Lin was eager to discover Qin Jianlin's whereabouts. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Manor had searched for so long without success, yet Zhao Pingshan's words left Tang Lin utterly astonished. He actually suggested that Chu Ming was harboring Qin Jianlin. How could that be possible? "Elder Zhao, could there be some misunderstanding here?" Tang Lin interjected, unable to contain herself. Young Master Ming would never conceal a criminal from the Heavenly Dragon Manor. "You..." Before Tang Lin could finish her sentence, Zhao Pingshan's cold gaze fell upon her. In that moment, Tang Lin felt a powerful pressure bearing down upon her. It was as though her heart had been tightly squeezed, causing her complexion to pale as she instinctively took several steps back. Observing this, Chu Ming abruptly waved his hand. The oppressive force weighing upon Tang Lin immediately dissipated. Zhao Pingshan frowned as he glanced at Chu Ming. He had not anticipated that his pressure would be so easily dispelled by a mere wave of Chu Ming's hand. It seemed the rumors outside were indeed true. Young Master Chu had already broken through to the entry into the Dao. He scoffed. "To achieve entry into the Dao at 24 years of age is truly astonishing. Elder Zhao, you flatter me," Chu Ming replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Tang Lin is my friend, not my servant. If you intend to pursue her further, I will have no choice but to escort you out." Hearing this, Zhao Pingshan's eyes narrowed suddenly. He had encountered many in the entry into the Dao realm, but someone as young as Chu Ming, who was unafraid of his presence, was rare, especially among those in the early stages of entry into the Dao. There were virtually none. Chu Ming was the first. "Interesting, you are truly intriguing," Zhao Pingshan chuckled. "You do not believe that your breakthrough into the Dao has rendered you invincible, do you? I concede that you are young, but you are not yet at the level to force me to leave." Zhao Pingshan's right hand rested on the coffee table. "I do not wish to waste words with you. Hand over Qin Jianlin and I will leave without further ado." "You want Qin Jianlin?" Chu Ming laughed. "So you come here, bully my people, and expect me to simply hand him over with a casual remark? Elder Zhao, are you naive, or am I the one being naive?" Chu Ming's words echoed throughout the conference room. All present, save for the elderly man in blue, were utterly astonished. Chu Ming was the first to dare speak thus before Zhao Pingshan. "Chu Ming." Zhao Pingshan's forehead bulged with veins as he slammed his palm onto the coffee table. The table shattered into pieces, the sound reverberating throughout the conference room. "You, a man of the Dragon Sovereign, wreaking havoc here. Is that not excessive?" Zhao Pingshan rose abruptly, casting a cold glare at Chu Ming. "Hand over Qin Jianlin and I will not make things difficult for you today." Zhao Pingshan huffed coldly. "Otherwise, let alone this Chiyu Lake, even the Yi family I could reduce to rubble." Upon hearing this threat, Chu Ming's gaze turned icy. He had anticipated that the Heavenly Dragon Manor would resort to coercive measures, but he did not expect Zhao Pingshan to turn hostile so swiftly. Chu Ming warily glanced at the elderly man in blue beside him. Understanding dawned upon him. This elderly man was at the king level. Zhao Pingshan could not command him, thus Zhao Pingshan's actions were entirely at the behest of this elderly man. "Are you testing me?" Chu Ming scoffed. "Unfortunately, you have misjudged the person." Chu Ming's eyes narrowed sharply, revealing a glint of ferocity. While other entry into the Dao cultivators might fear Zhao Pingshan, Chu Ming did not. What was mid-stage entry into the Dao to him? He was at that level as well. Tang Lin. He called out. At your command, Tang Lin replied, cupping her fists in respect. Escort them out. Chu Ming stated coldly. Chiyu Lake does not welcome Elder Zhao. Understood. Tang Lin inhaled deeply. Yet just as she prepared to approach, Zhao Pingshan sneered, launching an attack aimed at seizing Tang Lin's neck. Chu Ming's figure instantly materialized before Tang Lin, blocking the blow. The clash of their forces sent the sofa and chairs sliding a meter across the floor, scattering glass shards everywhere. What? Zhao Pingshan was momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Chu Ming. He discovered that Chu Ming had effortlessly withstood his attack. Impossible. Zhao Pingshan furrowed his brow. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he had still employed at least 80% of his power at the moment of impact. Yet this Chu Ming had received it all with apparent ease. How could someone at the early stage of entry into the Dao achieve such a feat? Zhao Pingshan was filled with shock. Chapter 346. Chu Ming's conditions impossible. Chu Ming firmly grasped Zhao Pingshan's right hand, sneering, "What is impossible about it? You are not at the early stage of entry into the Dao." Zhao Pingshan fixed his gaze on Chu Ming. "You are merely 24 years old. How can you possess such cultivation and strength?" Zhao Pingshan was a mid-stage entry into the Dao Elder. His strike was stronger than that of an early-stage entry into the Dao cultivator using their full strength. Yet this Chu Ming had withstood it so nonchalantly. There was definitely something amiss. "Elder Zhao, it is you who lacks the skill," Chu Ming retorted with a cold snort, releasing Zhao Pingshan's right hand. "I merely wish to discuss matters with you, but since you seem disinclined to converse, then Chiyu Lake naturally does not welcome you. Leave." That single word caused the expressions of everyone from the Heavenly Dragon Manor to shift dramatically. A scion of a noble family dared to order an elder of the Heavenly Dragon Manor to leave? Even the head of the Chu family would not dare utter such words. Zhao Pingshan's face turned a deep crimson. He clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Chu Ming. "Chu Ming, do you realize whom you are speaking to?" he inquired. "Naturally, I am speaking to you," Chu Ming replied coolly. "Zhao Pingshan, so what if you are an elder of the Heavenly Dragon Manor? I invited you here to assist you, yet you choose to put on airs. If that is the case, then I shall say no more. You may seek Qin Jianlin on your own. Do not trouble me." With a flick of his hand, Chu Ming prepared to lead Tang Lin out of the conference room. "Chu Ming, you are being excessively presumptuous." Zhao Pingshan's voice rang out behind him, low and threatening. A fierce gust of wind surged from behind Chu Ming. "Young Master Ming, be careful," Tang Lin cried out in alarm. Zhao Pingshan intended to launch a surprise attack on Chu Ming right here. His audacity was astonishing. Yet Chu Ming seemed to have anticipated Zhao Pingshan's move. "Interesting," he scoffed. A ball of blue flame suddenly coalescing in his right hand. As he turned to face Zhao Pingshan's incoming fist, he too struck with full force. He aimed to use Zhao Pingshan to verify something, just how much power he truly possessed. The two fists collided midair, and the atmosphere in the reception room fell into an eerie silence. Then, a powerful shockwave spread outwards in all directions. The members of the Heavenly Dragon Manor were taken aback, hastily dodging to avoid the oncoming force. Only the elderly man in blue remained still, observing Chu Ming with a look of confusion on his face. The force and wind generated by the clash sent sofas and chairs flying across the room, shattering everything in their path. Tang Lin barely managed to avoid the chaos. "Zhao Pingshan, your strength appears to be rather limited." Chu Ming slowly raised his head, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Rather limited." The four words left everyone in a state of shock. Zhao Pingshan was the designated elder of the Qianlong mansion. How could this Chu Ming dare to claim that Zhao Pingshan's power was merely inadequate? Had he lost his mind? Just moments ago, Chu Ming had not retreated an inch in the face of Zhao Pingshan's punch, while it was Zhao Pingshan who had staggered back 2 steps due to the clash of their forces. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Chu Ming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Pingshan gritted his teeth, filled with humiliation and rage. His spiritual energy coalesced once more, preparing to unleash another punch at Chu Ming. At that moment, an elderly hand rested upon his shoulder, causing Zhao Pingshan's power to dissipate instantly. "Lan, He turned in surprise. Step back, the elderly figure in blue spoke calmly, but Zhao Shan protested, unwilling to concede. He believed that failing to subdue Chu Ming would bring disgrace before the elder in blue, and thus he sought to reclaim his honor through force. I said step back. The elder in blue furrowed his brow and spoke sternly. Hearing this, Zhao Shan reluctantly cast a resentful glance at Chu Ming before stepping back. As Zhao Shan withdrew, Chu Ming also relaxed his stance. The elder in blue approached, scrutinizing Chu Ming closely. 24 years old, mid-stage Dao realm, he assessed. Your strength surpasses that of Zhao Shan. Lan Fenghan, are you finally willing to reveal yourself? Chu Ming retorted with a smile instead of answering. This remark caused the elder in blue to narrow his eyes. You know me? He inquired. Of course, Chu Ming scoffed. You are the Fenghan Tianwang under the command of the Mad Sovereign. I had already deduced it upon entering this meeting room. This revelation stunned the crowd, even leaving Zhao Shan in disbelief. Lan Fenghan had chosen to conceal his identity by acting as a guard. Yet Chu Ming had seen through it effortlessly. Who exactly was this Chu Ming? Let us speak plainly, Chu Ming stated. If the Qianlong mansion seeks the whereabouts of Qin Jianlin, then sufficient sincerity must be demonstrated. You provide me with what I desire, and I shall furnish you with what you seek, Chu Ming uttered coolly. Lan Fenghan squinted, gazing deeply at Chu Ming. This young man was more formidable than he had anticipated. Moreover, possessing such power at the age of 24 was astonishing. Zhao Shan was hardly a match, and even Lan Fenghan found himself astounded. It is known that the emergence of a Dao realm expert requires the accumulation of 1,000 grandmasters. Each breakthrough in the Dao realm is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. While early-stage Dao practitioners are rare, elders are even scarcer, and Tianwangs are truly exceptional. Generally, those who attain the Tianwang level are already elderly. To remain a middle-aged individual at the elder level is a mark of extraordinary talent. Yet, here stood Chu Ming, only 24 years old, a mid-stage Dao practitioner at 24? No wonder the Northern Domain Dragon Sovereign holds you in such high regard. Lan Fenghan chuckled, waving his hand. The sofas in the conference room flew back into their original positions, astonishing everyone present, even leaving Tang Lin in a state of shock. Indeed, the abilities of a Tianwang were far more terrifying than they had imagined. Sit. Lan Fenghan spoke indifferently. Chu Ming smiled and resumed his seat on the sofa. Now, shall we engage in a proper discussion, Lan Tianwang? Very well, Lan Fenghan nodded. Speak. What do you desire in exchange for revealing Qin Jianlin's whereabouts? It is quite simple, Chu Ming articulated clearly. I want the position of the envoy to Linzhou. As soon as these words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the meeting room. Everyone stared at Chu Ming with disbelief. Even Tang Lin was taken aback by the audacity of his ambition. A mere 24-year-old youth aspired to become the envoy to Linzhou. It seemed utterly implausible. Change the terms. Lan Fenghan frowned. The envoy to Linzhou must not only possess formidable cultivation but also extensive connections. Along with the most crucial factor, obtaining the Mad Sovereign's consent. I am aware that you possess the Qianlong envoy's token, however, you also know that your token was granted by the Northern Dragon Sovereign. A Dragon Sovereign's subordinate cannot become an envoy in the territory of the Mad Sovereign. Lan Fenghan's voice was hoarse, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Then we shall be unable to cooperate. Chu Ming replied resolutely. I demand the position of the envoy to Linzhou. Upon receiving the envoy's token, I will hand over Qin Jianlin to you. If I do not receive it, you shall never uncover Qin Jianlin's whereabouts. The intensity of Chu Ming's words incited Zhao Shan's fury. Chu Ming, do you think you can speak to me like this? He bellowed. This gentleman is under the command of the Mad Sovereign. Zhao Shan's protest was abruptly cut off by Lan Fenghan's piercing gaze. Enough. Tianwang, this Chu Ming is being excessively unreasonable. We must. Zhao Shan seethed. Step back. You have no say here. Lan Fenghan interjected, his brow furrowing. Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan reluctantly retreated a few steps, yet his eyes remained fixed on Chu Ming. Young friend Chu, Lan Fenghan said with a smile, our public bounty states that anyone who captures Qin Jianlin, alive or dead, will receive a reward of 10 million. You cannot possibly think that the position of envoy to Linzhou is worth only that amount. 10 million? Who do you think you're fooling? Chu Ming scoffed. Qin Jianlin is a master of the Dao realm. Does the Qianlong mansion truly believe he is only worth 10 million? This statement left Lan Fenghan momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could the value of a Dao realm expert be merely 10 million? Chu Ming effectively turned the logic of Lan Fenghan's argument back upon him. I have no desire to engage in further discussion with you, Chu Ming declared earnestly. I shall reiterate. Today, I wish to see the envoy's token. Upon doing so I will surrender Qin Jianlin. If not, you may as well return. This pronouncement left no room for negotiation. However, it was precisely the outcome Chu Ming sought, faced with the Qianlong mansion. If he were to speak moderately, it would only invite further bullying. Lan Fenghan scrutinized Chu Ming closely, perplexed that with his experience, he was unable to discern Chu Ming's true intentions. This was a situation he had never encountered before. As I mentioned, the position of envoy to Linju requires the Mad Sovereign's approval. Lan Fenghan reiterated, young friend Chu, if you truly desire this position, I can plead your case to the Mad Sovereign. However, should the Mad Sovereign become enraged and seek to capture you for questioning, that would no longer be my concern. Young friend Chu, you may wish to reconsider. Are you trying to intimidate me with the Mad Sovereign? Chu Ming scoffed. Lan Tianwang, you fear the Mad Sovereign, and those behind you fear him as well. But I, Chu Ming, do not fear him. I shall say it once more. When I see the token, I will deliver him. If not, you shall forever remain in the dark regarding Qin Jianlin's fate. Chu Ming's stance was resolute. Lan Fenghan's brow furrowed deeper. He was bewildered as to why a young man like Chu Ming was so fixated on the position of envoy to Linju. Furthermore, he was curious as to how Chu Ming had come to know about Qin Jianlin's whereabouts. Moreover, the strength Chu Ming possessed remained a mystery. Everything about this young man was shrouded in enigma. Lan Fenghan regarded Chu Ming, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes. Chapter 347. Lan Fenghan's plan. So young brother, you are indeed insistent on obtaining the position of envoy to Linju. Lan Fenghan raised his head, his aged gaze fixed upon Chu Ming. Indeed. Chu Ming nodded. And no room for negotiation. No room for negotiation. Very well. Lan Fenghan replied indifferently. I shall now report to the Mad Sovereign. If he consents, you shall assume the position of envoy to Linju. Beyond that, I shall say no more. With that, Lan Fenghan rose from his seat. Let us depart. Lord Lan, are we leaving just like that? Zhao Shan protested. This individual. Silence. Lan Fenghan shot him a glare. Zhao Shan shot a furious glance at Chu Ming before following Lan Fenghan out of the meeting room. Just as they exited, Lan Fenghan suddenly halted. I almost forgot something. He turned back. The Mad Sovereign's anger is quite terrifying. Terrifying enough that even I would rather not recall it. Lan Fenghan cast a meaningful glance at Chu Ming. Young brother Chu, you must prepare yourself mentally. With that, he led the Qianlong mansion's entourage away. After a long while, once Lan Fenghan and his group had completely departed from the Qiyu Lake Villa, Tang Lin finally voiced her concern. Young Master Ming, does Lan Tianwang's implication not amount to a threat against you? Should we not? Hearing Tang Lin's words, Chu Ming shook his head, pouring himself a cup of tea. No need, Chu Ming stated. Let that Mad Sovereign be angry. I refuse to believe he can do anything to me. Chu Ming chuckled coldly, for he knew that at this moment, the Mad Sovereign was focused on breaking through to a new realm. In other words, the Mad Sovereign was unable to leave Dongji Island. Even if someone were to confront Chu Ming, it would merely be a being of the Heavenly King realm, given Chu Ming's current prowess. Coupled with the formidable power of the third tier of the Underworld Blade, he indeed possesses the capability to contend with those of the Heavenly King level. However, it is imperative that he hastens the acquisition of materials required to forge the fourth tier of the Underworld Blade. Only by thoroughly crafting the fourth tier of the Underworld Blade can he muster the confidence to vanquish a Heavenly King. Chu Ming gently sipped his tea, his thoughts crystal clear. His ultimate objective is the position of the envoy of Linju. For only by attaining this position can Linju City be unequivocally his domain. Should Chu Kuang be lurking within this city, he would inevitably have nowhere to hide. The intelligence department of the Qianlong mansion is not to be trifled with. Young Master Ming, that is none other than the Mad Sovereign. Tang Lin expressed her concern. It is said that this Mad Sovereign is a presence even more terrifying than those in the Dao realm. In the short term, there is no issue, Chu Ming replied. Just watch. Even if Lan Fenghan intends to take action, he will not allow the Mad Sovereign to intervene personally. We must accomplish our objectives within this time frame. Tang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Ming, what exactly is our objective? To capture Chu Kuang, Chu Ming stated flatly, and to eliminate him. As long as Chu Kuang lives, the Chu family Chiyu Lake and even Linju City shall never know peace. A glint of ferocity flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. What he spoke were his genuine thoughts. Chu Kuang is the key to resolving everything. Without the endowment of the heavenly Tao's fortune, Chu Kuang would have been slain hundreds of times already. Yet it is precisely due to this troublesome heavenly Tao fortune that Chu Ming has repeatedly failed, even during the initial confrontation with the Chen family. He had pierced the underworld blade into Chu Kuang's heart, yet he still failed to achieve a conclusive kill. This sense of helplessness left Chu Ming utterly constrained. Thus, he is willing to go to any lengths, even if it means opposing the mad sovereign, to ensure that Chu Kuang is eliminated. After all, Chu Kuang is the protagonist, while he and the mad sovereign are merely the antagonists. Antagonists may not necessarily engage in battle. Yet a confrontation between protagonists and antagonists is inevitable. Right and wrong are clearly delineated in Chu Ming's mind. Now, it all hinges on Lan Fenghan's attitude. Chu Ming smiled faintly and set down his teacup. Lan Fenghan exited the gates of Chiyu Lake accompanied by individuals from the Qianlong mansion. He boarded the vehicle of the Qianlong mansion. As soon as he entered the vehicle, Zhao Pingshan could not contain himself. Lord Heavenly King, why do you not allow me to deal with that Chu Ming? A youth of his age possessing such abilities must surely harbor ulterior motives. Why not simply capture him and let the mad sovereign examine him? Lan Fenghan cast a deep gaze at Zhao Pingshan. Do you think he is merely at the mid-stage of the Dao realm? Lan Fenghan retorted coldly. Zhao Pingshan was taken aback. Had he underestimated Chu Ming's strength? How could this be possible? A 24-year-old young man achieving mid-stage Dao cultivation is already astonishing, let alone the prospect of higher realms. Have you reviewed the dossier on Chu Ming? Lan Fenghan inquired nonchalantly. I have. Then how could you utter such foolish words? Lan Fenghan fixed his gaze on Zhao Pingshan. The records indicate that he is the young master of the Chu family in the capital. Yet I recall that the ancestor of the Chu family is merely at mid-stage Dao, correct? Zhao Pingshan furrowed his brow. Lord Heavenly King, the Chu family is inconsequential. They would not dare to oppose us at the Qianlong mansion. Fool, Lan Fenghan admonished, the Chu family may be insignificant, yet do not forget that behind this Chu Ming stands a master known as the King of the Underworld. If the apprentice possesses mid-stage Dao strength, how formidable must the master be? Lan Fenghan's words caused Zhao Pingshan to freeze in realization. He finally grasped why Lan Fenghan had refrained from employing harsh methods against Chu Ming earlier, out of fear of the King of the Underworld. To have cultivated a disciple of mid-stage Dao by the age of 24, the King of the Underworld is certainly no ordinary figure. Lan Fenghan's expression grew grave. Moreover, I have heard that the King of the Underworld recently caused an uproar in the Chen family of the capital. Do you think that someone with the audacity to provoke the Chen family is a weakling? Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Pingshan's forehead. With Lan Fenghan's reasoning, he now understood. Point 1 Chu Ming alone posed little threat. And as long as Lan Fenghan acted with full force, he could undoubtedly apprehend him. But what if the King of the Underworld intervenes? Although the strength of the King of the Underworld remains shrouded in mystery, the reports that have surfaced over the past months suggest he is undoubtedly a powerful individual. If he were not strong, how could he possibly have a prodigious disciple like Chu Ming? This matter must be approached with caution. Lan Fenghan inhaled deeply, a look of concern in his eyes. But Lord Heavenly King, if Qin Jianlin truly falls into Chu Ming's hands, should we simply stand by and do nothing? Zhao Pingshan retorted through gritted teeth, unwilling to let the matter rest. Do not rush, Lan Fenghan replied with a somber tone. Tonight, we shall first probe the depths of Chiyu Lake to ascertain the true identity of the King of the Underworld. Lord Heavenly King, are you implying? Zhao Pingshan's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination upon hearing this. I will assist you in finding several elders at mid-stage Dao. You will accompany them, Lan Fenghan declared. If the King of the Underworld appears, engage him in battle and return with intelligence regarding his strength. Chapter 348. Night Assault on Chiyu Lake. Zhao Pingshan instantly comprehended Lan Fenghan's intentions. He did not wish to confront Chu Ming directly, but rather, he aimed to avoid giving Chu Ming any leverage against him. After all, the Qianlong Mansion is the highest governing body in China. they must avoid brute force. If evidence were to surface, it would tarnish Lan Fenghan's reputation. However, in the shadows, Lan Fenghan could employ any means necessary. Even if Chu Ming were to disclose the incident, there would be no evidence linking them to the act. All 4 of my elders will accompany you, Lan Fenghan stated. This evening, you will investigate whether Chu Ming has indeed captured Qin Jianlin. Yes, Zhao Pingshan responded excitedly. During their time at Qiyu Lake, he had already harbored grievances against Chu Ming. Now, he saw an opportunity to teach that insufferable Chu Ming a lesson. Remember, do not reveal your identities, Lan Fenghan cautioned, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Rest assured, Lord Heavenly King, I will complete the task, Zhao Pingshan replied respectfully. Millimeter, Lan Fenghan responded softly. His gaze shifted to the view outside the window. How many unspeakable secrets lie hidden within this beautiful Linju city? As night fell, the neon lights began to flicker. The lights beside Qiyu Lake reflected upon its surface, creating a mesmerizing tableau. Chu Ming was wandering near Qiyu Lake, dismantling the formations he had previously set. Those formations had only fulfilled half of their purpose, and many materials were still recoverable, with materials in short supply. Chu Ming naturally did not wish to squander these valuable resources. Moreover, while reclaiming materials, he also set up some formations. After busily working for approximately 3 hours by the lakeside, Chu Ming finally wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to the villa. Young Master Ming, are you not going to rest? Tang Lin inquired with concern. It seems that rest may not be possible tonight, Chu Ming replied, gazing at the vast night sky, a hint of gravity in his expression. Why? Tang Lin asked, puzzled. Lan Fenghan is not one to be underestimated, Chu Ming stated calmly. He will undoubtedly take action tonight. Is he targeting us? Tang Lin was taken aback, her expression shifting. But as the Heavenly King of the Qianlong Mansion, if he were to target us, you are mistaken. Chu Ming shook his head. It may not be him directly targeting us, however, those who are targeting us will certainly be his subordinates. Chu Ming's words left Tang Lin contemplative. Make the necessary arrangements. Have the servants in the villa retire early tonight. If there are any disturbances, they must not emerge, Chu Ming instructed. Understood. Tang Lin replied promptly, not daring to delay, and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Chu Ming gazed at the shimmering waters of Qiyu Lake before the villa. This Lan Fenghan, as portrayed in the original narrative, is not someone easily dealt with. If today's events leave Lan Fenghan dissatisfied, he will undoubtedly seek to make things difficult for Chu Ming. The simplest method would be to send individuals to assault Qiyu Lake. This would reveal Chu Ming's vulnerabilities and potentially compel him to acquiesce. Yet Chu Ming had anticipated all of this. He was unafraid of offending the Mad Sovereign, knowing that the Mad Sovereign was currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to a higher realm. Hence, the adversaries he must contend with are the Heavenly Kings under the Mad Sovereign. Chu Ming's goal is to establish a firm foothold in Linju City before the Mad Sovereign emerges from seclusion. In doing so, he would be well equipped to confront Chu Kuang. Currently, Chu Kuang is neither aligned with the Qianlong Mansion nor receiving assistance from the Yi family, so his options are limited. Chu Ming is acutely aware of this. As long as he can intimidate Lan Fenghan, he should be able to secure the position of envoy of Linju. A cold smile crept across Chu Ming's face. During the past 3 hours, he had set up numerous formations. Should a powerful being intrude upon them, he would be alerted. Chu Ming sat in the guest room of the villa by Qiyu Lake, gazing out the window as time passed slowly. The moon was shrouded by dark clouds. At that moment, with his eyes closed in meditation, Chu Ming suddenly opened them wide. They've come. A cold smile crept across his lips, just as he had surmised. Lan Fenghan would not simply let matters rest. He will undoubtedly send someone over. Chu Ming retrieved a mask from his bosom. He donned a black cloak and a formidable surge of netherworld energy rose within him, intensifying with each passing moment. At this juncture, he had already attained the mid-stage of the path. Coupled with the formidable power of the 4th tier of the nether blade, he was confident that, as long as the incoming individual was not Lan Fenghan, victory was assured. The window creaked open, and the night breeze swept over Chu Ming's cloak. The moonlight was obscured, leaving the entire Qiyu Lake area illuminated solely by the surrounding streetlights. While the nearby woods and bamboo groves remained shrouded in darkness, Chu Ming sensed 4 figures approaching from the east, stealthily entering the small bamboo grove of Qiyu Lake. If his deductions were correct, Their destination was undoubtedly here, the Chiyu Lake Villa. The hunt had commenced. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Ming's lips as he positioned the eerie Nether King mask upon his face. Without hesitation, he leapt from the third floor, his form transforming into a shadowy gust racing toward the direction of the four intruders, at that moment within the small bamboo grove to the east of Chiyu Lake. Four figures clad in black, their faces obscured, flitted through the air with remarkable speed. Remember, this time Lord Qianwang has tasked us with confirming Qin Jianlin's whereabouts, Zhao Pingshan urged. We must ensure our identities remain concealed. Brother Zhao, you claim that Chu Ming possesses mid-stage path strength. How can that be possible? Indeed, I recall that Chu Ming is merely 24 years old. If he has attained mid-stage path, he would be an extraordinary talent seldom seen in Huaxia for a century. Zhao Pingshan's brow furrowed at this remark. Do you think I would deceive you? I followed Lord Qianwang to Chiyu Lake today, only to find that Chu Ming is arrogant and disdainful, showing even Lord Qianwang no respect. Because of this, I confronted that brat. I thought for certain he would be no match for me, but I never expected his strength to rival my own. Though Zhao Pingshan was reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Had it not been for Lan Fenghan's presence today, even if he had engaged Chu Ming with all his might, victory would have been uncertain. This fact weighed heavily on Zhao Pingshan's mind. If possible, I truly wish to meet this so-called genius Chu Ming. However, I find it hard to believe that such a genius could emerge from Linju City. If such a talent truly existed, would it not send shockwaves throughout the entire Huaxia stronghold? The other three masked figures erupted into laughter. They were elders of mid-stage path strength under Lan Fenghan. Here to assist Zhao Pingshan, you will understand once you meet him. Zhao Pingshan cast a resigned glance at them. This youth's talent was indeed remarkable. Moreover, what made Lord Qianwang wary was that there was someone behind this youth. Chapter 349. The Slaughter Under the Moonlight, Part 1. The one you speak of is the Nether King? One of the black-clad elders inquired. Indeed, it is the Nether King, Zhao Pingshan replied gravely. Information on this Nether King within the manor is scarce, hence Lord Qianwang speculates that he may possess considerable strength. Our operation tonight must also confirm the Nether King's capabilities. If he is of the Qianwang realm, we shall retreat. If not, we shall attack en masse. Zhao Pingshan glanced at the three behind him, chuckling. With the strength of the four of us, capturing a mid-stage path practitioner should be a certainty. They were all elite elders of the Qianlong Manor, and their combined power was formidable, but in that instant a chilling voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Is the person you seek me? The four halted in their tracks, frowning as they turned their gaze forward. At the end of the bamboo path stood a figure cloaked in black. Moonlight streamed from behind him, casting a long shadow. What was even more terrifying was that this person's face was obscured by a bizarre and fearsome mask. Who are you? Zhao Pingshan squinted, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from this figure. Have you not been discussing me all along? The cloaked figure chuckled. Well, here I am. You are the Nether King. Zhao Pingshan's body trembled. This was entirely at odds with their plan. They had yet to enter the territory of Chiyu Lake Villa when they encountered the Nether King. What did this signify? The Nether King's perceptive abilities far surpassed their own. He is the Nether King. Not only Zhao Pingshan but the three black-clad elders behind him also displayed expressions of astonishment. They had heard tales of the Nether King defeating the Chen clan's elder group single-handedly and infiltrating the Chen clan's stronghold alone. Yet, the true extent of the Nether King's power remained a mystery. The Qianlong Manor's intelligence department had analyzed that the Nether King was at most a mid-stage path practitioner. But now it seemed otherwise. Someone once intruded upon my Chiyu Lake territory and returned grievously injured. Chu Ming spoke calmly. I presume you should be mentally prepared. Yes. Under the moonlight, Chu Ming's cloak billowed in the fierce wind, and a sharp killing intent surged forth, overwhelming the area. Zhao Pingshan and his companions felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. Lord Qianwang was right. The Nether King's strength was undoubtedly beyond that of a mid-stage path practitioner. Zhao Pingshan's heart raced. Merely this aura of killing intent exceeded that of the vast majority of mid-stage path practitioners. When had Linju City produced such a master? Prepare for battle, Zhao Pingshan commanded. his spiritual energy coalescing abruptly against an opponent of the Nether King's caliber. The four must strike in unison. Should they falter, casualties were inevitable. Following Zhao Pingshan's orders, the other three black-clad elders swiftly mobilized their internal energies. Positioning themselves behind Zhao Pingshan, their gazes were fixed upon that shadowy figure beneath the moonlight. That was the Nether King. The eerie mask worn by Chu Ming shimmered ominously in the moonlight. "Do you believe that merely uniting will suffice?" A chilling laughter resonated from beneath the mask. Zhao Pingshan was filled with trepidation. He had yet to comprehend the magnitude of the opponent he was about to face. In that fleeting moment, the Nether King's hand glimmered with a cold light. The moonlight seemed to be cleaved into countless shards. The sound of the blade slicing through the air drew near. The four felt a tingling sensation at the back of their heads and quickly sprang into action. Their spiritual energy whipped up dust, causing the bamboo grove to rustle wildly, yet that blade penetrated through their layered defenses. Heading straight for them, breathing heavily, the four utilized their skills, narrowly evading the blade's assault. Boom! The blade swept through the bamboo grove and countless green bamboos fell in response. The terrifying destructive power and the penetrating force of that cold light left the four no room for complacency. This Nether King was immensely powerful. Zhao Pingshan gasped for breath. That last strike had nearly swept across the chests of all four. The Nether King's swordsmanship was simply unparalleled. Had they not dodged with all their might, they would have surely drawn blood by now. "Four of you arriving at my Chiyu Lake, should you not leave something behind before you depart?" Chu Ming's cold voice echoed from all directions in the bamboo grove. Zhao Pingshan and his companions stood back to back, each one fixated on a different direction. They felt as if they had a lump in their throats, too fearful to act recklessly, although they numbered four. They found themselves encircled by just one. This situation was utterly absurd, yet Zhao Pingshan could not muster a laugh. The other three could not either. They resembled prey within the bamboo grove, while Chu Ming was the hunter. With mid-stage path cultivation combined with the power of the third tier of the Nether Blade, Chu Ming's strength had indeed reached the initial stage of the Qianwang realm. With the enhancement of his cultivation, the penetrating power of the third tier of the Nether Blade had escalated to an exceedingly terrifying level. Chu Ming had a faint sense that tonight he might be able to capture one of these individuals. The fierce wind swirled, scattering bamboo leaves. Zhao Pingshan and his companions trembled slightly. In that instant, a streak of blade light, like thunder from the heavens, descended from above. The blade's edge was sharp, shattering through their defenses and striking Zhao Pingshan's right arm. Zhao Pingshan stifled a groan, gritting his teeth against the pain as he swiftly retreated. There, on the path, Chu Ming approached slowly, wielding the Nether Blade, from which blood dripped. That was the blood of Zhao Pingshan. Upon witnessing this scene, the hearts of the four trembled, their fighting spirit extinguished. All four were skilled mid-stage path practitioners, yet they were utterly outmatched by the Nether King alone. The disparity between the two sides was painfully evident. This individual's attacks were too fierce and his movements far too elusive. Zhao Pingshan gritted his teeth. "Do not linger unnecessarily. The plan has failed. Retreat." At this moment, he no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. The sight of that terrifying mask under the moonlight sent shivers down his spine. This was Chiyu Lake, the Nether King's domain. To battle a formidable opponent in their own territory, Zhao Pingshan felt as though he had lost his mind. They had no chance of victory. With Zhao Pingshan's command, the other three black-clad elders immediately understood. They too wished to evade this terrifying Nether King. Zhao Pingshan produced a white spiritual stone from his bosom. A flame erupted abruptly within the bamboo grove. "Take this opportunity to flee." Zhao Pingshan's voice reverberated amid the inferno. The other three dared not linger, swiftly retreating in an attempt to escape Chiyu Lake. Watching their movements, Chu Ming smirked coldly. "Do you think that Chiyu Lake is a place you can come and go as you please?" His voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the four. In the next moment, Chu Ming calmly extended his right hand. Blue flames surged forth, merging seamlessly into the inferno. The crimson glow was transformed into a pale blue. Ice crystallized from the ground, and a massive formation unfurled under the moonlight, enveloping the entire bamboo grove. Zhao Pingshan and his companions were astonished to discover that within this formation, their spiritual energy seemed to stagnate, its flow diminishing by half. Chapter 350. The Slaughter Under the Moonlight, Part 2. How could this be? Zhao Pingshan and the others were taken aback. It was not merely the reduction in the speed of their spiritual energy, even their attempts to flee were hindered. It felt as though their cultivation had regressed to the initial stage of entering the Tao. It's the formation. A black-clad elder suddenly looked up, gazing at the sky. Look, there are formation patterns up there. This formation enveloped the entirety of the bamboo grove. Within this formation, everyone's strength could only be exerted at 50%. Damn it, the Dark King had anticipated our arrival long ago. Jiao Shan gritted his teeth in frustration. They had underestimated the situation. Lan Fenghan had completely miscalculated. The Dark King's power and cunning had far surpassed their expectations. This formation has boundaries. As long as we break free from it and disperse, the Dark King will be unable to pursue us. Jiao Shan suddenly shouted. The other three black-clad elders instantly complied. Run? What do you have to run with? But at that moment a terrifying and familiar figure cloaked in black appeared on the path before them. Amidst the howling wind came a maniacal cackle. Jiao Shan's body trembled. He had not anticipated that the Dark King would catch up so swiftly. Under the moonlight, it seemed as if they could glimpse the sinister smile behind the Dark King's mask. Your Excellency the Dark King, we mean no harm. Jiao Shan hastily spoke. If you allow us to leave, we promise we will never set foot near Chiyu Lake again. Spare you? Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. Have you ever seen a hunter spare its prey? This statement left Jiao Shan frozen in place. The Dark King clearly intended to keep them all here. Split up and flee, Jiao Shan shouted furiously. The four black-clad figures immediately scattered in different directions. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes and a blue flame surged forth from his right hand, cold nether fire. Chu Ming soared into the sky. He observed the directions in which the four had fled and unleashed dozens of palm strikes. Under the might of this stagnation formation, the cultivation of these Tao entry elders had been weakened to the peak of the initial stage of Tao entry. Thus, all he needed to do was capture these four at the initial stage of Tao entry. Therefore, even with his cultivation at the mid-stage of Tao entry, he had no fear of their combined strength. After all, this was Chiyu Lake. This was Chu Ming's domain. The night wind howled, and the blue flames fell to the ground like meteors. Layer upon layer of ice forming beneath the moonlight, Jiao Shan and the others felt excruciating discomfort. As soon as the strange blue fire touched them, they found their bodies becoming sluggish. Under the overwhelming blue flames, the entire bamboo grove transformed into a sea of ice. The ice-encased pillars brutally severed the black robes of Jiao Shan and his companions. It was as if they were traversing through a forest of blades, causing their breaths to quicken, yet they dared not pause. How could the Dark King be so terrifying? Jiao Shan's mind trembled. At that moment, he lacked the courage to turn back and fight. No wonder he could cultivate such a prodigy as Chu Ming. He estimated that the Dark King's strength had likely reached the Heavenly King realm, perhaps even stronger than Lan Fenghan. If he could escape, Jiao Shan would certainly do everything in his power to prevent Lan Fenghan from confronting this individual. But in the next moment, the cold nether fire surrounded his figure. Before Jiao Shan lay a sea of flames. He halted, his expression horrified as he beheld the scene. There was no path ahead. Layer upon layer of ice and snow spread from the sea of flames, gradually creeping toward his feet. It was clearly fire. Yet it could conjure ice. This was something Jiao Shan had never heard of or seen. The Dark King's strangeness had surpassed his imagination. The current situation had become a deadlock. Jiao Shan, why aren't you running? A cold voice emanated from behind him. Jiao Shan shuddered. He saw the Dark King descending from above, cradling 3 blocks of ice. Each block encased an individual. These were the 3 black-clad elders he had brought with him. Their heads were the only parts visible, their bodies completely encased in ice. You. Jiao Shan gasped. During his escape, these 3 had already fallen victim. Brother Jiao, run. One of the black-clad elders gasped. Summon the Heavenly King to save us. Run? Where to run? Cold sweat broke out on Jiao Shan's forehead. In this situation, even if he ran, he could not escape the Dark King's grasp. Jiao Shan, your 3 companions are all right here. Chu Ming chuckled. If you plead for mercy and surrender, I might let you off lightly. Jiao Shan hesitated. To plead for mercy and surrender would equate to betraying the Qianlong mansion, betraying Lan Fenghan. After that, he would hold no position within the Qianlong mansion. Yet if he did not plead for mercy, would the Dark King kill him? That was uncertain. After all, they had come secretly today. Even if they perished at Chiyu Lake, no one would know. Since death was inevitable, I shall fight you to the end. Zhao Shan gritted his teeth. He drew a long knife from his waist. The blade swiftly sliced through the cold nether fire. Zhao Shan's figure surged forward like lightning towards Chu Ming. Truly interesting, Chu Ming sneered. He tossed aside the three black-clad elders, the nether knife unsheathed before him. A cold gleam flashed, the blades clashed. A clear sound pierced the night sky. Immediately explosions erupted from all directions, sharp rays surged upward. Zhao Shan was taken aback. He suddenly felt that the Dark King's aura seemed somewhat familiar. Moreover, he was even more astonished to realize that the Dark King's strength did not appear to be as formidable as he had imagined. Nevertheless, under the weakening effects of the formation, Zhao Shan still suffered wounds from the blade. Blood seeped from his chest, and he staggered backward, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. The blood dripped onto the soil, only to solidify instantly. Under the scorching of the cold nether fire, the temperature on the battlefield had plummeted to an excruciating degree. Not only that, Zhao Shan noticed that even his own spiritual energy seemed to begin to congeal. If this continued, his strength would be further diminished. You cannot escape. Chu Ming, wielding the nether knife, took deliberate steps toward Zhao Shan's position. Each step he took,